Yo, what's a good Shinobi Nation? Welcome back to Narutoverse, the home of the craziest Naruto what-ifs. Today, we're diving into what if Naruto was the immortal sage. Make sure you stick around because once this starts, there's no turning back. If you're new here, smash that subscribe button, hit the bell so you don't miss the next chapter, and share this video with your entire ninja squad. And don't forget to drop your theories in the comments because your support is what keeps this shinobi grinding. Now, let's jump straight into it. Manji, you are the strongest person on this planet. The Guile Tsutsuki's voice was crisp and clear, yet laced with an undercurrent of quiet desperation. If Ezekiel Tsutsuki is allowed to continue unchecked, your world will eventually be destroyed. And I refuse to become a sacrifice for that monster. All I want is to live peacefully with the one I love. She lifted her gaze to meet Manji's, her eyes flashing with steely resolve. Why don't we join forces? We set a trap for Isiki and feed him to the 10 tails. When the divine tree bears its chakra fruit, it's yours. The guy extended her olive branch slowly, her gaze locked firmly on the young man before her. Manji's expression was grave. He watched her in silence, not uttering a single word as, though carefully weighing every advantage and risk of allying against Isiki. The silence stretched on. Seeing that he still hadn't responded, a shadow of disappointment crept across Kagaya's face. She turned away slowly. In a few days, I'll be offered as a sacrifice to the 10 tails. If you change your mind, come find me in the land of ancestors. Her words lingered in the air as her figure shifted and vanished without a sound through the cave's entrance. Inside the cave, Manji sat alone on the cold stone seat, sinking into a long, heavy silence. He wasn't originally from this world. He was a transmigrator. When he first arrived, he assumed he'd landed in ancient Japan until 2 streaks of light tore across the sky and the terrifying silhouette of the 10 tails loomed into view. That was when it hit him. This wasn't ancient Japan at all. This was the primordial era of the Naruto world. From that moment on, Manji threw himself into the pursuit of power like a man possessed, driven by one singular obsession. To grow stronger and to live forever. And fortune favored the relentless. Against all odds, he actually found Mount Mamboku. The sage art's legacy of Mount Mamboku set him on the path of cultivation, and his talent turned out to be nothing short of extraordinary. Not only did he master sage jutsu, he pushed sage mode to its absolute limit, a permanent state. No activation required. No time limit. Sage energy flowing through him at all times, as naturally as breathing. And then, as if fate wasn't done being generous, in the very same year he achieved permanent sage mode, the system arrived. It presented him with 2 choices. Choice 1. Invincible for 100 years. Rewards. Rin Sharingan, Chakra Fruit, Otsutsuki Body. Cost. After 100 years of invincibility, instant death. No method of revival exists. Choice 2. The Immortal. Rewards. Eternal life. Infinite lifespan. Cost. Strength permanently capped at beyond cage level. You will never cross the threshold into 6 paths tier, infinitely close, yet forever short unless you encounter a heaven-defying opportunity. Faced with these 2 options, Manji didn't hesitate for even a second. He had always believed that eternity itself was the ultimate art. 100 years of invincibility sounded thrilling, sure, but a century of reckless glory could never compare to savoring 1,000 years of quiet existence. He'd just arrived in the Naruto world. Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi, Madara, Hashirama, all those legendary figures, he hadn't met a single one yet. Coupled with his deep-seated obsession with immortality, the choice was obvious. He picked the immortal without a shred of regret. Beyond cage level was more than enough for him. Worst case scenario, he'd lay low in the mountains, outlast Kagaya, outlast the sage of 6 paths, outlast Indra and Asura. Before Madara and Hashirama were even born, there would be a long empty era where his beyond cage strength would be enough to dominate the entire world with virtually no opposition. And besides, at beyond cage level, for the vast majority of history, nobody could touch him. His original plan was simple. Wait for Kagaya to be sealed, for the sage of 6 paths to pass on, for Indra and Asura to return to dust, and only then emerge from hiding. Safe. Calculated. Bulletproof. But the best laid plans always have one flaw. On one of his rare outings to help nearby villagers, he happened to cross paths with the Emperor of the Land of Ancestors, who was out on a stroll with Kagaya at his side. The Emperor was just an ordinary mortal. He couldn't sense anything unusual. But Kagaya was different. She possessed the Byakugan and had seen more than most. One glance was all it took for her to detect the extraordinary power hidden within Manji. He'd wanted to immediately reverse summon himself to the Toad Sanctuary and escape, but it was already too late. And that was how Kagaya ended up at his doorstep. Do I help her or not? Manji rubbed his chin, brow furrowed. Honestly, Ezekiel Tsutsuki was ruthless and cunning, not someone to be taken lightly. Between Dakakuten's spatial manipulation and Sukina Hikona's eyes-shifting ability, both were absurdly overpowered, capable of countering virtually every ninjutsu in existence. And in terms of raw physical combat, Isiki could ragdoll Bay-State Naruto and Sasuke simultaneously without breaking a sweat. If Manji recklessly jumped in to help, there was a very real chance Isiki would put him down with a few black rods and a couple of punches. The risk was enormous. But then again, he couldn't suppress the fire burning in his chest. The divine tree fruit. Kagaya ate that fruit and gained near infinite chakra and an immortal body, ascending to the absolute pinnacle of the shinobi world in a single leap. If I eat that fruit, could it break through the system's shackles and push me into 6th past tier? The system had said it clearly. Unless he encountered a monumental opportunity, his strength would be forever capped at beyond cage. So could this chakra fruit from the divine tree be that heaven-defying opportunity? If he got his hands on it, it would be an instant ascension. Manji narrowed his eyes and pulled up the system panel. Name: Manji. Constitution: Eternal Immortality. Lifespan. Abilities: Permanent Sage Mode, Toad-Style Sage Arts, Monkey King Clan Staff Techniques. With my current strength, going one-on-one against Isiki would be borderline suicidal. Manji murmured to himself. But with Kagaya backing me up in canon, Kagaya actually managed to ambush Isiki successfully. That means the odds aren't bad at all. And once we pull it off, once I get the chakra fruit, it's a quantum leap in power. Going all in, that's not recklessness. That's wisdom. Besides, he still had an escape route. Worst case, if things went south, he'd bail to the Toad Sanctuary and retreat to Mount Mamboku. Alright, I'm going for it. Manji's eyes flashed with determination as he slammed his fist into his palm. You miss every shot you don't take. No more deliberating. He immediately began preparing his arsenal. And his source for weapons. Naturally, his old friends at Mount Mamboku. After years of living in the shinobi world, he'd long since forged a deep bond with the toads of Mount Mamboku. Reverse summoning technique. No hand signs needed. Manji focused his intent and the jutsu activated instantly. Mount Mamboku bathed in its eternal daylight. The sacred mountain looked almost exactly like it did in canon. Mount Mamboku really is a paradise in the original story. Even when the infinite Tsukiyomi engulfed the entire world, this place was completely unaffected by its radiation. Manji navigated the familiar paths with practiced ease, making his way toward the Grand Toad Hall. Oh? Manji, you're here. Manji? So what have those two aliens been up to lately? The toad with striking wide eyebrows came bouncing over to Manji with an easy, familiar energy. White brow, Toad. The current de facto ruler of Mount Mamboku. At this point in history, the great Toad Sage from the original series hadn't even been born yet. White brow was also Manji's personal summoning beast. They have been busy, actually. From what I've gathered, the two aliens seem to be turning on each other. I want to capitalize on this opportunity, see if I can take them both out. Manji's voice was steady and deliberate. Whitebrow was family. No reason to hold anything back. Is that so? But Manji, those two aliens are extraordinarily powerful. And that creature under their control, the Ten Tails, possesses a terrifying level of strength. Eliminating them won't be easy. Whitebrow's expression turned grave at the news. Ever since those two extraterrestrial beings descended upon the world, the toads with their exceptional sensory abilities had already sensed that nothing good would come of their arrival. One of them, the one called Kagaya, found me. She wants to team up and eliminate the other one, a being called Isiki. The full explanation is complicated. But Whitebrow, you just need to trust me on this. Manji spoke calmly from his seat in the Grand Toad Hall. He knew the explanation would be a nightmare to untangle. He couldn't exactly tell them he was a transmigrator who knew the entire plot, could he? Manji, I trust you. You're the first human Mount Mamboku has ever truly put its faith in. You've been one of us for a long time now. Whitebrow's voice was warm and sincere. Right. Whitebrow, the reason I'm here is because I need to borrow a few things. Think you can help me out? Manji got straight to the point. Whitebrow responded immediately. Don't be so formal. You're practically family. Coming to Mount Mamboku should feel like coming home. Take whatever you need. Take it. All of it. Well, that's almost too generous. Manji chuckled. He was currently the only human on Mount Mamboku and the very first to ever sign a contract with them. So in a sense, Manji was half toad himself. Alright, I need a few Toad Sage talismans, some toads capable of using sonic genjutsu, and also, does Mount Mamboku happen to have any kind of artifact that can conceal the user's presence? Manji laid out his request. Toad Sage talismans and sound type toads, easy. Whitebrow produced several Toad Sage talismans directly from his mouth and handed them to Manji. These things are incredibly rare, though. The entire mountain can only produce a few dozen per year, and right now, I'm the only one on Mount Mamboku who knows how to make them. Much appreciated. Manji accepted the talismans with a grin spreading across his face. Oh, he remembered these very well. In the original story, the Sage of Six Paths had literally impaled his own brother then used a Toad Sage talisman to revive the mortally wounded Hamura from the brink of death. Essentially a resurrection totem. And the most absurd part. After Hamura woke up, he immediately jumped back into the fight alongside the Sage of Six Paths to beat down Kagaya. The sheer amount of sage energy packed into these talismans was staggering. After receiving them, Manji quickly tucked the talisman safely into his coat. As for what you mentioned about an artifact or sage technique that can hide your presence, I honestly have no idea. Whitebrow paused, brow furrowed in thought. Then let me check the scrolls. With that, Whitebrow leaped onto the massive bookshelf. He pulled out a scroll even larger than Manji himself. And began carefully flipping through it. After a long while, Whitebrow let out a gasp of astonishment. Whoa. There actually is something. The ancient texts don't lie. The wisdom of our toad ancestors is truly profoundly deep. Whitebrow bounced excitedly back over to Manji. Manji was genuinely surprised. He'd only asked on a whim he hadn't expected them to actually have something. But then again, it made sense. Mount Mamboku's heritage stretched back countless millennia. And as an indigenous power of the planet itself, how could it not have a few hidden tricks up its sleeve? According to the ancient texts, by using flax fibers grown here on Mount Mamboku, combined with toad oil and sage jutsu, it's possible to create a garment capable of masking the wearer's presence, entirely blending them seamlessly into their surroundings, so they become virtually undetectable. However, and this is important, the garment doesn't make you fully invisible. It only conceals your aura and chakra signature. Think of it like a chameleon from the human world. If your opponent has a special jutsu, or if you walk right up to their face, they'll still be able to see you. Whitebrow delivered this caveat with utmost seriousness. Manji considered it briefly. Ezekiel Tsutsuki probably wouldn't keep his Byakugan active at all times, right? That's fine. Good enough. How long would it take you to make one? Manji nodded, figuring something was better than nothing. I'll start working on it right now. I'll do my best to have it ready for you. Whitebrow replied. Then I appreciate it. I'll swing by later to pick it up. Manji gave a brief nod, then used the summoning technique to leave Mount Mamboku. When he reappeared, Manji found himself at the entrance of a water cavern. In one hand, he carried several jugs of fine liquor brought from the human world. This was the dwelling place of the Monkey King clan. In a later era, here as in Saratobi's Monkey King Enma would sign his contract right here. A massive white-furred ape materialized in an instant. Well, if it isn't Manji. Aren't you usually all buddy-buddy with those toads on Mount Mamboku? What brings you to my neck of the woods? The White Monkey King's tone was dripping with sarcasm. Hahaha. Manji gave an awkward laugh. The White Monkey King's attitude wasn't without reason. Originally, Manji had been given the choice between inheriting the legacy of Mount Mamboku or the legacy of the Monkey King clan. He'd chosen the prestigious Mount Mamboku, one of the three great sage regions. And the White Monkey King had never quite let it go. White Monkey King. It's been too long, my friend. How's business been treating you? Manji flashed his most diplomatic grin and stepped forward, holding out the jugs of fine liquor from the human world. The White Monkey King's eyes lit up the instant he spotted the alcohol. He snatched the jugs without a second of hesitation. Then he crossed his arms and let out a sharp huff. HMPH. I tell you things and you never visit. You always prefer hanging around that toad swamp. Water under the bridge, my friend. Water under the bridge. The reason I'm here today is because I need your help with something. Manji clapped the White Monkey King on the shoulder with an easy smile. Iseki's abilities were tailor-made to counter ninjutsu-based attacks. If Manji wanted to actually land effective hits on Iseki, he'd need to rely on Taijutsu. And the Monkey King clan specialized in physical combat. That was exactly why Manji came here. The two of them settled onto the stone seats and began talking. Good, stuff. After knocking back a couple of cups, the White Monkey King eyed Manji over the rim. Oh? You suddenly remembered I exist. You're thinking of me now. The White Monkey King raised an eyebrow. Manji? Yes. White Monkey King. Too late. Despite his words, the White Monkey King was loyal to his core and he agreed to help Manji anyway. Alright then, tell me. Who are we killing? The White Monkey King took another swig of liquor and spoke with bold, unapologetic swagger. Manji let a sly grin creep across his face. What if I told you I'm planning to take on those two aliens out there? You brave enough to join me? Ha! Brave enough. Why the hell wouldn't I be? As long as it's alive I'll slay God for you if I have to. The White Monkey King's face flushed red with drink and laughter. Manji raised an eyebrow. Those aliens aren't your average opponents. You know that. Ha! Funny you mention it, I've actually fought that male alien before. The White Monkey King swirled his cup with smug satisfaction. What? You've fought Isiki Otsutsuki? Manji's jaw nearly hit the floor. He whipped around to stare at the White Monkey King. Seeing Manji's stunned expression only fed the old ape's ego further. Not only that, I went toe-to-toe with that bastard for 3 days and 3 nights straight. Eventually, I couldn't keep up anymore, so I retreated back to the summoning realm. That guy. Honestly, nothing special. Needs more practice. With that, the White Monkey King downed another cup. Manji was floored. He never would have guessed that this unassuming White Monkey King had actually traded blows with Isiki Otsutsuki, the absolute ceiling of combat power in this world. Was it possible? Impossible. Actually, yeah, it was entirely possible. The White Monkey King's taijutsu was genuinely formidable, and his physical body was built like a fortress. In a later era, even Monkey King Enma could tank a direct hit from the Kusanagi blade without flinching. And this White Monkey King had sage arts reinforcing him on top of that. As long as he wasn't afraid of those black rods. Theoretically, he really could go toe-to-toe with Isiki. Manji knew the old ape was probably exaggerating his record, but in all the years he'd known him, he had never once seen the White Monkey King's defenses actually get breached. Even when Manji had blasted him with sage jutsu, the ape had walked it off without so much as a scratch. Even if he couldn't beat Isiki, stalling him shouldn't be a problem. Manji began running the numbers in his head. White Monkey King versus Isiki, roughly a 50-50 split. Kagaya versus Isiki, roughly 30-70. Himself versus Isiki, roughly 20-80. White Monkey King equals Isiki. Himself Isiki. Himself plus White Monkey King plus Kagaya Isiki. Ding. The light bulb went off in Manji's head. So if you round up, the 3 of them could basically devour Isiki alive. Dude, why didn't you tell me you were this bad sooner? You've been sitting on this kind of firepower the whole time. Manji rushed forward and personally refilled the White Monkey King's cup. The White Monkey King guzzled the liquor heartily, then starting to feel the effects slumped forward onto the stone table, mumbling through a drunken haze. Manji, relax. You came to the right guy. I've been itching for a rematch with that Isiki bastard. I will make that alien regret ever setting foot on this planet. Those backwater space hicks thinking they can run wild in our world. They clearly have no idea that the great and valiant White Monkey King stands guard over this earth. And with that, the White Monkey King's thunderous snoring filled the cavern. It's locked in. Everything's locked in. But this lineup, we've basically got this in the bag. Manji's spirit soared. Thank God for his animal friends, without them, doing this solo would have been borderline impossible. Now he had the White Monkey King as a powerhouse ally. Plus Kagaya. Didn't that mean taking down Isiki Otsutsuki was practically guaranteed? Isiki, enjoy your last few days, pal. Your number's up. After leaving the Monkey King summoning realm, Manji received word from White Brow Toad. The concealment cloak was ready. That very night, Manji donned the cloak and went to find Kagaya. His reasoning was simple, he wanted to field test the cloak's effectiveness. If it couldn't even fool Kagaya, there was no way it would work against Isiki. Land of Ancestors, the Emperor's Palace. Kagaya Otsutsuki sat poised before her vanity mirror in her private chambers, her mind anything but calm. Soon, very soon, Isiki would send her to be devoured by the 10 tails. This was her fate. The Nevreal Otsutsuki pair, one was always destined to be sacrificed. But ever since arriving on this planet, she had fallen in love with humanity. And she refused to accept it. She refused to be the sacrifice. Why couldn't Isiki be the one fed to the 10 tails instead? Why did it have to be her? This burning refusal, this raw, seething injustice was precisely what had driven Kagaya to seek out Manji in the first place. She wanted to see if this planet's strongest native fighter could help her change her fate. It seems he doesn't have the courage to come after all. Kagaya let out a soft, resigned breath. And honestly, could she blame him? That man called Manji had always kept a low profile, never drawing attention to himself. He valued his life above all else. Why would he risk everything to help her? Besides, he probably didn't even know what the chakra fruit was. Just as Kagaya was sinking deeper into despair, Manji had already appeared in the corner of her room. No one knew when. Draped in a white cloak, he watched her silently, his presence perfectly blended into the surroundings. Kagaya didn't sense a thing. Manji gave a quiet internal nod of approval. So it actually works. Kagaya can't detect me at all. Then Isiki probably wouldn't be able to either. The Kakugan was powerful, sure, but nothing in the original series suggested it had perception capabilities surpassing the Byakugan. Otherwise, Isiki wouldn't have needed to activate the Byakugan during combat at all. At that moment, Manji stepped calmly out of the shadows. Kagaya, I'm here. His voice was even and unhurried. The moment those words reached her ears, Kagaya still staring at her reflection spun around with a violent start. Her eyes went wide with shock and disbelief. Because she Kagaya Otsutsuki hadn't sensed Manji's arrival at all. The only person who could appear beside her without warning like that was Isiki. And yet this planet's native warrior had just done the exact same thing. How long have you been standing there? Kagaya rose to her feet, guard instantly up, her voice sharp and wary. Never mind that. I came to discuss our arrangement. I'll join forces with you. And when it's done, the chakra fruit is mine. Manji's tone was firm and final. He waved his hand, signaling Kagaya to stand down. The moment she heard his agreement, Kagaya's expression visibly brightened. Done. She accepted without a heartbeat of hesitation. Manji's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze searching as it settled on Kagaya's pale, ethereal face. He couldn't figure out why she'd give up the fruit so willingly. As a member of the Otsutsuki clan, Kagaya should have understood the fruit's power even better than he did. Why? You told me yourself that the fruit is extraordinarily valuable. How can you just hand it over? Manji asked, calm but probing. Kagaya's expression softened into a gentle smile. Because I don't want power. I just want to be with the one I love. That answer put Manji's suspicions to rest. Kagaya was in the middle of a passionate romance with the emperor of the land of ancestors right now. Of course. Case closed. Then let's get down to strategy. Manji cut straight to business. In short order, the two of them hammered out their plan and all that remained was to wait for the day of the sacrifice. A few days later. Deep within a vast bamboo forest. Inside a massive crater, the 10-tailed sat waiting, its gaping maw wide open, hungry and howling, ready to be fed. The time has come to sacrifice Kagaya. Isiki Otsutsuki gazed down at the 10 tails with detached indifference. Kagaya had already begun her slow approach. Not far behind, cloaked in white and blended seamlessly into the environment, Manji followed in her wake, every step silent as a ghost. His guard was at maximum. The instant Isiki showed any sign of attacking, Manji was ready to bail to the Toad Sanctuary and reverse summon himself straight back to Mount Mamboku. Yo dude, you're actually doing this? The White Monkey King, currently transformed into the shape of a staff, spoke up with a barely contained expression of panic. What, did you think I was bluffing? Manji glanced at him, genuinely confused. The White Monkey King's expression crumbled. He swallowed hard, a single thought screaming through his mind. This has gone way too far. Hold on, don't tell me that whole story about fighting Isiki for 3 days and 3 nights was bullshit. Something suddenly clicked in Manji's brain and his composure nearly shattered as he stared at the White Monkey King. I. The White Monkey King stammered. Okay, fine. I can't hide it anymore. I can't beat Isiki. The old ape confessed with the most pitiful expression imaginable. Are you kidding me? You couldn't have mentioned that sooner. Then what was all that about going 3 days and 3 nights against him? Manji's face drained of color. We're literally at the enemy's front door and you're telling me the gun you handed me is a freaking toy. I did fight Isiki for 3 days and 3 nights. But it was Isiki pinning me to the ground and beating me for 3 days and 3 nights. Eventually I couldn't take it anymore, so I retreated to the summoning realm. The White Monkey King delivered this confession with the most strained expression of his life. Oh, that's classic. Absolutely classic. I thought fraud Isiki for 3 days straight meant you were some kind of legend. Turns out you were the one getting your ass kicked the entire time. I'm starting to think I shouldn't be here. How about I just head back to the summoning realm? Maybe you could, find someone else. The White Monkey King's voice was drenched in awkwardness, his eyes nervously darting toward Isiki in the distance. It's the middle of the night, where the hell am I supposed to find someone else? Manji was speechless. He should have known the old ape had been drunk off his ass last night. And honestly, this was partially his own fault. He'd been wearing rose-tinted glasses about the ancient era of the shinobi world, assuming that the older something was, the more powerful it had to be. He'd put way too much faith in ancestral wisdom. And he blamed himself even more for not bringing the White Monkey King a couple of peanuts to snack on with his drinks. If the ape had just had some bar food to soak up the booze, he never would have gotten that hammered. Manji gripped the White Monkey King tightly. Too late to back out now, the arrow's on the string and it has to fly. Just tell me this, can Isiki actually break through your defenses or not? Manji's voice was dead serious. The White Monkey King scratched his head. No way he can break my defense. I've got a diamond body, completely indestructible. Manji's mind raced and he immediately assigned the White Monkey King a role. Low offense, high defense. A walking tank. Alright White Monkey King, you're going in whether you like it or not. Relax, we're not trying to fight a war of attrition here. All we need to do is back up Kagaya's ambush. One clean hit is all it takes and we're golden. And if it goes sideways, I'm running. Manji's tone left zero room for negotiation. The White Monkey King gritted his teeth then steeled himself. Fine. I'm in. Let's roll the dice. At that very moment, the Gaia began her slow, deliberate approach toward the 10 tails. Ezekiel Tsutsuki watched with a blank, emotionless expression. Not a shred of caution in his posture. And why would there be? He didn't believe for a second that Kagaya had the nerve to try anything. On top of that, Isiki had always looked down on the natives of this planet. In his mind, on this world, he was invincible. Period. Now. Manji gave the silent command. In the next instant the forest erupted with a chorus of countless toads. Ribbit, 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 ribbit. The entire bamboo forest reverberated with the piercing, disorienting sound of toad chanting. What the? Isiki's expression twisted violently as he slammed both hands over his ears. This is it. Manji's staff in hand exploded forward. The toad chanting could only temporarily disrupt Isiki. It wouldn't actually damage him, just interfere with his focus. But for an ambush? That split second of interference was more than enough. Every ounce of sage power erupted at once. Manji closed the distance and what might as well have been a teleport appeared directly in front of Isiki and swung the staff straight at his face with everything he had. Crack. Caught completely off guard, Isiki took the hit clean and staggered, dazed and disoriented. Press the advantage. Manji's expression hardened into stone. He reared back, aimed at Isiki's face and unleashed 2 more devastating swings in rapid succession. Bam. Bam. Gah. 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 Enough. Isiki's face contorted with rage. He threw up one hand and caught the staff mid-swing. The impact felt like striking solid steel. The weapon couldn't move another inch. A thin trail of blood dripped from Isiki's nose. His eyes, frigid and murderous, locked onto Manji. A native of this planet. Since when do insects have the audacity to attack an Otsutsuki? The fury in his voice was volcanic. Manji's gut clenched. This is bad. Damn it, the Monkey King played me. 3 clean shots to the face and I couldn't even knock Isiki close to the 10 tails. You're dead. Isiki lunged, his hand shooting forward with lightning speed. A strike like that would have been completely invisible to anyone at cage level. They wouldn't have even processed it before it connected. But Manji, who had perfected Sage Mode over countless years, possessed a unique ability. Filling intent perception. Whoosh. Manji dropped into a crouch at the last possible instant, dodging by a hair's breadth. A flicker of surprise crossed Isiki's face before his other hand shot downward like a vice. Manji triggered his instincts again. Flash stepped around to Isiki's back in a single fluid motion. Now Isiki was genuinely caught off guard. This native's reaction speed is impressive. On par with Momoshiki or Kinshiki from the other Otsutsuki pair. Not bad for a native brat, but your body's fragile. Isiki's voice was cold and contemptuous. In the same breath that Manji appeared behind him, he was already swinging the staff with full force. Maybe, but my staff hits plenty hard. Boom. Crack. A thunderous impact right on the back of Isiki's skull. You bastard. Isiki stumbled forward, then whipped around with savage fury, his leg arsing in a devastating reverse roundhouse kick. Manji's pupils constricted. Before he could even react, the kick buried itself in his abdomen. This single blow tore straight through him. The raw, monstrous force tore clean through Manji's midsection. Bones shattered like glass. PHH. Manji spat a violent spray of blood, clutching the staff as his body was launched backward like a ragdoll. The instant before he hit the ground, the White Monkey King released his staff transformation and caught Manji in both arms, shielding him from the secondary impact. Manji. Manji. The White Monkey King stared at the wound in horror. A hit like this, there was almost no surviving it. HMPH. Isiki didn't even bother looking at them. One full power kick to the gut guaranteed death. His priority now was eliminating those insufferable toads. Isiki slammed his palms together. Whip. 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 Dozens of black rods materialized in the air above. Pagaya stood frozen in shock. It wasn't that she didn't want to act. She couldn't act fast enough. The exchange between Manji and Isiki had been blindingly fast. The entire fight was over in less than 2 seconds. Without activating her Byakugan, all Kagaya could see were 2 blurred afterimages. One flash and both fighters had already traded their final blows. She never expected this native warrior to actually go blow for blow, with Isiki even catching him off guard. His reaction speed was arguably faster than her own. Thanks to the toad chanting suppression talisman Manji had given her beforehand, Kagaya herself was completely unaffected by the sonic genjutsu. Now's my chance. Kagaya activated her Byakugan in a blaze of white and in the gap, while Isiki was focused on controlling the black rod. She struck with everything she had. Isiki die. Kagaya launched herself forward, both palms thrusting outward with devastating force. She slammed Isiki straight toward the 10 tails. Kagaya. You. Isiki's face warped between shock and fury. He never imagined Kagaya would betray him. Meanwhile. Manji. Manji, are you okay? The White Monkey King stared at the carnage of Manji's body, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Guilt and regret churned inside him like a storm. If only I really could have fought Isiki for 3 days and 3 nights, Manji wouldn't be this badly hurt. Do I look okay to you? Manji glanced down at himself. His entire midsection was essentially gone, nearly kicked clean in half. His stomach had been obliterated. Bones snapped like twigs. He cursed internally. Good lord. This guy hits like an absolute monster. One kick and he punted a hole straight through me. Almost saw my life flash before my eyes there. But in fairness, it made sense. Isiki could probably shatter a perfect Susanoo with a single kick. Manji had only survived thanks to decades of sage art body conditioning. Anyone else would have been reduced to a fine red mist. To prevent the Genjutsu toads from being slaughtered, Manji immediately dismissed the summoning. Manji, let me get you out of here. We're done back to the summoning realm. We'll heal you there. The White Monkey King's voice cracked, tears finally spilling down his face. Manji managed a bitter pained grin. For the chakra fruit he had to push through. Don't cry. Reach into my coat, pull out a toad sage talisman and stick it on my face. Manji's voice was gentle despite the agony. Got it? The White Monkey King wiped his eyes, dug into Manji's coat and slapped the toad sage talisman onto his face without a second's delay. The very next instant a blinding golden radiance erupted. Manji's body began regenerating with impossible speed and within a single second, he was completely restored. Not even a scar remained. Instant recovery. That old geezer from Mount Mamboku really does have some tricks up his sleeve. The White Monkey King stared in awe at the miraculous sight, then reached down and pulled Manji to his feet. How do you feel? Any better? Manji cycled his sage chakra internally, checking every pathway, then snapped his eyes open and looked at the White Monkey King. Yeah. I'm fired up. He clenched his fists with renewed fury. At that exact moment Isiki's voice echoed from the distance. Kagaya, you worthless lower being. You dare betray me? I'll feed you to the 10 tails myself. Predictably, Isiki had overpowered Kagaya with ease. He had her by the throat, dragging her toward the hungry, howling 10 tails without so much as breaking a sweat. And his attention wasn't even remotely on Manji. White Monkey King, get ready to move. Manji snapped his gaze to his partner. Got it, let's go. The White Monkey King understood instantly and transformed without hesitation. Sacred Beast White Monkey King transform. The flash of brilliant light and the White Monkey King morphed into the adamantine staff, landing perfectly in Manji's grip. In the same breath, Manji channeled every last drop of his sage power. And hurled the staff. Whip. 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 The adamantine staff screamed through the air toward Isiki with razor-sharp killing intent. At that moment, Isiki was standing at the edge of the 10 tails gaping maw about to toss Kagaya in. Both hands were occupied around her throat. He couldn't free either one. When he spotted the staff rocketing toward him, he assumed it was just a weapon. Parlor tricks. Tsukina Hikona. Isiki lazily activated his shrinking ability, fully intending to miniaturize the weapon and toss it into Takakyutin. But as the staff drew closer and closer, Isiki's expression crumbled. Wait, why won't it shrink? This staff isn't a weapon. Why won't it shrink? Isiki's eyes went wide with genuine alarm, and before he could react, the staff exploded back into the White Monkey King. What? Isiki's jaw dropped. Surprise, motherfucker. That was me the whole time. Go ahead and try shrinking that. Remember that kick you gave Manji? Here's your change. The White Monkey King launched a devastating flying kick, his massive size 49 foot, slamming directly into Isiki's face. MMPH. In one fluid motion, the White Monkey King snatched Kagaya to safety with one hand and drove his other foot straight into Isiki's chest, punting him into the 10 tails open mouth. No. Isiki's eyes blazed with impotent fury, a single roar of defiance tearing from his throat. But the 10 tails didn't care who it was eating. Didn't matter if the Otsutsuki was fresh or rotten, once it hit the mouth, it was all chakra. Down the hatch. White Monkey King. Beautiful kick. The greatest kick in all of Shinobi history. Manji was grinning ear to ear. The sheer value of that one kick was on par with 8 Gates Guy kicking 6 Paths Madara. Actually, 8 Gates Guy's kick might not have been enough to change the ending of Shippuden. But the White Monkey King's kick. That just single-handedly created the Boruto timeline. As for Isiki Otsutsuki, his current status was whereabouts unknown. Ahaha, and in the Shinobi world, whereabouts unknown meant dead. Isiki Otsutsuki was as dead gets. Kagaya's face lit up with joy as she rushed forward to thank them. Thank you both, Kagaya is forever in your debt. Manji's heart soared. After all, the chakra fruit was finally within reach. His life was about to change forever. Munch munch nom nom nom. The 10 tails wore an expression of deep satisfaction then began to transform. Having received its sacrifice, the beast mutated at a staggering, almost frenzied pace. Rumble. The ground shook violently. The divine tree erupted from the earth. And then the chakra fruit materialized. Under normal circumstances, the divine tree only bore fruit once every 1,000 years unless an Otsutsuki was offered as tribute to accelerate the process. And Isiki was about as pure-blooded Otsutsuki as they came. A genuine article. The blinding white radiance pulsed outward as the chakra fruit's brilliant glow illuminated the entire bamboo forest. Manji's eyes burned with barely contained excitement. There it is. That's the one. As the divine tree bore its fruit, the dazzling light revealed it in all its glory. The chakra fruit. Manji, please. It's yours. You've earned it. Kagaya smiled warmly, gesturing for him to take it. Manji beamed back at her. Kagaya, I wish you the best. Go find your happiness. May you and your beloved have 100 years of joy together and plenty of children to fill a house. And when the wedding comes around, make sure I get an invitation. I'll be there in person. He meant every word. Manji had always felt that Kagaya's story in canon was genuinely tragic. Her partner treated her as expendable. Her husband betrayed her. Her own sons turned against her. Then she was sealed away for 1,000 years. Kagaya gazed at Manji's sincere smile and something stirred deep within her chest. A small smile graced her lips but her eyes glistened with a sadness she couldn't quite hide. Thank you, Manji. You're different from the others. Her voice was soft and gentle. Alright. No more holding back. Manji launched himself toward the fruit without a second's hesitation. Within moments, the chakra fruit rested in his hands. The chakra fruit, it's mine. I finally did it. In that moment, joy flooded every fiber of his being. He'd shattered the beyond cage ceiling. From this day forward he could live forever. And wield 6 paths level power. He'd hit the jackpot on both counts. Every risk, every gamble, every brush with death, it had all paid off in the most satisfying way imaginable. Congrats, I guess, though I honestly have no idea what you're so excited about. The White Monkey King couldn't help but smile, swept up in Manji's infectious joy. But then the old ape's gaze drifted toward Kagaya. His pupils shrank. Oh no. I'm thrilled, really, but why has my killing intent perception been going off non-stop? Manji scratched his head. His instincts had never been wrong before. Was it the divine tree setting it off? Regardless, the priority right now was eating the chakra fruit. Once he consumed it, everything else would sort itself out. At that point, Manji could finally declare it himself. I stand at the pinnacle of 6 paths. Who dares kill me? Who can kill me? Manji, behind you. The White Monkey King's voice exploded in a desperate thundering roar. SHHNK. In that same instant, a razor-sharp gray spike burst through Manji's chest from behind, the jagged tip erupting grotesquely from his sternum. Manji's pupils contracted to pinpricks. He turned his head, agonizingly slow. Kagaya still stood in the distance, her expression as cold and serene as ever. And behind him, the White Monkey King lay collapsed on the ground, utterly spent, both hands gripping an all-killing ash bone, staring up at Manji with desperate, pain-filled eyes. White Monkey King. Manji's mind blanked for a fraction of a second, unable to comprehend why his partner would betray him. But then wait. Something didn't add up. Something was very, very wrong. How would the White Monkey King even have an all-killing ash bone? Manji's gaze shifted painfully from the bone protruding through his chest to the White Monkey King to Kagaya, and in a single flash of clarity, he understood everything. Kagaya fired the bone. The White Monkey King had tried to intercept it. Manji looked down at the ash bone skewering his chest and murmured through gritted teeth. Unbelievable, White Monkey King, you crazy bastard, you tried to catch an all-killing ash bone with your bare hands. Beneath the divine tree. Within the bamboo forest. The night was deep, the stars scarce, the silence absolute. In this moment the forest was as still as death itself. Time froze. Manji stood rooted in place, an all-killing ash bone jutting grotesquely through his chest. Ahead of him the chakra fruit glowed, pulsing with radiant light. The single most coveted treasure in the entire Naruto world. It was right there, and yet Manji's attention was locked on the figure behind him. It was the White Monkey King who broke the silence first with a roar of pure, unbridled rage. You? Why? Why would you hurt Manji? Without him, that man would have fed you to the 10 tails and you'd be nothing. His eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Kagaya, his voice shaking the air. Kagaya's expression flickered, complex, conflicted, before freezing over into cold, impenetrable frost. Why? Manji turned his head with agonizing effort, confusion and betrayal swirling in his gaze as he stared at Kagaya. He couldn't understand. Wasn't pursuing happiness her entire reason for doing this? Or had the chakra fruit been her true objective from the very beginning? I'm sorry Manji. I broke my promise. The chakra fruit, you can't have it. The guy's voice was frigid steel, her eyes twin shards of ice. Despite everything, Manji forced himself to stay calm. Tell me why. Because my lover betrayed me. That man was planning to trade me to an enemy nation like a bargaining chip. So the only way I'll ever feel safe is if the power is in my hands. The guy's composure shattered, her expression twisting into something raw and frenzied. It was obvious. The man she loved had turned on her and it had broken something inside her completely. Manji understood instantly. Exactly like the original story. Internally, Manji was already cursing the emperor of the land of ancestors 6 ways to Sunday. Why did you have to betray her now of all times? You couldn't have waited literally 1 more hour. I was right there. But no, it had to be this exact moment. Ha ha ha. Manji laughed. Ha 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 ha. It started as a dry chuckle, then grew into bitter amusement and finally erupted into full-blown, unhinged laughter. Both Kagaya and the White Monkey King froze, staring at him in stunned bewilderment. Manji, what's happening to you? The White Monkey King's voice trembled with worry. Kagaya's expression shifted between suspicion and unease, half expecting Manji to reveal some hidden trump card, half wondering if the man had genuinely lost his mind. The prettier the woman, the bigger the lie, isn't that how it always goes? And here I was just a minute ago wishing you happiness. Feeling sorry for you. Manji let out 2 hollow laughs, then shook his head with genuine wonder. Turns out you're all real people, not scripted characters following a plot. Every single one of you thinks for yourselves, makes your own choices. This world really is full of remarkable souls. The guy regarded him with glacial indifference. An all-killing ash bone through the chest, there was no surviving that. Manji. Use the Toad Sage talisman. Hurry. The White Monkey King's voice cracked with desperation. No need, White Monkey King. Get out of here. Manji gave a weary, resigned smile. His body was already crumbling, disintegrating into ash before his very eyes. Before the White Monkey King could even react, Manji cancelled the summoning, forcibly sending the old ape back to the summoning realm. He knew the White Monkey King couldn't beat Kagaya. Staying here would only get him killed. Manji collapsed to the ground, but his eyes still blazed with defiance. Even if it kills me, I'm getting 1 bite. With every last shred of strength left in his disintegrating body, Manji wrenched himself forward, jaws wide open, and bit into the chakra fruit. In a single instant, he tore off a chunk. Kagaya's eyes went wide with shock. She stepped forward and snatched the remaining fruit away. Manji chewed slowly, a faint bittersweet smile on his crumbling face. Well, can't say I tasted much. Hard to enjoy a meal when your body's turning to dust. Kagaya looked down at what remained of Manji, ashes drifting in the night air, and felt something twist painfully in her chest. That last image, his smiling face, genuinely wishing her happiness, had haunted her. Bill pierced through the ice. She could feel it. Manji's blessing had been real. I'm sorry Manji. I'll make sure my children remember your name and build a temple in your honor. I won't forget you. Kagaya whispered her solemn vow. In truth, she had originally intended to keep Manji alive. But the risk of future complications was too great. To prevent the possibility of him turning against her someday, she'd chosen to eliminate him entirely. Then Kagaya's expression hardened into permafrost. Power. I need power. She devoured the remaining chakra fruit in a single bite. A blinding white radiance erupted. And with it, the rabbit goddess Kagaya Otsutsuki, the mother of all chakra, was born. The Rin Sharingan blazed to life on her forehead. She ascended into the sky. She opened the gates of Yamatsu Hirosaka. The infinite Tsukiyomi bathed the world in its light. Snow. Endless, blinding white. The blizzard raged across a frozen wasteland. From beneath the pristine snowbank, a hand slowly clawed its way to the surface. Then the man, completely naked, dragged himself out of the snow. Where the hell did I end up? Manji stood bare in the freezing cold, scanning his surroundings. Thank God. Thank God. Eternal immortality, it's the real deal. He looked down at his body fully intact, without a scratch, and murmured in quiet disbelief. He'd always wondered about his immortality. Was it just an infinite lifespan, the never-aging kind? Or was it the literally cannot die no matter what kind? The system had no intelligence of its own. He couldn't ask it. And he sure as hell wasn't going to test it by killing himself. But now, thanks to Kagaya's betrayal, he finally had his answer. This wasn't just eternal life. It was true resurrection. No matter what killed him, he came back. Summoning technique. Manji focused and a set of Mount Mamboku training clothes materialized onto his body. First things first, I need to figure out what's going on. Manji launched himself skyward with a single leap. His sage perception was still fully operational. One sweeping glance told him everything he needed to know. The world was practically devoid of people. The infinite Tsukiyomi Kagaya's already casted. Manji let out a quiet sigh, his eyes flashing with cold steel. Kagaya Otsutsuki, yesterday's betrayal is a thorn I won't soon forget. But right now patience. Kagaya's power is overwhelming. Charging in would be suicide. He assessed the situation coolly. Going after Kagaya at his current level was no different from walking into a meat grinder. His first move returned to Mount Mamboku and check on the situation there. Summoning technique. Back on Mount Mamboku. The first thing that greeted him was a towering gravestone. Manji's brow furrowed. He walked forward immediately. The grave of Manji. Why is my name carved on a tombstone? Without wasting another second, Manji barged straight into the Grand Toad Hall where he found White Brow Toad rhythmically tapping a wooden prayer block. Manji, you're alive. White Brow's face exploded with joy as he bounded toward Manji. But almost instantly suspicion crept in. The White Monkey King had told him point blank that Manji was dead. So was this really Manji or an impostor? White Brow, I'm home. Manji read the doubt on his face and deliberately released his unique sage energy signature. The moment White Brow sensed it, every trace of suspicion vanished, replaced by overwhelming tearful relief. Little Manji. I thought that woman out there had killed you. How did you survive? And that Jinjutsu blanketing the world, it didn't affect you. I played my last trump card and managed to escape. After that, I used a Toad Sage talisman to pull myself back from the brink. As for why the Jinjutsu didn't affect me, I'm guessing it's because of my sage body. Mount Mamboku wasn't affected at all either, right? Manji sank into a chair and drained a cup of tea in one long gulp. White Brow Toad let out a deep, weary sigh. The outside world, it's a nightmare. That woman unleashed some kind of massive Jinjutsu. Every living person on the planet has been enslaved by it. The only places left untouched are the sage regions and the summoning realms. White Brow's face was etched with worry. Manji nodded slowly, then a flash of cold steel passed through his eyes. This is on me. That technique is called the infinite Tsukiyomi. I didn't see the betrayal coming. The fault is mine. He truly hadn't expected Kagaya to stab him in the back. All he could say was he'd been too naive. If he'd been a seasoned veteran, his first instinct would have been to figure out how to eliminate Kagaya before she could turn on him. So what do we do now? White Brow asked. Manji's expression hardened. We hold steady. The enemy is powerful and ruthless. We need to avoid a direct confrontation. Lay low. Bide our time. Well said. I, White Brow Toad, am in complete agreement. White Brow pressed his palms together and nodded firmly. I haven't read many human books, but I still remember the saying you kept repeating when you first arrived at Mount Mamboku. Endurance means keeping your head clear and your spine straight. Manji couldn't help but chuckle. Grandpa White Brow, you've got one hell of a memory. He used to say that constantly during his early days on Mount Mamboku. Back then, training in sage arts had been brutal. Eating bugs for every meal. Waking up every morning to the sound of croaking toads. The only thing that kept him going was sheer, stubborn willpower, gritting his teeth and pushing through. Ah, those days of working his way through Mount Mamboku on blood, sweat and determination, what a glorious, miserable chapter of his life it was. Oh Grandpa White Brow, I lost the concealment cloak. Any chance you can make another one? Manji winced at the thought. After his resurrection, everything had been stripped away, the Toad Sage talismans, the concealment cloak, all of it. Gone. Those were his most valuable tools. Good thing I prepared a spare. White Brow handed the cloak to Manji, then added. You should go see the White Monkey King. He's the one who came to Mount Mamboku to deliver the news of your death. When he finds out you're alive, he'll be overjoyed. Manji nodded, a wave of genuine admiration washing over him. The all-killing ash bone, arguably the single most lethal attack in the entire Naruto universe. His sage body had crumbled to dust within seconds of being hit. Even a Siki would flinch at the sight of that technique. And the White Monkey King, without a moment's hesitation, had tried to catch it with his bare hands. Kagaya. All-killing ash bone catcher dodge. White Monkey King. Catch. Is that old ape seriously indestructible? Has he actually achieved true physical transcendence? Manji shook his head with an incredulous laugh, pulled several jugs of liquor from a summoning scroll, and headed for the Monkey King's summoning realm. Inside the monkey cavern. The cave was suffused with the summoning realm's signature cool, spiritual mist. Dark green vines hung limply from the stone walls. Dried tufts of white fur lay scattered around the stone table and benches. And in the center of the cavern, a gray stone grave marker stood in solemn silence. The inscription was simple, no ornate carvings, just 4 characters etched in ancient summoning script. The grave of Manji. The brushstrokes were powerful yet hurried, carrying an unmistakable weight of grief. Good night, Manji. Sobbed Manji, if only I'd thrown myself in front of you, if only I'd shielded you in time. The White Monkey King sat with his back to the cave entrance, his massive frame hunched with sorrow. His normally proud fluffy silver white fur was matted and disheveled, clinging to his back. Choked sobs echoed off the hollow cavern walls. One enormous fur-covered hand rested on the tombstone, calloused fingers tracing the carved letters. The other clutched a dirt-stained scrap of cloth, occasionally rising to wipe his face. "But men never live long enough." His voice was raw and hoarse, thick with grief. "Goddamn it, Kagaya, you treacherous bitch, I'll kill you myself. Backstabbing piece of." Just then quiet footsteps echoed from the cave entrance, carrying the faint scent of fresh greenery and a familiar, unmistakable sage energy. The silence shattered. "White Monkey King." The warm voice tinged with the rasp of someone who'd recently brushed against death yet still carrying that steady, reassuring tone. "Huh?" The White Monkey King froze mid-sob. Every hair on his body stood on end as he whipped around. They're standing in the cave entrance. A young man in a pristine new concealment cloak, dark hair drifting lightly in the cave's draft. Fair skin, striking features, a face that still held traces of recent pallor. In one hand, he held several sealed jugs of liquor. And he was smiling. "Who?" The White Monkey King's amber eyes sharpened into blades, his aura erupting with violent intensity. "Who the hell are you? How dare you impersonate Manji?" He locked onto the young man, every muscle coiled, eyes burning with suspicion and disbelief. "I watched him die right there, under that woman's hand. Even his sage body couldn't withstand it. And the entire world outside is trapped in that genjutsu. No one survives, except those in the sage regions and the summoning realms. So tell me, are you one of Kagaya's agents, or just some delusional genjutsu user with a death wish?" His fists were already clenched, power surging through his frame. One wrong move from this stranger and he'd strike without mercy. After all, Manji's death was the deepest wound in his heart. For anyone to show up wearing that face, in this place, was tantamount to touching his most sacred nerve. "Easy there, old friend." Manji sighed, making no move to approach. He gently set the jugs of liquor down at his feet and let his aura unfurl naturally. That signature energy, the fusion of Mount Mamboku sage arts, the essence of a true sage body, and the lingering spiritual resonance of decades spent alongside the creatures of the summoning realm. It was his and his alone. Impossible to replicate. "This aura, it's really Manji." The White Monkey King's pupils contracted sharply. Suspicion crumbled into raw shock. He took 2 instinctive steps forward, nostrils flaring as he breathed in, desperately drinking in every trace of that achingly familiar scent. "It's him. That's the real thing. That exact smell. It's really." His voice cracked. The razor-sharp edge in his eyes melted into something soft, something overwhelmed with disbelief and wild, uncontainable joy. The White Monkey King threw his head back and roared with laughter. "Manji? It's really you? Ha 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 ha, oh man. Yeah, I'm not dead. That genjutsu out there is called the Infinite Tsukiyomi. Doesn't work on me." Manji settled onto a stone bench and took a sip of cool spring water from the cavern's natural stream. The White Monkey King plopped down eagerly. "The outside world is completely wrecked. Ever since that woman ate the fruit, her power became insane. Tell me about it. That fruit was supposed to be mine. I just never saw the betrayal coming." Manji sighed softly. After hearing the full explanation, the White Monkey King's expression sank with understanding. "So that's what happened, damn it all, if only you'd eaten it the second you grabbed it." The old ape shook his head with bitter regret. "But then..." Manji's lips curled into a sly, knowing grin. "Who said I didn't eat any?" Manji had died, but not before sinking his teeth into the chakra fruit. Just one bite. But the energy packed into that single mouthful was staggering. After his resurrection, Manji could feel the difference immediately. The chakra fruit's essence had saturated every fiber of his being. His chakra reserves had swelled to enormous proportions, and his physical body was several times more durable than before. Current physical configuration. Sage body plus Otsutsuki constitution. Note: Manji's sage body wasn't the same as the innate sage body from canon. His was forged through years of grueling training on Mount Mamboku, a natural evolution achieved through sheer dedication and time. The defining feature of Manji's sage body was simple. Sage mode wasn't something he activated. It was his default state. He didn't toggle it on and off, he simply existed in it permanently. Just like how the toads of Mount Mamboku used sage jutsu without ever needing to enter sage mode. Every technique he threw was sage enhanced by default. His chakra was refined into senjutsu chakra the moment it was generated. No hand signs required. And now, with one bite of the chakra fruit, his body had leveled up again. The only regret? He hadn't broken through to 6th past tier. One bite wasn't enough. If he'd eaten the whole thing, the breakthrough would have been guaranteed. Huh? A light bulb appeared above the White Monkey King's head. "Your body feels completely different now. Does that mean you could try learning our Monkey King clan sage arts?" The old ape's face lit up with sudden excitement. Manji's eyes flashed. Actually yeah, that might work. He'd always wanted to expand his sage art repertoire, but his body had never allowed it. Sage mode was all about balance. Piling on too many different sage energies would destabilize the equilibrium and potentially backfire catastrophically. But now with his enhanced physique maybe the rules had changed. Honestly, it's embarrassing. In my entire clan, I'm the only one who ever mastered our sage arts. If something happens to me, our techniques die with me. The White Monkey King shook his head with a bitter, frustrated expression. Manji raised an eyebrow. So that's why Monkey King Enma never used sage arts in the original series. It had always bugged him. Canonically, Enma was powerful enough for Orochimaru to call him the strongest summoning beast. So why didn't he have any sage techniques? Turns out, the art had been lost after the White Monkey King's generation. Mystery solved. Well, if it means preserving your clan's legacy, I suppose I'll give it a shot. Manji declared this with the noble gravity of a martyr volunteering for duty. If I don't walk into hell, who will? The White Monkey King immediately led Manji to an ancient stone tablet. Manji studied the inscriptions, the foundations of the Monkey Clan sage arts, nodding thoughtfully before turning to the White Monkey King. Show me a demonstration first. Fair warning, brother, these arts are brutal. One wrong move during training and your body could literally explode. The White Monkey King cautioned seriously. Manji waved it off. Not worried. With his resurrection ability, anything involving a risk of death was essentially a non-issue. One life to burn, might as well go all in. Worst case. He'd die, respawn at the starting point, and try again. The White Monkey King settled into a seated position and began channeling sage mode. Roughly 3 hours later his aura erupted with a seismic pulse. Distinctive sage markings bloomed across his face. Sage mode activated. The White Monkey King clenched his fist. Manji, my sage mode primarily enhances the physical body. Once active, my strength, speed, and durability all receive a massive boost. To demonstrate, the White Monkey King turned toward Manji's tombstone wound back and launched a devastating punch. Boom crack. A sonic shockwave split the air. The punch unleashed a shockwave of compressed air, reminiscent of the daytime tiger, a howling blast that tore across the cavern. Kaboom. Manji's tombstone didn't just break. It was atomized. Not a single fragment remained. The entire area was flattened, leaving behind nothing but a massive cratered impact zone. Now that's impressive. One punch and you blew my own grave sky high. Manji couldn't help but whistle in admiration. He'd figured it out. The Monkey Clan Sage mode was essentially an alternative version of the 8 inner gates, but without any of the devastating physical drawbacks. Alright, my turn. Let me learn. Manji mimicked what he'd observed and dove straight into training. Drawing on his years of experience mastering Mount Mamboku's sage arts, he mapped the familiar pathways and began layering in the Monkey Clan's techniques. Before long he felt the first threads of comprehension click into place. Within 30 minutes he was already moving with practiced fluidity. What? The White Monkey King's jaw hit the floor. Your learning speed is faster than the time it takes me to enter sage mode. He stared at Manji like he'd just witnessed a ghost. He'd been mentally preparing a Cristiano Ronaldo encouraging speech practice makes perfect, only for Manji to learn the technique faster than the White Monkey King could activate his own. The old ape wanted to cry. Manji stood in quiet amazement himself. Even he hadn't expected this. Was it because his body had already been conditioned by one form of sage art, making it naturally receptive to another? Was he some kind of prodigy, a born sage art vessel? Time slipped by. For the next week, Manji lived inside the monkey cavern. And during that time he made a bold, unprecedented modification. He fused the Monkey Clan sage arts with Mount Mamboku's sage arts into a single, unified system. He'd gone in with an experimental mindset, expecting failure. Instead it worked flawlessly. The fusion dramatically amplified his overall power. Manji drew a deep breath. No hand signs. No elaborate starting stance. He simply raised his fist casual, almost lazy, and aimed it at a colossal ancient tree in the distance, its trunk so wide it would take a dozen people to wrap their arms around it. Sage art. Multi-layered frog, kumite. The instant the words left his lips, his fist was already flying. No earth-shaking build-up. Just a high-frequency hum of hyper-compressed chakra and a gleaming amber sphere of condensed energy that erupted from his knuckles. It screamed through the air with a shriek of torn atmosphere and struck the ancient tree dead center. Boom. There was no prolonged moment of resistance. The trunk simply ceased to exist at the point of impact, reduced to fine powder in an instant. Incredible, that's devastating power. But why is it still called frog kumite? The White Monkey King tilted his head, puzzled. Manji just smiled. From the epicenter of the blast, Mount Mamboku's sage energy surged outward in an invisible shockwave, radiating in every direction across a 100-meter radius. Boom. 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 A chain of detonations ripped through the mountainside forest. What had started as the destruction of a single tree erupted into a full-scale cataclysm of energy. Dozens of towering ancient trees, each one stretching toward the clouds, crumbled as if crushed by an invisible giant. Trunks snapped. Branches exploded into splinters. Wood that had stood for millennia shattered like tissue paper under the combined force of two fused sage arts. In a matter of heartbeats, the once lush mountain forest had been blasted into a barren, circular clearing. The ground was littered with shattered trunks and wood shrapnel, and residual waves of sage energy hung in the air like mountain mist refusing to dissipate. But God, I understand now. You actually merged Mount Mamboku's and the Monkey Clan sage arts into one. The White Monkey King stood rooted to the spot, mouth agape. The look of admiration he'd been wearing a moment ago had been completely overwritten by pure, staggering shock. He stared at the devastated forest, then back at Manji's casually lowered fist, and swallowed hard. His voice trembled. This power has already surpassed pure Monkey Clan sage arts. It has. Manji retracted his fist, feeling the chakra still surging through him, smooth, potent, without a single hitch, and allowed a confident smile to cross his face. The fusion had exceeded even his own expectations. Mount Mamboku's sage arts provided precision and controlled area of effect expansion. The Monkey Clan sage arts contributed raw physical amplification, pushing explosive power to an entirely new tier. The two systems complemented each other perfectly, producing the single devastating result. Manji turned to the White Monkey King with an easy grin. I kept Mount Mamboku's naming convention, but the core has been fully integrated with your clan's techniques. Think of it as an entirely new sage art. As if on cue, a distant rumble echoed through the mountains, the last remnants of energy from his attack, triggering one final tremor. A few surviving branches drifted down from above, making the flattened clearing look even more apocalyptic. The White Monkey King stared at Manji's back, and the only thought left in his mind was a single awestruck conclusion. This kind of talent, it's absolutely terrifying. The first fusion had been a resounding success. Manji was thrilled, and the ambition burning inside him blazed hotter than ever. The plan was taking shape. Sure, he couldn't reach 6th pass tier directly. But the system had said his power would approach it infinitely, always closing the gap, never quite arriving. So what if he couldn't match a 6th pass fighter in raw power? He could compensate by mastering every sage art in existence, fusing them, refining them, stacking technique upon technique until his arsenal was so vast, so versatile, that even a peak 6th pass combatant would hesitate to engage him. Jack of all trades, master of all. If he learned every sage art available, integrated them into a single cohesive system, and became the ultimate sage art grandmaster. The ultimate hybrid build. Then his sheer variety of options would be enough to overwhelm anyone, regardless of their raw power level. At that point, even a 6th pass tier fighter wouldn't be able to put him down. Right. And the best part? Manji had time. Oceans of it. The main storyline wouldn't kick off for thousands of years. He had millennia to train, experiment, and refine. After a few thousand years of dedicated practice, his sage arts would reach a level that defied imagination. A whole new world of possibilities opened up before him. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. The chakra fruit route had failed, that door was closed. Fine. He'd take the sage arts route instead. White Monkey King, I've got business to attend to. Later. Manji bid his farewell without delay. The White Monkey King scratched his head. Sure thing. One silent command and Manji teleported out of the monkey cavern. Back in the outside world, Manji gazed into the distance at the colossal tree that pierced the sky like a primordial pillar holding up the heaven. 1,000 emotions churned inside him. I wonder, has the sage of 6 paths been born yet? The thought nagged at him. He desperately wanted to confirm, but Kagaya, having consumed the fruit, was an unknown variable now. There was no telling how far her sensory range extended. If she detected him, the element of surprise would be gone. After a moment's deliberation, Manji summoned a small toad, draped it in the concealment cloak, and sent it hopping toward Kagaya's dwelling as a scout. Inside an ancient, stately manor. Beguiled Satsuki was in labor. The cloaked toad crept close to the estate and, thanks to the concealment, slipped in completely undetected. Still works. The toad opened its mouth wide, and a hand slowly emerged from within Manji, observing remotely. He didn't dare get any closer. From this distance, he could just barely make out Kagaya's silhouette inside, in the midst of giving birth. But even so, a sneak attack was out of the question. Setting aside whether he even had a technique capable of threatening post-fruit Kagaya, even if an ambush succeeded, whether he could actually fight her was another matter entirely. Soon enough, 2 infant cries pierced the air. Agoromal Satsuki and Hamural Satsuki born. The Gaia gazed down at the two wailing babies, and a flicker of tenderness softened her features. This land shall be ruled by me and my children. Manji caught her murmured declaration and raised an internal eyebrow. Well, I just witnessed the birth of Hagoromo and Hamura in real time. He studied the two newborns, each with tiny budding horns on their heads, his eyes deep and unreadable. Perhaps Hagoromo and Hamura could prove useful. All I need to do is drive a wedge between mother and sons. Once they turn on each other, Kagaya gets sealed. Manji said nothing more. He withdrew in silence. He was, after all, a man who never forgot a grudge. The betrayal was a thorn lodged in his spine and it wasn't going anywhere. Back at Mount Mamboku. Manji sought out Whitebrow Toad and asked for the exact location of the Rikishi cave. Whitebrow considered it briefly, then shared the coordinates without hesitation. The three great sage regions maintained loose contact with one another naturally, they knew where the others were located. Manji's first destination. The Rikishi cave. Thanks to having watched Boruto, he was already familiar with the cave's 3 trials. In the Boruto series, the tests were challenging but far from impossible. So he decided to tackle the Rikishi cave first. Fog, thick as milk, blanketed the jagged, twisted landscape. A stone manor materialized through the white haze, its sweeping eaves and curved rooflines blurred into ghostly silhouettes. Tap. 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 Manji walked alone through the mist, his steps steady and unhurried, advancing toward the manor's great gates. He was within arm's reach of the entrance when HSSSSS. A piercing shriek tore through the fog. A white serpent lunged from the mist, fangs gleaming, striking directly at Manji's throat. Manji's sage perception had detected the movement well in advance. A slight shift of his body, effortless, fluid, and the lethal bite sailed past harmlessly. The white snake, startled by the miss, coiled and launched itself again, jaws yawning wide, aiming straight at his face. Snap. This time, Manji didn't dodge. His hand shot out, 5 fingers clamping around the snake's vulnerable spot with iron precision, locking its neck rigid and its jaws shut. Manji smiled down at the little serpent in his grip. Easy there, little one. These tricks won't work on me. I'm here to see your mastermind showing me the way. The white snake thrashed violently, then flashed with light and transformed into a girl who appeared roughly 12 years old. Twin buns in her hair, bright curious eyes that still carried a trace of serpentine sharpness. She stared at him, wide-eyed with astonishment. You're incredible. Every human who's come here before, not a single one dodged my ambush. And also your aura feels really familiar somehow. Heh. Manji allowed himself a quiet chuckle. Previous visitors had likely all been ordinary humans naturally, none of them could handle a snake spirit surprise attack. But he was a beyond cage powerhouse. This level of offense was beneath his notice. He'd reacted to Ezekiel Tsutsuki's attacks. A little white snake was hardly going to give him trouble. The girl narrowed her eyes, taking a wary half-step back. You want to see our grand sage? What for? Before Manji could answer. The massive gates of the Rikishi cave swung open behind him with a resounding crash. Rumble. The heavy stone doors ground against the floor, revealing a dark, fathomless interior. White snake, bring him inside. The deep, ethereal voice echoed from within, distant yet intimate, carrying the weight of ages. Yes, grand sage. The white snake girl immediately dropped her guard, bowed respectfully, and led Manji through the gates. They traversed a long, dim corridor and then the space opened up into a vast stone hall. Candlelight flickered across the chamber. Coiled atop an elevated stone throne, sat a massive black serpent, its obsidian scales gleaming with a cold, dark luster in the low light. Its head was slightly lowered, regarding the visitor from above with ancient, half-lidded eyes. Grand sage. The white snake girl stepped forward and bowed. Manji offered a respectful bow of his own, but before he could speak, the black snake sage cut him off, its voice a low rasp. Save the formalities. Whitebrow, that old toad already sent word ahead. You wish to learn the sage arts of the Rikishi cave, correct? Its lidded pupils locked onto Manji with a gaze that was equal parts scrutiny and intrigue. Manji smiled. Connections make everything easier. That's correct. He nodded, keeping his tone measured. Since Grandpa Whitebrow already informed you, would the Grand Sage be willing to grant my request? The black snake sage inclined its great head slowly, its forked tongue tasting the air. Someone willing to carry on the Rikishi cave's legacy, I have no reason to refuse. Then its tone darkened. However, you should understand that Mount Mamboku's and the Rikishi cave's sage energies are fundamentally incompatible. Having already trained in Mount Mamboku's arts, attempting to force our techniques into the same body risks a catastrophic backlash, potentially fatal. And if that happens, those toads on Mount Mamboku won't take it lightly. Manji felt nothing but calm. Before, he might have hesitated. But now, with his resurrection ability, this kind of risk was essentially meaningless. Grand Sage, there's no need for concern. Manji released a hint of his aura and two distinctly different sage energy signatures swirled around him in perfect harmony. If you sense carefully you'll notice I carry more than just Mount Mamboku's energy. Oh? The black snake sage's pupils contracted sharply. A flicker of genuine surprise passed through those ancient eyes. A long pause then, slowly. There's Monkey King clan energy woven in as well. Precisely. That's why I'm confident I can integrate the Richi Cave's arts. Manji's voice was steady and certain. I respectfully ask the Grand Sage to teach me. The black snake sage fell silent, its gaze lingering on Manji for what felt like an eternity. Finally, it turned toward the white snake girl with a slow nod. White snake, take him to the trials. If he passes, teach him our arts directly. The girl was bursting with surprise, but she wouldn't dare question the Grand Sage's judgment. She bowed immediately. Yes, Grand Sage. The 3 trials that followed went exactly as expected. No surprises. No setbacks. In the end, Manji cleared every test and formally signed a contract with the Richi Cave. Manji, this sage art is treacherous, please be careful. The white snake sage, still in her youthful girl form, looked at Manji with genuine worry. By now, the two of them had grown quite familiar with each other. Manji had also learned that this little white snake was, in fact, the future white snake sage herself. Currently, she was still in her maiden state, not the wizened old crone she'd become in later centuries. It was genuinely hard to imagine that this bright-eyed, lively girl would one day become that ancient hag. White snake, I've never been afraid of training in sage arts. Hit me with the next stage. Manji sat cross-legged on the ground, his voice perfectly calm. Seeing his resolve was absolute, the white snake sage relented with a small nod. Alright, Manji. Don't worry, I'll stay right beside you the whole time. If anything goes wrong, I'll intervene immediately. Appreciate it. Manji tipped his head. The white snake sage opened her small mouth and bit into the side of Manji's neck, injecting natural energy to guide the process. And with that, Manji's training in the Richi Cave sage arts officially began. In a mere 3 hours, the unmistakable aura of Richi Cave sage energy was radiating from his body. You've already mastered it. The white snake sage's pupils contracted in shock. She had never seen a human successfully learn the Richi Cave sage arts before. And the first one she'd ever witnessed had done it at this speed. Not bad, but nothing extraordinary. Manji thought to himself, a faint smirk tugging at his lips as he felt the sage markings materialize across his face. Notably, he hadn't developed scales or serpentine features like Kabuto had in canon. According to the established rules, the more pronounced the physical transformation, the worse one's mastery of sage mode. Jiraiya's heavy toad-like features, for instance, were proof that he'd never perfected his sage mode. Naruto, Hashirama, and Kabuto had all achieved much cleaner results, just the sage facial markings and little else. But Manji had surpassed even them. He hadn't just mastered Mount Mamboku's arts, he'd added the Richi Cave on top of it. This boy's talent is monstrous. What kind of freak did Whitebrow take under his wing? The black snake sage, who had been quietly monitoring Manji's training through a water mirror projection from afar, murmured in disbelief. And then, while the black snake sage was still watching intently, Manji slowly opened his eyes and looked directly at the mirror. Directly at him. He can sense that I'm observing him. The black snake sage flinched, forced to completely reassess Manji's sensory capabilities. With perception like that, perhaps this one truly could deal with the alien woman outside. The ancient serpent fell into deep contemplation. Roughly 1 month later. Manji had, as expected, fully mastered the Richi Cave sage arts. The one drawback. He hadn't yet managed to fuse them with Mount Mamboku's and the Monkey Clan's techniques. Whenever he activated Richi Cave sage energy, Mount Mamboku's sage energy shut down. Whenever he switched back to Mamboku, the Richi Cave energy went dormant. The two were like rival predators, one mountain couldn't hold 2 tigers. Fortunately, Manji's control was strong enough to keep both systems from actively fighting each other. Anyone else would have had an internal war tearing them apart. Leaving so soon? Won't you stay a little longer? Manji, if you go, there'll be nobody to keep me company. The white snake sage clung to his arm, looking up at him with puppy dog eyes. I can't, but white snake, this isn't goodbye forever. Manji smiled gently and eased his arm free. He noticed the way she gazed at him, those lingering, affectionate eyes. Don't tell me this little snake has actually fallen for me. Over the past month, the white snake sage had sought him out constantly, probably because the Richi Cave was populated entirely by serpents and having a human around was a novelty she'd never experienced before. Somewhere along the way, her feelings had shifted into something deeper. Fine, but if you ever want to come back, you have to visit me. Promise. A shadow of profound disappointment flickered in the depths of her eyes. I promise. Manji offered one last smile, then headed toward the grand hall. The future white snake sage has a thing for me. That's a bit much. Though there was that old saying about women being like fine wine, better with age. But dating a snake? Adam would have some opinions on that. Ah, forget it. If the white snake sage ever grew too old and frail in the future, Manji figured he wouldn't mind lending a hand to manage the Rikshi cave. Manji, your talent is unprecedented. I doubt anyone will ever match it. The black snake sage regarded Manji with genuine admiration, then shifted tone. Before you go, would you like the cherry on top? Choose a serpent from the Rikshi cave and form a summoning contract. Well, since the Grand Sage is offering. I'd be a fool to refuse. Manji understood perfectly well that the Black Snake Sage wanted to bind him more closely to the Rikshi cave. But he'd already learned their arts, no reason to say no. Manji. Pick me. Pick me. Before Manji could even speak, the White Snake Sage's hand shot up, practically vibrating with excitement. Looking at the eager young girl who wanted to be his contract summon. You, huh? Manji sighed with helpless amusement. But honestly, at this point in history, the only named entity in the Rikshi cave was the White Snake Sage. Is that acceptable? Manji directed a questioning glance at the Black Snake Sage. After all, this was the future master of the Rikshi cave he'd be contracting. Better to get the current chairman's approval first. The Black Snake Sage considered briefly, then nodded. Permitted. Yes. Manji, whenever you need me, just summon me. And even when you don't need me, feel free to summon me anyway. We can just talk. It gets so lonely here. The White Snake Sage bounced with delight, her eyes sparkling. Manji's composure barely held. I just signed a summoning contract with the future Grand Sage of the Rikshi cave. One more request, Grand Sage, could you tell me the location of the Shikatsu forest? The Black Snake Sage blinked, mildly caught off guard. What do you want with that place? I want to learn the Shikatsu forest sage arts. Manji saw no reason to dance around it. What? Manji, you're going to learn their sage arts too? The White Snake Sage's eyes went wide as saucers. The Black Snake Sage's ancient frame actually trembled. An incredulous look crossed its features as it stared at Manji. You've already mastered Mount Mamboku, the Rikshi cave, and the Monkey King clan's techniques. That alone should make you virtually unrivaled. There's no need to add the Shikatsu forest on top of it. Manji shook his head. The enemy out there is too powerful. I'd rather have one more layer of insurance than not enough. The Black Snake Sage studied him for a long moment, then conceded with a nod. With talent like yours, it would be a waste not to pursue it. It tossed Manji a scroll. This contains the Shikatsu forest's coordinates. But understand, the Shikatsu forest is different from Mount Mamboku and the Rikshi cave. Strictly speaking, there is only one being there, the Slug Sage. Deep in the forest, fog everywhere, thick as a wall. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Manji darted between the trees, his sensory field sweeping the area in every direction. Mount Mamboku was bathed in eternal daylight. The Rikshi cave existed in perpetual darkness. And the Shikatsu forest. Blanketed in an endless, suffocating fog, like being stuck in a backroom level of reality. Strange, my perception clearly says it's right here. So where is it? Manji frowned in confusion. Kanon had been very specific about this. The slug that Tsunade and Sakura summoned Kitsai was only a fragment of the Slug Sage's true body. Meaning the Slug Sage itself had to be incomprehensibly massive. The kind of thing you should be able to spot from a mile away. And yet, after searching for what felt like forever, he couldn't find a single trace. But his perception kept insisting. Right here. Manji paused, stroking his chin. That's odd. Sage perception doesn't make mistakes unless. A sudden realization struck. His eyes went wide as he slowly looked down. Grand Sage, you've been here the whole time, haven't you? The instant the words left his mouth, the entire ground of the Shikatsu forest began to quake. What had appeared to be solid earth, trees, moss, rock, all of it began to shift and ripple, transforming into the living tissue of the Slug Sage. The entire Shikatsu forest was the Slug Sage's body. Manji launched himself into the air, eyes widening with awe. So that's how it is, truly colossal beyond imagination. He'd been standing on the Slug Sage from the very first step he'd taken into the forest. You figured it out rather quickly. You're the first human to ever set foot in my domain. White Brow and Black Snake have already spoken to me. Since you wish to learn, I'll teach you. The Slug Sage's voice was gentle and melodic. The next moment, a scroll materialized in front of Manji. Simultaneously, a small slug landed softly on his shoulder. Lord Manji, I'll be assisting you with your sage art training from here on. The tiny slug's voice was equally warm and pleasant. Manji blinked in mild surprise. The Slug Sage was remarkably easygoing. True to canon, that voice really was beautiful. Thank you, Grand Sage. And with that, same as always. Manji. I'm not going to hold back. He dove straight into training. Nearly another month passed. Sage markings appeared on Manji's face, patterns strikingly similar to Hashirama Senju's. P.S. Canon never explicitly stated that Hashirama's sage arts originated from the Shikatsu forest, but in this story, we're going with that interpretation. Just as I thought, almost identical to Hashirama's markings. Manji smiled faintly, using sage energy to conjure a water mirror and examining his reflection. The facial patterns were virtually the same as the first Hokage's. But the Shikatsu forest's arts have the same compatibility issue as the Rikishi caves. He could feel it clearly. The sage arts couldn't be used simultaneously. Just like with the Rikishi cave, if he wanted to activate one system, the others had to shut down. Want to use Rikishi cave sage arts? All other systems go offline. This is a problem. I need to find a way to fuse all 4 sage arts together. Manji rubbed his chin, deep in thought. It was almost frightening to imagine what kind of power would emerge from merging the sage arts of all 3 great sage regions, plus the Monkey King clan, into a single unified system. One step at a time. I've crammed months' worth of learning into a short window. Better take some time to digest all of this. After completing his training, Manji signed a contract with the Shikatsu forest. He bid farewell to the slug sage. When he returned to Mount Mamboku, Manji stumbled upon a small, weeping toad. "Why? Lord Whitebrow, please, I'm begging you, take this little guy in. He's homeless. Both his parents are dead." The scarred toad was kneeling before Whitebrow, pleading desperately. "What's going on?" Manji approached the scene. "Oh Manji, welcome back. It's nothing, really. Just an orphan tadpole. Happens more often than you'd think." Whitebrow sighed deeply. Manji raised an eyebrow, studying the pitiful little toad. He crouched down. "Hey there, little one. What's your name?" The scarred toad hurriedly nudged the smaller one. "Go on, introduce yourself. This is Lord Manji." The little toad looked up at Manji and stammered. Lord Manji, my name is Gamamaru." "Gamamaru? Oh Manji nodded at first, then froze. "Gamamaru? That name sounded awfully familiar. Wait, isn't the great toad sage's real name Gamamaru?" The realization sent a jolt through him. Manji studied the little toad with fresh eyes. But he needed to confirm. "Gamamaru, let me ask you something. Do you dream at night?" The question came soft and casual. Gamamaru's eyes widened with surprise and he nodded eagerly. Lord Manji really is all-knowing. "Yes, I dream all the time. And every dream I've had has come true." Manji's smile deepened. "And what have you dreamed about?" "I dreamed that one day I'd become the leader of Mount Mamboku." Gamamaru answered with complete innocent honesty. The scarred toad's face instantly went dark. He smacked the little one on the back of the head. "Gamamaru. Don't run your mouth in front of 2 sages. This isn't the time for fairy tales." "I am sorry. Forgive me, Lord Sages." Gamamaru realized his blunder and ducked his head in apology. Manji chuckled and turned to Whitebrow. "Grandpa Whitebrow, what do you make of this little guy?" "A child's fantasy, nothing more. Though I will say, a dreaming toad is certainly unusual." Whitebrow laughed and waved it off dismissively. Manji studied Gamamaru for another long moment, hands behind his back, gaze measured and appraising. Then he spoke. "Gamamaru, you have no family. So tell me, would you like to sign a contract with me?" Silence. Gamamaru froze solid. And it wasn't just him. Whitebrow and the scarred toad both did double takes, as if questioning their own hearing. After all, Manji was the second in command of Mount Mamboku. Below Whitebrow himself, Manji was the highest authority on the mountain. More importantly, Manji's current contract partners were exclusively top-tier figures. The White Snake Sage. The White Monkey King. Whitebrow, Toad. Every single one a heavyweight. And Gamamaru. The homeless orphan toad who spent his days daydreaming. For all intents and purposes a nobody. And yet, the second most powerful figure on Mount Mamboku, the only person contracted to all 3 great sage regions simultaneously, wanted to sign a contract with this little dreamer. Lord Manji, isn't this a bit much? Even the scarred toad felt compelled to push back, his voice trembling with disbelief. Gamamaru didn't dare speak, but his eyes shimmered with barely contained hope. He had always believed with unshakable conviction that his dreams would come true. It was just that no one else ever believed him. Could it be that Lord Manji saw something special in him? "Of course I'm serious. Come on, Gamamaru." Manji produced the summoning scroll with an easy smile. And just like that, still dazed and barely comprehending what was happening, Gamamaru signed the contract. "From now on, move in next door to me. We'll be neighbors." Manji looked down at the little toad. "Thank the man already." The scarred toad hissed urgently. Gamamaru snapped out of his trance and bowed deeply, hands clasped together in gratitude. After Gamamaru had hopped away, Whitebrow regarded Manji with a knowing smile. "So, Manji, why did you sign a contract with that little one?" Manji shrugged lightly. "Found him interesting, that's all." Whitebrow's smile only deepened. "It seems you noticed the same thing I did about that toad." Manji's eyebrow twitched and then his expression went flat. Grandpa Whitebrow, don't tell me you'd already had your eye on Gamamaru this whole time. Whitebrow said nothing. Just smiled. Time flowed like water. When training in the sage arts, years passed without notice. To master the ultimate art, you must endure what others cannot. Master Manji loves his oolong tea and his favorite color is crimson red. Good morning, master. Bright and early, Gamamaru was perched atop a boulder, belting out a song at the top of his lungs. The instant he spotted Manji emerging from his quarters, he bounced over excitedly. Gamamaru, what the hell are you screeching about at this hour? Manji took one look at the Toad's morning concert and his expression went dark. Gamamaru had been living next door for roughly 3 or 4 years now. In that time, the two had become inseparable, one man, one toad, sharing a home. Gamamaru had officially taken Manji as his master. At first, the little toad had been timid and well-behaved. But once he got comfortable, the boasting began in earnest. Hey master, isn't that the song you always sing? You belt it out every time you're training or taking a bath. Oh, and master, what's crimson red supposed to mean? Gamamaru hopped alongside Manji, chattering away without pause. Alright, enough questions. Sometimes knowing too much isn't a good thing. Come on, Gamamaru. Let's go. Manji pulled on his red and black training robes and led Gamamaru to a mountain summit, beginning another day of training. His current focus. Fusing the sage arts of Mount Mamboku, the Richi Cave, the Shikatsu Forest, and the Monkey King clan into a single unified system. A sage art that combined the best of every tradition. The process required painstaking, gradual harmonization. It would be slow, agonizingly so. But Manji didn't mind. He had all the time in the world. Time is a blade that cuts down prodigies, but I intend to measure myself against time itself. It's going fast. Manji stood atop the peak in his red and black robes, gazing out across the horizon. These past years had been devoted entirely to fusion training. The progress was glacial but acceptable. Master, why do you push yourself so hard every single day? Gamamaru peeked out from Manji's shoulder, watching the Mamboku sunrise paint the sky. Manji smiled faintly. Because there's a very powerful, very dangerous woman out there. Whoa, stronger than you and Lord Whitebrow? Gamamaru gasped. Manji gave a slow nod. That woman consumed something that made her extraordinarily powerful. She's achieved an immortal body. I can't beat her alone. However, I might be able to make use of her 2 sons. He fell into quiet contemplation. Hagoromo and Emerald Satsuki. He hadn't visited them in years. Cautious as always, Manji had kept his trips to the human world to a bare minimum, only venturing out to grab livestock, vegetables, and fruit. Because there was absolutely no way he could stomach Mount Mamboku's gourmet cuisine. By now, those 2 should be around 3 or 4 years old. And with my current concealment abilities, I don't even need the cloak anymore. Manji focused his intent and his presence simply vanished. No aura. No chakra signature. As if he'd ceased to exist entirely. This was a technique he'd reverse engineered from the Triple Snake Princess's abilities in the Boruto era. Master? Where'd you go? Gamamaru whipped his head around, staring at empty air. Manji materialized, scooped up the little toad, and grinned. Come on, let's go take a look at that woman's children. And with that, they left Mount Mamboku. Beguiled Satsuki stood alone, gazing silently at the sky. Worry gnawed at her, the fear that the Satsuki clan would eventually discover her betrayal. For the next few decades, she was safe. But in a few centuries, they would know. Before that happened, she needed to prepare her white Zetsu army. I wonder how strong my sons will be in a few hundred years. Will they be enough to repel them? Her gaze drifted toward the distant lakeshore where Hagoromo and Hamura were playing. But the entire world locked under the infinite Tsukiyomi, there was no danger to worry about. The Gaia planned to eventually release some humans from the Jinjutsu. After all, a world without people posed its own problems. She intended to be the god of the world, not the god of a wasteland. By the lake. Ha. Hamura, catch me if you can. Hagoromo, stop running. Mother told us not to wander too far. 2 toddlers chased each other across the grass. Both had fair, porcelain skin and small, budding horns atop their heads. Hagoromo and Emerald Satsuki. Note. Hagoromo is the sage of 6 paths. Hamura is the younger brother. This clarification is included because the 2 names are easy to mix up. The author himself originally thought Hamura was the sage of 6 paths and Hagoromo was the one on the moon. See them, Gamamaru? Those are that woman's children. Manji stood beneath a canopy of leaves, watching the brothers play in silence. Master? I've got an idea, this is the perfect opportunity. We should kidnap those 2 and use them as leverage against that woman. Gamamaru's eyes gleamed with scheming ambition. Yeah, let's shelve that plan permanently. Manji sighed. No wonder the Sage of Six Paths ran circles around this toad in canon. Not exactly the sharpest kunai in the pouch. In the original story, Gamamaru foresaw the future and sought out the Sage of Six Paths, hoping to manipulate him into opposing Kagaya. The sage saw through the scheme immediately but, since he already opposed his mother's tyranny, he played along, learned sage arts, and turned against Kagaya on his own terms. Kagaya appeared before her sons with silent grace. "Hagoromo, Hamura, time to come home." Her voice was impossibly gentle. "Mama." The two boys latched onto her like a pair of clingy little cubs, arms wrapped tight around her neck, small heads nuzzling against her shoulders. "Mommy, last night you said Mr. Manji could summon talking toads and a monkey that turns into a staff. Is that really true?" Hagoromo clung to Kagaya's arm, round eyes sparkling with wonder, his tiny horns wobbling with every excited bounce. Amura nodded vigorously beside him, tugging at Kagaya's sleeve with soft pudgy fingers. "And the paper talisman that brings people back from the dead is Mr. Manji really that amazing?" Kagaya's steps faltered just barely. Her fingertips brushed through her children's soft hair, and the tenderness in her eyes shimmered like moonlight on still water, though somewhere in their depths, an unmistakable shadow of sorrow flickered past. Yes, Mr. Manji was the bravest, most remarkable person in the whole world. He once fought terrible monsters to protect this very land. He helped people who were in trouble. And he helped your mother, too. He was my greatest benefactor. Her voice was warm. Careful. Deliberate. She didn't mention the betrayal in the bamboo forest. She didn't mention the chakra fruit they'd fought over. She certainly didn't mention the all-killing ash bone she'd driven through his chest or the sleepless nights that followed. She shaped the story of Manji into something pure, an invincible hero, a legend preserved in the amber of time. As if by doing so, she could lighten the crushing weight of guilt that still pressed against her heart. The silhouette of mother and children slowly disappeared into the distance. "Master. Master. She really knows your name. And she made you sound like a superhero." Beneath the dappled tree shadows, Gamamaru leaped off Manji's shoulder, flailing his front legs with excitement. "Did you see that? Those two kids practically worship you." Manji stood motionless, his red and black robes lifting gently in the evening wind. He watched the direction Kagaya and her sons had vanished, his expression unreadable and deep. He understood perfectly well why Kagaya told stories about him. That guilt hidden beneath her tender smiles pricked at his awareness like a needle. Not quite pain. More like a quiet, exquisite irony. Once, they'd clashed in a bamboo forest, weapons drawn, lives on the line. And now he'd become the bedtime hero she used to lull her children to sleep. A hero, huh? She always did have a talent for storytelling. Manji murmured, so softly the wind nearly swallowed his words. A faint curve touched his lips, something between mockery and something far more complicated. Gamamaru tilted his head, confused. "Master, aren't you happy? She made you sound incredible." Manji slowly pulled his gaze back from the horizon and looked down at the bouncing little toad. The depth in his eyes gradually receded, replaced by a cold crystalline clarity. He reached out and ruffled Gamamaru's head. "Happy? No. I just realized this game of chess might be even easier to play than I thought." He recalled the awe in Hagoromo and Hamura's eyes at the mention of Manji. He recalled the careful tenderness and the buried guilt in Kagaya's voice as she told the story. That guilt was Kagaya's weakness. And the children's adoration of the hero Manji was the wedge he could drive home. Turning mother against sons never required swords or bloodshed. Sometimes, a glorified legend, a single name echoing through the years, was enough to plant a crack deep in the heart. And when the dark truth finally surfaced, beneath every beautiful story lay the real feast, a banquet of mutual betrayal. Kagaya betrayed Asiki. The emperor betrayed Kagaya. Kagaya betrayed Manji. Everyone stabbing everyone in the back, round and round. "Let's go, Gamamaru." Manji turned away. His figure blended seamlessly into the surrounding forest, his concealment technique flowing as naturally as breathing, as if he'd never been there at all. Gamamaru scrambled to keep up, bouncing along behind him, still chattering. "Master, so what do we do next? Should we sneak closer and listen to what story she tells?" Manji didn't look back. His stride never faltered. His voice drifted along the evening breeze, unhurried, deliberate, carrying the calm authority of a master strategist. "No need. All we have to do is wait. Wait for those children to grow up. Wait for their worship of Manji to become doubt about their mother's lies, and when that day comes, that's when we make our move." The evening wind swept across the lake, scattering the distant manor's lamplight into shimmering fragments on the water's surface. Manji's figure dissolved into the depths of the forest, leaving only the fading patter of Gamamaru's footsteps and a trail of innocent questions slowly swallowed by the gathering night. And back inside the manor. Kagaya sat at her children's bedside, gently patting their backs, beginning to tell the story she'd so carefully crafted, the tale of the brave and noble hero Manji. A dozen years, barely a ripple in the vast river of the Shinobi world's history, yet more than enough time for children to grow into young men. The two boys who once curled up in Kagaya's arms listening to bedtime stories now stood tall and lean, their once stubby horns having shed their childish softness in favor of the sharp, dignified bearing unique to the Otsutsuki bloodline. The bamboo forest looked much the same as it always had. Only time had carved its marks deeper. The emerald stalks grew taller and thicker, their interlocking canopy blocking out most of winter's bite. At the forest's heart, a grand temple stood in solemn silence. Blue-gray tiles, vermilion walls, upturned eaves, bronze bells hung beneath the roofline, chiming softly in the breeze, their crystalline notes cutting through the stillness. The temple's signboard bore 3 elegant characters. Temple of Manji, the brushwork powerful yet graceful, unmistakably in Kagaya's hand. Dozens of monks in grey robes swept the courtyard with careful, reverent movements, clearing fallen leaves and fresh snow, their motions slow and deliberate, as if afraid to disturb the sanctity of the place. Incense smoke curled lazily from the main hall, mingling with the bamboo's natural fragrance. The stone censer outside was packed with candles of varying heights, their accumulated ash a testament to years of faithful worship. Kagaya had built this place for Manji, deliberately choosing the very bamboo forest where the betrayal and sacrifice had taken place. Every year on this day, she brought Hagoromo and Homura here. Not for ceremony. Only for the guilt she could never quite lay to rest. Over the past decade, she had selectively lifted the infinite Tsukiyomi from portions of the population. Humans once again walked the earth, building lives and communities. But the divine tree still loomed at the world summit, and periodically, offerings were brought to its base, converted into white zetsu to feed Kagaya's growing army. She needed that army. Someday, the Otsutsuki clan would discover her treachery, and she intended to be ready. In time, 3 faiths emerged among the people. Worship of Kagaya, the creator goddess. Reverence for the divine tree and its eternal cycle of sacrifice. And devotion to the legendary hero Manji. Ordinary people knew nothing of Manji's true story, only that Kagaya herself had acknowledged him as a great warrior. And so they came, year after year, to pray for his protection. Hagoromo. Homura. Light the incense. Kagaya's voice remained cool and measured, though it carried a weight it hadn't possessed a decade ago. She stood at the hall's entrance, her gaze fixed on the painted portrait hanging at its center, her expression, a tangle of emotions too complex to name. Yes, mother. The brothers accepted candles from the attending monks, lit them with quiet reverence, bowed deeply before the portrait, and placed the incense in the censer. The painting was remarkably lifelike. A young man in simple robes, tall, poised, dark hair drifting lightly, fair skin, striking features with an air caught somewhere between quiet defiance and effortless calm. Manji. Exactly as he'd looked all those years ago. Hagoromo studied the portrait, and the questions that had been building for over a decade pressed harder than ever. In all the stories his mother had told, and there had been many, she had never once revealed what happened to Manji in the end. The hero simply vanished. As if he'd stepped out of existence mid-sentence. When the ceremony concluded, Kagaya departed without lingering, her figure quickly dissolving into the bamboo forest beyond. The brothers took their time, only speaking once they'd confirmed she was gone. Homura, I've always assumed Manji was just a character mother invented. Do you think he actually existed? Hagoromo's voice carried genuine uncertainty. Homura paused, glancing back at the temple half hidden among the bamboo, then at the portrait visible through the open doors. He has to be real. Mother is nothing if not pragmatic. If Manji were fiction, she'd never invest this much effort building an entire temple, maintaining it for years, having ordinary people worship him generation after generation. He paused, then added. Look at the scale of this place. The incense that never stops burning. If there wasn't a real person behind the legend, why would she bother? Fair point. Hagoromo nodded, though the puzzlement lingered. But I've asked plenty of the older villagers, none of them know any specifics about Manji. Someone that remarkable, and he left 0 traces. Mother still won't say what happened to him. Whether he's alive or dead. Maybe it was just too long ago. Homura gazed at the distant mountain range, his voice soft. We don't even know how long Mother has lived. Manji's story could belong to an era so ancient that even history failed to record it. The explanation was reasonable enough. Hagoromo's doubts eased slightly, and the two fell into comfortable silence as they walked side by side toward the lake they'd played at as children. Winter wind carried curtains of heavy snow, fat, feathery flakes drifting down in endless waves, painting the world in shades of white. The lake had frozen over, its surface reflecting the pale glow of surrounding snow. Every bush and branch along the shore lay buried under thick white blankets. Only bare, skeletal limbs reached toward the sky, the entire landscape rendered in the stark strokes of a monochrome ink painting. Snow reached past their ankles. Every step left deep prints, each one accompanied by a soft, crisp crunch that echoed with startling clarity in the silent world. Brother, look. Someone's fishing over there. Amura stopped abruptly, eyes brightening, his hand shooting out to point toward the lakeshore. Agoromo followed his gaze and there, amid the vast wide emptiness, a modest thatched hut had appeared by the water's edge. Its roof was buried under a thick dome of snow, looking for all the world like an oversized cotton ball. In front of the hut, a man sat on a flat stone, fishing rod in hand, perfectly still angling into the frozen lake. He wore a thin black and red robe. The hem fluttered gently in the biting wind, yet the man showed not the slightest sign of feeling the cold. Dark hair draped loosely across his shoulders, his complexion made all the paler by the snow's stark contrast. Strange, no one's ever lived here before. When did a hut appear? Agoromo frowned inwardly. This lakeshore had been their secret hideaway since childhood. After more than a decade away, this was an unexpected change. Come on, let's go say hello. Amura's curiosity won out and he started toward the shore first. Hagoromo followed close behind. The closer they drew, the clearer the man's features became. He sat in profile, clean, flowing lines defining his jaw and brow. Deep-set eyes. A faint, tranquil smile at the corner of his lips. He held a fishing rod with an easy grace, as though the howling blizzard existed in a different world entirely. The brothers exchanged a glance. Both saw it in the other's eyes, a strange, nagging sense of familiarity. As if they'd seen this face before, somewhere, but the memory refused to surface. Sir, fishing in a snowstorm. There's something almost poetic about it. Agoromo stepped forward with a respectful bow, admiration coloring his voice. Most people these days spent every waking moment on survival, farming, building, scraping by. Who had the luxury of braving a blizzard just to sit by a frozen lake with a fishing rod? Splash. At that very moment the rod dipped sharply. The man flicked his wrist, a flash of silver scales and a plump glistening fish arsed through the air onto the bank. Now that's lucky. Look at the size of it. Amura's eyes widened. A catch that large in the dead of winter was practically unheard of. The man turned to face them. His smile was warm, but his eyes seemed to gaze through something far deeper than the present moment. Perfect timing, you two. Care to join me for a bowl of fish soup? Agoromo and Hamura exchanged a delighted glance and nodded in unison. We'd be honored, thank you, sir. The interior of the thatched hut was bare, wooden table, a few rough chairs, dried firewood stacked in one corner, and a hearth burning bright and steady. The warmth inside stood in sharp, welcoming contrast to the frozen world beyond the door. The man cleaned the fish with practiced ease, placed it in a clay pot with spring water, sliced ginger, and a handful of herbs they didn't recognize and set it over the fire to simmer. Before long, the rich, intoxicating aroma of fish soup filled every corner of the small hut. The scent alone was enough to make their mouths water. When the pot was brought to the table and the lid lifted, a cloud of white steam billowed upward. The broth was milky and opaque, the fragrance of fresh fish mingled with a subtle, fruity sweetness that was absolutely irresistible. Oh, it smells incredible. Both brothers took up wooden spoons and sipped. The flavor erupted across their palates, rich, velvety, not a trace of fishiness, just the pure, delicate sweetness of the flesh and the deep, satisfying warmth of the broth. Heat spread down their throats and through their chests, chasing away every last trace of winter's chill. This is extraordinary. This fish soup is even better than what mother makes. Agoromo couldn't hold back his praise. Absolutely fresh fish soup on a day like this is perfect. Amura nodded vigorously, draining his bowl with an expression of pure bliss. Manji sat to the side, watching them with a quiet, knowing smile. His cooking skills hadn't come naturally, they'd been forged out of sheer necessity. Years on Mount Mamboku, faced with the toad's diet of insects and fungi masquerading as sage realm delicacies, had proven inedible. So he'd taken matters into his own hands. After a few years of practice, he'd become rather accomplished. When the meal was done and the fire had burned low, Manji rose to leave. Agoromo and Hamura stood quickly, bowing with clasped hands. Thank you for your hospitality, sir. Might we know your name? We'd like to repay you someday. Manji turned back, his gaze lingering on their faces for a long, quiet moment. No name worth mentioning. I'm just someone time forgot. A brief pause. Then his lips curved into something enigmatic, a smile that seemed to hold the weight of centuries. As for repayment, don't worry. We'll meet again. As his last words faded, his figure began to turn transparent, dissolving into the air itself, vanishing as if he'd never existed. Wait. Agoromo and Hamura's pupils contracted sharply, disbelief written across their faces. The ability to disappear into thin air like that, no ordinary person could do such a thing. Brother, look around us. Hamura activated his Byakugan, his voice laced with shock. Both brothers spun around and found that the thatched hut had vanished without a trace. The hearth, the clay pot, the wooden table, everything was gone. Nothing remained but endless white snow and the frozen lake, as though everything they'd just experienced had been an impossibly vivid dream. The bitter wind swept snowflakes across their faces, stinging cold against their skin. Hagoromo and Homura stood frozen in place, staring at each other, confusion and awe tangled together in their chests. Then, something clicked in Hagoromo's mind. His expression shifted. Homura, think about that man's face. Doesn't he look exactly like the portrait of Manji in the temple? Homura flinched, and the moment his brother said it, the resemblance became impossible to ignore. Could it be? No, that's impossible. Leaving the frozen lakeshore behind, Manji's figure reappeared on Mount Mamboku in the very next instant. Over the past decade plus, he devoted himself entirely to researching and refining sage arts. Along the way, almost as a hobby, he'd also recreated some techniques that wouldn't normally exist until future eras. Rasengan, Lightning Cutter, Kirin, various elemental release jutsu. Of course, these were just for fun. Manji had no intention of using any of them against Kagaya. His primary weapons would always be sage arts. He'd created and mastered an enormous repertoire of sage techniques. He'd even developed a ceiling-type sage art modeled after the Memjinmen Gate, specifically designed to counter the Ten Tails using the Shikatsu Forest's energy as a base. And yet, despite everything, his raw power seemed capped by some invisible ceiling, refusing to budge. The only way to grow stronger was through breadth, expanding his arsenal rather than his baseline power. A dozen years, for an immortal, passed in the blink of an eye. Literally one blink, and they were gone. But time had left its mark in other ways. Manji could feel himself becoming steadier, more patient, more composed with each passing year. His temperament had mellowed like fine wine. Mount Mamboku, Longevity Peak. Cloud and mist wreathed the summit, merging with the sky itself. This was the name Manji had given his dwelling. The moment he stepped through the cave entrance, a plump bouncing figure came hopping to greet him, Gamamaru, now a half-grown toad of considerable size. "Master, how are things out there?" Gamamaru asked with earnest respect. Manji settled into a stone chair at the central table, his fingertip brushing the surface, and a thread of sage chakra flowed into Mount Mamboku's crystal ball. Ethereal projections of Hagoromo and Homura materialized above the table, a replay of the lakeside encounter. Same as before. Those two children have grown up, their minds are maturing. The time has come. Manji's voice was calm and unhurried. Then his gaze sharpened as it fell on Gamamaru. "In a few days, follow my instructions. Find a way to approach them and reveal the truth about the divine tree. But remember, you must not tell them directly. Leave breadcrumbs. Guide them to investigate on their own. People only truly believe what they've seen with their own eyes and heard with their own ears, and only then will they develop a will to resist." Gamamaru's admiration surged. As expected of Master, every move calculated 3 steps ahead. "You can count on me, Master." The toad straightened up and thumped his chest with a front leg, brimming with confidence. He'd harbored his own grievances about Kagaya's reign for quite some time. If the divine tree continued draining the earth, Mount Mamboku would eventually be affected too. But the moment his declaration left his mouth, Gamamaru deflated. His round body curled inward, and he fidgeted with the look of someone who wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. "Gamamaru, you have something else on your mind." Nothing escaped Manji's notice. He read the toad like an open book. Gamamaru hesitated, then dropped to his knees with a heavy thud, pressing his head low, his voice turning grave. "Master, I had a dream. I dreamed that Kagaya and her 2 sons fought beneath the divine tree, a battle so devastating the entire world was being torn apart." "Oh?" Manji's eyebrow rose with genuine interest. He was well aware of Gamamaru's prophetic dream ability. It was one of the key reasons he'd insisted on contracting this seemingly ordinary little toad in the first place. In the original story, it was precisely Gamamaru's prophetic dreams that set the Sage of 6 Paths on the path to confronting Kagaya. And now, even with Manji's interference as a variable, history's inertia was still grinding forward along its predetermined tracks. "And that dream, was I anywhere in the picture?" Manji asked, genuinely curious. He was a transmigrator with knowledge of the general plot, but he wanted to know exactly what ripples his butterfly effect had created and what role he'd play in that fated battle. "No, Master. I replayed the dream in my head over and over from beginning to end. You were nowhere to be seen. It was as if you'd never been part of that fight at all." Gamamaru looked up, confusion plain on his face, and shook his head. "Is that so?" Manji's finger paused mid-tap. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, then settled back into calm. His future couldn't be predicted. Now that's interesting. He wasn't a native of this world to begin with. And he carried an immortality granted by the system, a constitution that existed outside the natural order. Perhaps that very uniqueness placed him beyond the reach of fate's gaze, making him an unpredictable variable in every sense. "That works just fine." A faint smile curved Manji's lips, his eyes deep and unreadable. Being watched by destiny had never sat well with him. An unknown future was far more worth exploring. Several days later. The small village plunged into sudden panic. The river they depended on for survival had inexplicably dried up. The riverbed lay exposed, cracked earth and dust, leaving the villagers scrambling for water, facing an imminent crisis. Word reached Hagoromo and Hamura quickly. Over the years, at their mother's direction, the brothers had regularly patrolled the land and assisted ordinary people with their problems. Their reputation among the populace had grown immense. They raced to the scene and swiftly found the source upstream. A massive boulder the size of a small hill sat wedged across the river channel, damming the flow completely. The boulder blocking the river. Amura frowned, his Byakugan flaring to life as he scanned the obstruction. This doesn't look like a natural rock slide. Hagoromo had noticed the irregularity too. Without wasting words, he raised one hand, concentrated lightning release chakra, crackling to life in his palm. Boom. The blinding flash and the boulder was blown to powder, fragments scattering in every direction. At that exact moment a round, plump figure bounded out from the nearby tree line and landed squarely in front of them. Amamaru. You two must be Hagoromo and Hamura, right? Allow me to introduce myself, my name is Gamamaru. The toad's voice carried a deliberately measured gravitas, a far cry from the eager puppy-like demeanor he showed around Manji. Both brothers jolted in surprise, disbelief flashing across their faces. Amura instinctively activated his Byakugan, probing the toad's nature but sensed only a pure, unfamiliar chakra signature. No hostility whatsoever. Sage energy, of course, but Hamura had no frame of reference for it. You can talk. Hagoromo blurted out in astonishment. Amamaru ignored the question. He waved a front leg with an air of practiced mystery. The two of you follow me. There's something you need to see. And with that, he turned and bounced into the depths of the forest. Hagoromo and Hamura exchanged a glance, every instinct telling them this enigmatic toad was far more than he appeared. Without hesitation, they followed. Amamaru moved with startling speed, weaving nimbly through the trees. The brothers kept pace, and before long they emerged at the summit of a towering peak. The view from the top was breathtaking. In the distance the divine tree pierced the sky, its trunk impossibly thick, its canopy sprawling endlessly, radiating a tidal wave of chakra so immense it felt as though the tree alone was holding up the world. Do you know what that is? Amamaru stopped at the cliff's edge, raised a front leg toward the distant divine tree, and asked in a calm, measured tone. Hagoromo and Hamura exchanged a glance. Of course. That's the divine tree, a sacred relic under Mother's protection. The source that nourishes this land. Hagoromo answered first. This was what their mother had taught them since childhood. The divine tree was holy and inviolable. The source that nourishes this land. Amamaru let out a derisive snort, his voice dripping with undisguised sarcasm. Have you ever actually seen the divine tree up close? Has your mother ever let you go near it? No. She hasn't. Both brothers' expressions shifted. It was true, since they were small, Kagaya had strictly forbidden them from approaching the divine tree. Even her own sons were only permitted to observe it from a distance. Nourishes, you say? Then look at what the land around the divine tree actually looks like. Amamaru pointed. Hagoromo and Hamura followed his gesture and their faces darkened instantly. The area surrounding the divine tree was nothing like the lush paradise they'd imagined. Instead, a wasteland. A barren, cracked expanse of dead earth. Not a blade of grass in sight. The air itself felt lifeless, saturated with a suffocating stillness that stood in jarring contrast to the overwhelming chakra pulsing from the tree. It didn't belong. None of it fit together. The truth is, this tree isn't nourishing the earth. It's been draining it. Every last drop of energy. Every trace of life. Continuously. Endlessly. Amamaru's voice turned sharp and grave. Hagoromo's brow furrowed deeply, his eyes clouded with confusion and something dangerously close to doubt. He stared at the desolation surrounding the divine tree, then thought back to everything his mother had done over the years. The offerings that were periodically sent to the tree's base. Hamura said nothing. His silence spoke volumes. Whether it's true or not, go see for yourselves. Amamaru offered nothing more. Just that single sentence. His form blurred, vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving the brothers alone atop the peak, gazing at the distant divine tree, their expressions tangled with conflict. Cold wind swept across the summit, kicking up dust. Neither spoke for a long time. The doubt gnawing at Hagoromo's heart grew deeper with every passing second. He wanted to go to investigate the divine tree with his own eyes and uncover the truth. But the memory of his mother's stern warnings held him back. Her immense power. Her absolute authority branded into their minds since birth, a force they'd never dared to defy. Brother, should we go look? Amura's voice carried a tentative edge. He wanted the truth just as badly, but the fear of their mother's wrath was equally real. Hagoromo drew a long breath. In the end he shook his head, conflict still burning in his eyes. No. Mother has her reasons for keeping us away. Maybe that toad wasn't telling us the whole truth either. We can't question Mother based on the words of one stranger. Amura nodded and buried his curiosity alongside his brother's. Though the doubts hadn't dissipated, not even close, their mother's authority still won out. For now, they retreated. But a seed of suspicion, once planted, could never be unplanted. With time it would put down roots, sprout, and grow into something that could never be ignored. A few days later the next scheduled sacrifice arrived. The long orderly procession crept slowly toward the divine tree. The humans in the queue wore blank, resigned expressions as though they'd long since accepted this as their inescapable fate. Hagoromo and Hamura stood on a nearby rise, watching in heavy silence. The air between them was thick with tension. For days, Gamamaru's words had lodged in their minds like a thorn, impossible to remove, impossible to ignore. The barren wasteland surrounding the divine tree kept flashing through their thoughts, clashing violently with their mother's claim that the tree nourished the land. Their gazes drifted, settling on the sacrificial procession, then flickering to the towering divine tree, back and forth, doubt coiling tighter and tighter inside them like strangling vines. Yet their reverence for their mother held firm, shackling every impulse. 1,000 words piled up in their throats and not a single one made it past their lips. "Brother, look." Amura's voice faltered. His eyes locked onto something in the procession, and his face went pale. Hagoromo's heart plummeted. He followed his brother's gaze and the blood drained from his face. "Haori?" "What?" Near the middle of the procession a slender figure stood out like a knife wound in the crowd. A young woman in simple, undyed cloth. Gentle features. Hair pinned up in a modest twist. It was unmistakably Haori, the human girl Hagoromo had secretly loved for years, a feeling he'd never once spoken aloud. Why was she in the sacrificial line? Hagoromo's mind went white. The shock and desperation that surged through him obliterated every trace of hesitation and deference in an instant. "Haori. Haori." She stopped. Turned slowly. Seeing Hagoromo sprinting toward her with Hamura close behind, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, then faded back into quiet acceptance. "Hagoromo? Hamura? What are you doing here?" Her voice was calm. Too calm. "Why are you in the sacrificial procession? Who chose you? Get out of there now. You can't go through with this." Hagoromo skidded to a halt in front of her, his eyes wild with panic and defiance. He reached for her hand to pull her out of the line, but she gently stepped aside. "Hagoromo." Haori looked at his frantic face, and a small bittersweet smile touched her lips. Her voice was soft but unwavering. "I received the summons. This is my fate, to offer myself to the divine tree." Her tone was terrifyingly serene. As if she were describing something happening to someone else entirely. As if the death marching toward her was nothing more than an ordinary goodbye. "Fate? What fate? This isn't fate, this is wrong. This is a rule Mother created and the rule is broken." Hagoromo's voice cracked with emotion. His clenched fists trembled at his sides. "You're her son. You wouldn't understand." Haori shook her head gently. She didn't know the truth about the divine tree. She'd never even considered defying Kagaya's decrees. In her eyes, Kagaya was the creator goddess, the supreme ruler of this world. And the edicts of a god were simply the destiny mortals were born to obey. Lady Kagaya established this order. We were born into it. There's no fighting it. She looked at Hagoromo, and for just a moment a shadow of longing passed through her eyes. "Meeting you made me happy, Hagoromo." With those words, she reached behind her neck and unclasped a necklace, a string of Magatama beads, hand-carved from mountain jade. Simple. Beautiful. The most precious thing she owned. She rose on her toes and gently placed the necklace around Hagoromo's neck. "Don't forget me, Hagoromo." Her voice was barely a whisper, light as a passing breeze. Then she turned away. Stepped back into the procession. Her stride was steady and sure as she walked toward the divine tree, and she never looked back. That slender figure grew smaller and smaller until it blended into the long line of the condemned and could no longer be distinguished from the rest. "Haori." Hagoromo stood paralyzed. The Magatama necklace hung around his throat like a millstone, crushing the air from his lungs. He watched her disappear and something inside him cracked. His fists clenched so hard his knuckles turned bone white. His nails bit into his palms until blood seeped between his fingers. He didn't even notice. "Master. Master. Just as you predicted, that girl Hagoromo was in love with. She was sacrificed." He's about to snap. Amamaru delivered his report with breathless urgency. I figured as much." Manji's expression didn't even flicker. Completely unsurprised. Just as he'd expected, women truly were a man's undoing. Hagoromo had been too afraid of his mother's punishment to act on his suspicions. But the moment the girl he loved was marched to the altar, all that obedience shattered like glass. "Good. From here on we wait for them to come to us. Gamamaru, go to the outside world and stand by. Guide them in when they're ready." Manji spoke with his hands clasped behind his back, calm as still water. "Yes, master." Amamaru bowed immediately, marveling once again at his teacher's seemingly prophetic abilities. Truly the bearing of a living sage. Deep into the night. Haori, hang on. I'm coming for you. Two figures streaked through the darkness. Hagoromo's fists were clenched so tight his nails nearly broke skin. Only one thought drove him forward: save Haori, no matter the cost. At the base of the divine tree, colossal roots twisted and knotted together, forming yawning, shadowed openings like gateways descending into hell. Wait, brother. Amura stopped first, drawing a sharp breath. Veins bulged around his temples as his Byakugan activated at full power. Pale blue chakra circulated through his eyes, piercing through layers of darkness and tangled roots, reaching deep underground. The next instant Hamura's face went to Shen. His pupils shrank to pinpoints. Those are people. Their bodies. He lunged forward, sprinting toward the nearest opening like a man possessed. Hagoromo's heart slammed against his ribs. He charged in after his brother. What greeted them below defied comprehension. An enormous subterranean cavern stretched endlessly in every direction. Countless tendrils extended downward from the divine tree's root system, grasping, coiling, greedily wrapping around row upon row of cocoon-like pods. Each one was sheathed in green leaf-like tissue, stacked in suffocating endless rows, human silhouettes, faintly visible through the translucent membrane. Brother, open them. Hurry. Amura's voice cracked with desperation. On it. Fury and fear blazed in Hagoromo's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched a wind release technique. Invisible blades of air screamed through the cavern, slicing through cocoon after cocoon. Rip. Rip. Hagoromo's gaze locked onto each one as it split open, his heart hammering caught between hope and dread. And then one of the cocoons tore apart and a familiar figure tumbled free. Her simple cloth dress was soaked through with slime, shredded beyond recognition. That gentle, delicate face was drained of all color. Eyes closed. No breath. Haori. Haori. Hagoromo screamed her name and threw himself forward, gathering her cold body into his arms. His trembling fingers reached toward her lips, searching for breath and found only silence. Haori. Wake up, please. I'm here. I came to save you. You can't be dead. His voice splintered into fragments, hoarse, broken, laced with the wail of a man being torn apart from the inside. He shook her, clutched her, called her name again and again. But the girl in his arms remained perfectly still. Eyes closed. A faint ghostly smile resting on her lips, almost peaceful, as if she'd finally been released from something heavy. No matter how loudly he screamed, she never answered. Brother. Amura knelt beside him, forcing the words through a throat that barely worked. Haori, she's gone. No. That's not possible. Hagoromo crushed her body against his chest as if he could meld her into his own bones and blood, as if holding her tightly enough could bring back what was already lost. But the warmth kept fading. Her limbs grew stiff. Those gentle eyes, that soft smile, they would exist only in memory from this moment on. Grief crashed over him like a tidal wave, drowning every shred of reason, smashing through every wall he'd ever built. Something inside Hagoromo broke, and what rushed in to fill the void was agony beyond description and a rage that could burn the world. He thought of Haori's peaceful acceptance of her fate. He thought of the Magatama necklace she'd placed around his neck. He thought of his mother's lies. The divine tree's insatiable hunger. The dead earth. The wasteland. Hagoromo Otsutsuki pressed his lips into a razor-thin line. Silent. Every trace of warmth drained from his eyes, replaced by glacial cold and seething, incandescent fury. That towering divine tree, his mother's sacred, untouchable relic, was nothing more than a monster gorging itself on human lives. Those rules were nothing but chains his mother had forged to feed her own desires. Amamaru's words echoed again. The desolation around the divine tree flashed before his eyes. Haori's tender, hopeless smile refused to fade. Every doubt. Every fear. Every shred of reverence, it all collapsed in a single catastrophic instant. Aya. The gut-wrenching howl erupted from Hagoromo's throat. The tidal force of emotion ripped through his body, and an unprecedented power surged from the depths of his eyes. His eyes blazed red. Black Tomo spun violently in his pupils, condensing, crystallizing until three fully formed Magatama hung suspended in fields of crimson. The Sharingan. 3 Tomo Sharingan, blazing with an eerie scarlet glow that illuminated Hagoromo's grief-stricken face and cast its light across the countless cold corpses that surrounded them. In this moment, the gentle warmth that had once defined him was gone, extinguished entirely. All that remained was boundless sorrow, volcanic rage, and the flame of vengeance. Brother, your eyes. Amura stared at the crimson wheels spinning in his brother's gaze, too shocked to form words. He had never seen eyes like these. He had never felt an aura this terrifying radiating from his brother. By the time dawn broke, a pale sliver of light creeping across the horizon. The brothers had been moving through the night without rest. Their feet were slick with morning dew as they raced toward the mountain peak where they'd first met Gamamaru. The horror beneath the divine tree. Haori's lifeless body. The alien terrifying power of the Sharingan now burning in Hagoromo's eyes. And their mother's years of deception. Every thread knotted together in their minds an unbearable tangle that demanded answers. Amamaru. Where are you? I need you. Hagoromo's voice echoed across the empty mountain valley hoarse from a sleepless night. The words had barely faded when a burst of smoke erupted before them and Gamamaru's round figure bounced into view. The toad wore his usual air of mysterious composure. No need to shout. I've been waiting here for quite some time. Hagoromo frowned sharply. How did you know I'd come? Because my master told me so. My master is all-knowing and all-seeing. He predicted you'd come find me long before you even thought of it yourself. Amamaru puffed out his chest, practically glowing with pride. Your master? Who is he? Hagoromo pressed, his curiosity ignited. Amamaru's lips curled into a cryptic smile. Come, I'll take you to him. In fact, you should already know who he is. You might have even met him. He paused, studying their stunned expressions, and added. After all, you two grew up listening to stories about my master. Grew up listening to? Both brothers froze, then the color drained from their faces as a single name exploded simultaneously in their minds. Manji. Their mother's lifelong hero tales. The portrait in the temple they visited every year. And that mysterious man by the frozen lake fishing in the snow, vanishing into thin air. Every piece of the puzzle snapped into place at once. Could the man we met that day, the fisherman, actually be the Manji from Mother's stories? Hagoromo's pupils contracted. The words fell from his lips in a stunned whisper. Could it really be? Amura's entire body trembled, disbelief flooding his features. That man's face had been virtually identical to the portrait in the temple, only tempered by an air of quiet depth and composure that came from unfathomable years of experience. The figure their mother had enshrined as a hero. The man whose memory inspired enough guilt to build an entire temple. He was real and they'd already shared a bowl of fish soup with him. Amamaru watched their shell-shocked reactions and couldn't suppress a grin. He waved a front leg. Follow me. The brothers swallowed their tidal wave of emotions and fell in behind the toad. At a hidden spring, the two brothers and one toad slipped beneath the surface. The deeper they went, the more the atmosphere shifted. The air hummed with an energy utterly unlike anything they'd encountered, pure, vast, and overwhelmingly potent. Nothing like conventional chakra. It was warm yet powerful, carrying the unmistakable essence of nature itself. This energy, it's unlike anything I've ever felt. Amura couldn't help but speak. His Byakugan activated instinctively, but the energy saturating this place was so dense and primal that conventional chakra sensing couldn't begin to measure it. Hagoromo nodded in agreement. His Sharingan turned slowly, and through those crimson eyes, he could see countless tiny motes of light drifting through the air, the physical manifestation of this extraordinary energy. This is the Senjutsu chakra unique to Mount Mamboku, the oldest and purest form of energy in existence. Amamaru smiled, his voice carrying an unmistakable note of pride. They passed through layers of mist and cloud and a magnificent hall emerged before them. Constructed from enormous slabs of ancient stone, every surface was carved with old toad script that glowed faintly gold. The ceiling was a living canopy of intertwined vines, merging seamlessly with the surrounding mountainside as if the structure had grown naturally from the earth itself. This was the Grand Toad Hall of Mount Mamboku, the seat of its ages. Though officially, White Brow had stepped into an advisory role. The true master of Mount Mamboku was Manji. Amamaru entered first. Master, I've brought them. He called out into the hall with deep respect. Hagoromo and Homura followed close behind, and the moment they crossed the threshold, the sight before them stopped them cold. The hall was vast and solemn. At its center, upon an elevated stone platform, sat a solitary figure. Black and red robes. Dark hair falling casually past his shoulders. Strikingly handsome features, unmistakable, unforgettable. A mysterious fisherman from that snowy day. Manji raised his gaze slowly, his eyes settling on the brothers, warm, yet carrying a depth that suggested he could see straight through them. His voice, identical to the one from that winter afternoon, filled the hall. You made it. That familiar voice. That familiar face. The last of their psychological defenses crumbled on the spot. Hagoromo's pupils dilated violently. He stumbled half a step backward, his chest flooded with an almost unbearable wave of shock. The hero from his childhood stories. The idol enshrined in the temple they visited every year. Standing before him, flesh and blood real as the stone beneath his feet. It's you. Hagoromo's voice came out tight, nearly trembling. He bowed instinctively, every word heavy with reverence. Amura stood frozen beside him, speechless, staring at Manji on the platform. Neither of them had ever imagined that the legends woven through their entire childhood, their mother's beautiful bedtime tales, were based on a real person. And that person was sitting right in front of them. The collision between myth and reality was almost too much to process. An overwhelming sense of unreality hung over both brothers. "I told you we'd meet again." Manji watched their shell-shocked faces and allowed a small quiet smile. The word struck like a thunderclap, jolting both brothers from their daze. They drew deep breaths, fighting to steady themselves. Hagoromo bowed again, his voice measured despite the tremor underneath. "Sage, how should we address you?" "Sage is fine." Manji's reply was simple and unadorned. "Sage." Hagoromo lifted his head, eyes burning with urgency and desperate appeal. "If you knew we'd come, then you must also know why we're here. You're the one who knows the whole truth. Please tell us. What has our mother been hiding? What is the real purpose of the divine tree?" The questions poured out in a torrent, carrying the weight of every doubt, every sleepless night, every grief that had been building inside him. Amura's eyes were fixed on Manji as well, silently pleading. He needed the truth just as desperately. "Easy now." Manji raised one hand and a crystal ball materialized in his palm, glowing with soft, ethereal light. As his chakra flowed into the sphere, vivid images began to take shape within. "See for yourselves." His voice carried the quiet weight of someone who had lived far too long. Inside the crystal ball, scenes unfolded like a living scroll. First, two figures in alien garments descended upon the shinobi world. Kaguya and Isiki. The image shifted. Kaguya, her face clouded with despair, confiding in Manji, telling him she was about to be sacrificed to the divine tree. Defiance and desperation burning in her eyes. She made him a promise. Help her escape Isiki's control and claim the divine tree's fruit. The young Manji, warm smile, open heart, agreed. Another shift. Before the 10 tails, Manji and Isiki locked in ferocious combat. Manji fighting alongside Kaguya. Together, they succeeded in offering Isiki as the sacrifice. And then, in the very moment of triumph. As Manji turned around, Kaguya's eyes flashed with cold resolve. An all-killing ash bone shot from her hand and pierced straight through Manji's chest. Hagoromo and Hamura watched this scene unfold and their faces went white. They had never imagined their mother capable of such treachery. The images continued. Kaguya devouring the divine tree's fruit. Gaining her godlike power. Then the infinite Tsukiyomi. Long ago, your mother was an outsider, an alien who came to this planet with her partner, Isiki. According to their clan's tradition, she was the one designated for sacrifice. She refused to accept that fate, so she found me. She promised me the divine tree's fruit in exchange for my help. I believed she was a woman who yearned for freedom, someone with a good heart. So I agreed. I never expected her to betray me for power. Manji's voice flowed evenly as he narrated the truth behind each image. He paused, his gaze settling on the brothers. I should have died that day. It was only through Mount Mamboku's sage arts that I managed to survive. As for your mother's endless cycle of human sacrifices, it was never about nourishing the land. She's been creating white Zetsu, mindless, obedient soldiers. Because she's afraid. Afraid that her clansmen will eventually find this world and punish her for her betrayal and her seizure of the fruit. Every person sacrificed to the divine tree is converted into a white Zetsu, a puppet without consciousness, existing only to serve as cannon fodder in the war she believes is coming. Manji deliberately concealed the truth about his system-granted immortality. He attributed his survival entirely to sage arts fitting for a sage and avoiding unnecessary complications. The crystal ball's glow faded. The grand hall plunged into a suffocating silence. Hagoromo and Hamura stood motionless, faces drained of blood, bodies rigid with cold. Their mother's betrayal. The truth behind the sacrifices. The secret of the white Zetsu. Everything. So that's what it was. All those beautiful stories mother told us were nothing more than a cover for stabbing you in the back. The truth was this dark all along. Hagoromo's fists clenched so hard they shook. The Magatama necklace against his chest turned ice cold once more. He thought of Haori's gentle smile. The frozen corpses beneath the divine tree. His mother's years of lies. The 3 Tomo Sharingan in his eyes blazed with intensified crimson, grief and fury crashing over him in a second devastating wave. Mother. Amura's Byakugan locked onto the spot where the crystal ball had been, his face etched with devastation and pain. The mother he had always revered was someone willing to sacrifice countless innocent lives for her own survival. And yet, even through the heartbreak, Hamura felt a thread of sympathy. Because his mother, too, had been betrayed. Atop the platform, Manji watched the brothers in silence. He was reading their reactions. Studying them. Just as he'd expected, Hagoromo, the future sage of 6 paths, carried the harder edge. His resolve ran colder. While Hamura, ancestor of the Otsutsuki branch on the moon, was more nuanced, more empathetic. He could understand that his mother had once believed in love. In terms of filial devotion, Hamura had the edge. In terms of selfless conviction for the greater good, Hagoromo won by a mile. And for Manji's purposes, Hagoromo was the more useful piece on the board. My own grievance with your mother is a small matter. What truly matters right now is saving this world and putting a stop to everything she's doing." Manji spoke with quiet gravity, positioning himself firmly atop the moral high ground. His words spoke of saving the world. But deep down Manji wanted payback for Kagaya's betrayal. As the saying goes, cut off someone's fortune and you might as well have killed their parents. Kagaya hadn't just cut off his fortune, she'd stolen the opportunity of a lifetime right out of his hands. Worse, Manji had been tricked. He'd risked his life fighting Isiki on her behalf. And she'd repaid him with an ash bone through the chest. Manji was a patient man, but even patience had its limits. If he just shrugged it off and chose not to settle the score, that would be the truly stupid move. Ugh, clearly I haven't trained enough inner peace yet. Give me another few hundred years and maybe this won't bother me anymore. Manji caught himself slipping and sighed internally. A few more centuries and the sting would probably fade. Which raised a question he'd always had in all those novels about ancient monsters who'd lived for millennia: why did they still fly into rages at the drop of a hat? He'd barely lived a fraction of that and he was already trending toward Buddhist-level detachment. So don't get angry. Every illness in the world starts with anger. Stay positive and you'll live longer. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. The suffocating silence in the grand hall was broken by Hagoromo's ragged breathing. His clenched fists had gone bone white and his 3 Tomo Sharingan quivered violently in their sockets. He looked up at Manji, his gaze shaking, yet hardened with resolve. "Sage, what do we need to do?" "Your mother Kagaya, she's beyond saving." Manji rose slowly, his black and red robe sweeping the stone floor with a soft whisper. "The road ahead is nothing short of suicidal. Kagaya possesses the power of the divine tree's fruit. She is functionally immortal. With your current Sharingan and Byakugan alone, you couldn't even breach her defenses." Manji walked down to stand before them, his gaze sweeping across their eyes, his voice steady as bedrock. "I wish to become your disciple, sage. Please teach me." Hagoromo Otsutsuki spoke, then dropped to one knee without hesitation. "Brother?" Amura's shocked exclamation rang through the hall. He looked up at Manji on the platform, then back at his brother's kneeling form, his voice carrying an almost imperceptible tremor. "Do you understand what this means? We'd be going against mother." Amura's fingers clenched until his knuckles went white. From Manji's account, his mother, controlled by Isiki, nearly sacrificed, devastated by the emperor's betrayal, Himura still felt a stubborn thread of sympathy for her. But the crystal ball had shown him something else entirely. His mother's cold-blooded betrayal of Manji. The mountains of corpses beneath the divine tree. Haori's ashen, lifeless face. Each image was a blade slicing through his compassion, one cut at a time. She may have had her reasons, but does betraying the sage and slaughtering innocents deserve forgiveness? Hagoromo's voice was iron. "You're right." Amura murmured, his words soaked in anguish, eyes drifting between his brother and the empty air, searching desperately for an answer that could reconcile everything. "Amura. We're past the point of indecision." Hagoromo's head snapped up, his Sharingan flaring with searing crimson intensity. "Think about Haori." His hand shot to his neck, gripping the Magatama necklace until his knuckles turned white. The one Haori had placed around his neck with her own hands. Now nothing more than the sharpest reminder of what he'd lost. "Have you forgotten how she died? She was an ordinary girl, she never hurt anyone and mother turned her into a sacrifice. Wrapped her up in that cold cocoon like she was nothing. Mother's entire empire is built on a mountain of corpses. Do you think those people who were sacrificed had no families? No one who loved them? If this continues, the entire Shinobi world becomes a living hell, every life reduced to a chess piece in mother's war against her own clan. A mother like that, what is there left to cling to?" Hagoromo surged to his feet, wheeling around to face his brother head on. His voice shook the hall. "But she's our mother. We should at least try talking to her first, maybe she'll change her mind." Amura's last desperate defense, as fragments of his mother's rare moments of tenderness flickered through his mind. From his elevated seat, Manji watched the brothers in continued silence, quietly cataloging everything he observed. No wonder Himura eventually chose to follow Kagaya to the moon. Even while siding with his brother against her, Himura's heart still belonged to his mother. Manji's gaze settled on the younger brother. "This is where I step in. The bond between parent and child, that's the hardest tie in the world to sever. Kagaya was betrayed. She suffered. And perhaps that's what drove her down this path. But suffering can explain a choice, it can never excuse the slaughter of innocents or the betrayal of those who trusted her." Manji paused, his eyes moving from Hagoromo's white-knuckled grip on the necklace back to Himura's conflicted face. "Your desire to speak with her, that comes from love, and that impulse is admirable. But understand this. Some roads, once taken, cannot be walked back. Some sins, once committed, cannot be undone. Her heart has been consumed by fear and self-interest. Negotiation will only cost more innocent lives. Manji's words fell with measured, deliberate weight. Hagoromo dropped to one knee again, head bowed even lower than before. The sage speaks truth. My mind is made up, no matter the cost, I will stop mother. I beg you accept me as your disciple and grant me the power to fight her. Manji looked down at Hagoromo. Honestly, his original plan had never been to take the future sage of six paths as a student. He'd only intended to use the brothers as instruments of revenge against Kagaya. But since the sage of six paths had come to him, well, I'm not going to say no. Amura remained standing, his expression shifting through a dozen different emotions. Manji regarded Hagoromo's unwavering resolve, then turned to Hamura's torn features and gave a slow, measured nod. He raised one hand and a gentle stream of Senjutsu chakra materialized as a ribbon of light, settling softly across Hagoromo's shoulders. I accept you as my disciple. I will teach you the sage arts of Mount Mamboku and the shinobi techniques needed to stand against Kagaya. But Hamura, I won't force your hand. You may choose to train alongside your brother, or you may choose to go to Kagaya. The choice is yours alone. I will only warn you of this. When you stand before her again, the person you find may no longer be the mother who showed you occasional warmth. What you'll face is a tyrant consumed entirely by power and fear. Manji let out a quiet, weighted sigh. Hagoromo's eyes erupted with fierce, blazing joy. He pressed his forehead to the cold stone floor with a resounding crack. Your disciple Hagoromo greets his master. His brow struck the rock hard enough to echo through the hall. Amura stood frozen, his gaze moving between his kneeling brother and the calm, inscrutable figure above. The scales inside him weighed between love and justice began, at last, to tip. Then, Hamura Otsutsuki made a compromise. Sage, I'll return to mother first. I want to speak with her. If she refuses to change her ways, I will come back. He offered a respectful bow, his voice steady despite the storm behind his eyes. Manji nodded and offered a single quiet caution. Be careful. Amamaru, see Hamura out. Manji gave a subtle nod. On it. Amamaru hopped forward, waving his stubby front legs as he led Hamura through the grand hall, past Mount Mamboku's clouds and dense forests, and finally through the water passage back to the outside world. Hamura, you're passing up the opportunity of a lifetime here. My master's abilities are beyond anything you can imagine. If you don't learn now, you'll regret it later. Amamaru grumbled the entire way. I know. Let me think about it. But Hamura had no appetite for power right now. All he wanted was to talk to his mother. To convince her to stop. He walked the return journey alone, heart heavy as lead caught between the words he hadn't yet spoken and Manji's warning echoing in his mind. She's been consumed by fear. His thoughts churned. His pace quickened unconsciously. By the time he reached Kagaya's estate, the entire compound was engulfed in an oppressive, deathly silence. The servants and attendants who normally bustled about had gone still as statues, heads bowed, barely breathing. A suffocating pressure hung in the air, the kind that preceded storms. The moment Hamura stepped through the gates, a chill shot through his entire body. He strode quickly into the main hall. And found Kagaya seated on her throne. Silver white hair cascading over her shoulders. Chakra compressed to a razor's edge around her body, turning the very air in the chamber brittle and cold. Her expression was dark as spilled ink. Not a trace of warmth in her eyes. Her fingers were clamped around the armrests of her throne with white-knuckled force. She'd clearly been waiting like this for some time. Mother. Amura's voice carried an almost imperceptible tremble. He'd barely gotten the word out before Kagaya's ice-cold interrogation cut him off. Amura, where is Hagoromo? Did you go see the divine tree? Her voice betrayed no emotion whatsoever, flat to the point of being unsettling. But the crushing weight of authority compressed into those words made Hamura's lungs seize. He understood immediately. She already knew. Beneath that placid surface volcanic fury was about to erupt. Hamura steeled himself, forced down the rising panic and stepped forward. Mother, I know everything now. The truth about the divine tree. The people being sacrificed. I came because I want to tell you it's not too late to turn back. His words were obliterated by a thunderous roar. Silence. Kagaya slammed her palm against the throne and surged to her feet. Her chakra detonated outward, a freezing shockwave that tore through the entire hall. Her eyes blazed open, the Byakugan unleashing its full terrible radiance. The force of her ninjutsu crashed down on Hamura like invisible chains, absolute and inescapable. Hamura felt a crushing power invade his body. Every muscle locked rigid. He couldn't even raise a finger. Chakra raged through his meridians and was instantly, brutally suppressed. He had no means to resist. His own Byakugan activated on instinct, attempting to deflect, but against Kagaya's eyes, it was a candle held up to the sun. Utterly overwhelmed. Don't bother trying to counter with your Byakugan. Mine is leagues beyond yours. Kagaya's voice was a low, seething growl. Amura's body stood frozen in place, jaw locked, tongue paralyzed, his eyes swirling with disbelief and anguish. His mother hadn't even given him a chance to explain. She'd used her ninjutsu to seize control of him without a moment's hesitation. Meanwhile, Manji personally instructed Hagoromo in the sage arts of Mount Mamboku. Hagoromo's talent was extraordinary, he absorbed and mastered the techniques at a remarkable pace. Manji was mildly surprised but satisfied overall. Not quite as fast as himself, but then, Hagoromo's ceiling was incomparably higher. Hagoromo's potential reached 6th past tier. Manji's was permanently capped. The silver lining. Manji was immortal. Hagoromo would eventually grow old and die. After living as long as he had, Manji's perspective on many things had shifted. But one conviction had never wavered. Survival is victory. No matter how powerful someone was, once they were dead, they were done. Only the living got to decide what happened next. And Manji, he was the one who would always be alive. Over the following days, Hagoromo trained relentlessly on Longevity Peak, and by the end, he had fully mastered sage arts and learned to wield them with precision. At that point, Manji calculated the timing and knew that Hamura had likely already been subdued by Kagaya. Time to prepare for the confrontation with Kagaya. The thought settled in his mind like cold steel. Hagoromo. Manji called out. Hagoromo leaped down from the mountain peak in an instant. Master, you called. He spoke with deep respect. These past days, Manji hadn't only taught him sage arts, he'd imparted philosophy, perspective, and wisdom that had broadened Hagoromo's understanding of the world enormously. On top of that, Hagoromo had always carried a certain awe toward Manji. After all, he'd grown up hearing his mother's tales of the hero Manji, the stories that lulled him to sleep as a child. He'd visited Manji's temple every year. Now, meeting the man in the flesh, that childhood reverence had only intensified. The time has come. You need to head back. And I suspect Hamura has already been captured by your mother. Be careful. Manji's voice was measured and deliberate. What? Hamura's been. Master, what do we do? Hagoromo's face went taut with alarm, worry surging through him. Manji waved him calm, his tone firm. Adults keep their composure. Your mother won't kill Hamura, she'll control him, at worst. Take this. From inside his robes, Manji produced a single talisman. This is a Toad Sage talisman, it has the power to bring someone back from the brink of death. Hagoromo's eyes went wide with recognition. He knew about this from the stories. His mother had always said Manji possessed two legendary artifacts, a white monkey that could transform into a staff and a talisman capable of resurrection. Thank you, master. Hagoromo received the talisman like it was the most precious thing in the world, tucking it carefully into his robes. Amamaru grinned from the side. Lucky break, kid. This thing is seriously powerful. In all of Mount Mamboku, only Lord Whitebrow and my master possess these. Put it this way, if the god of death himself decreed you'd die at midnight, slap this talisman on, and you'd come back to life just to punch death in the face. Amamaru cackled at his own joke. Manji said nothing, but the toad wasn't wrong. He couldn't guarantee it would work against an all-killing ash bone. But for standard lethal injuries. Absolutely effective. In the original story, Hagoromo had punched straight through Hamura's heart and the Toad Sage talisman had dragged him back from certain death without breaking a sweat. I'm heading out. Hagoromo bowed, then departed through the nearest water passage into the outside world. Master, what's our next move? Amamaru asked curiously. It seemed odd that his teacher wasn't planning to join the battle personally. Patience. Your next task, go warn the civilians on the surface. Get them to evacuate. When gods go to war, it's the mortals who suffer. Manji spoke with his hands clasped behind his back, calm as ever. Master's compassion knows no bounds. Truly virtuous. Amamaru declared with exaggerated solemnity. Pruoke. A thunderous sound wave rolled across the land and every civilian within earshot jolted in fright, head snapping toward the source. Before anyone could process what was happening, dozens of toads of every conceivable size were already bursting from rivers, ponds, and forests. Some perched on rooftops. Others balanced on treetops. A few had landed squarely on the central platform of the village marketplace, bellowing in unison. Lord Sage Manji descends to save the world. Attention. Attention. Something massive is coming. Lord Sage Manji descends to save the world. I am Gamamaru, disciple of Lord Sage Manji. The sage has entrusted me with this message. Evacuate immediately or face total annihilation. Across the outside world, Gamamaru and his army of talking toads were hopping from settlement to settlement, spreading the word at the top of their lungs. The civilians had never witnessed anything remotely like this. Talking toads. Speaking on behalf of Lord Sage Manji. They can talk. This has to be real. We can't ignore the sage's word. Then let's go. The moment Manji's name was invoked combined with the unmistakable reality of talking toads, the population mobilized without question. Amamaru watched the exodus with deep satisfaction, a wide grin splitting his face. He waved a front leg at the smaller toads behind him. Move out. Next settlement. We can't miss a single corner. Ribbit. Yes sir. Dozens of toads scattered, some into town streets, some toward remote villages, some skimming across rivers to reach communities on the far banks. Their sage-enhanced voices punched through walls, carried over mountains, and crossed rivers, delivering Manji's decree to every corner of the shinobi world. By order of Lord Sage Manji. Evacuate to the western mountains. Catastrophe approaches. Under the sage's protection, gather at the canyon. Wherever the call reached, not a single person hesitated. Every household scrambled to pack their belongings. Even isolated tribes deep in the mountains joined the flood of refugees streaming toward the canyons. Amamaru perched on a dirt mound, surveying the endless column of evacuees stretching to the horizon, and stroked his chin with smug satisfaction. And my master's name. Gets the job done every time. He turned to the small toad beside him. Come on, let's check the eastern region. Can't miss anyone. After all, master said it himself. When gods go to war, mortals can't be caught in the crossfire. Lord Sage Manji truly thinks of everything. He'd already arranged the evacuation before any of this began. Hagoromo gazed across the deserted villages, a quiet nod of respect forming in his mind. But the civilians clear, this battle which was destined to shake the world could unfold without restraint. No innocent blood on anyone's hands. Hagoromo walked with heavy steps, arriving at the vermilion gates of his mother's estate before he realized it. His fingertips traced the cold patterns carved into the doorframe. So it's come to this after all, he murmured. He drew a deep breath, pressed his palm against the Magatama necklace resting over his heart, Haori's parting gift. The cool jade spread through his skin, and his resolve crystallized into diamond. Bang. He threw the doors open. Silence and suffocating pressure crashed into him like a wall. The Guile Tsutsuki sat enthroned in the center of the hall, wreathed in an aura of ancient, unyielding cold. Her white robes cascaded around her like a frozen waterfall. She had been waiting. Mother, I've returned. Hagoromo forced his churning emotions down, keeping his voice level and calm. Only the faintest trace of conflict flickered in the depths of his eyes. The guy regarded him without expression, those pale, detached eyes boring into him as though they could strip away every thought. She held her silence for a long, oppressive moment, seemingly weighing how to handle this rebellious son. The quiet stretched and tightened like a wire about to snap. Finally her voice cut through, cold as permafrost. Hagoromo, the power I sense on you, it carries the scent of those toads. Did they teach you? She'd immediately detected the sage energy clinging to Hagoromo, unmistakably similar to Manji's aura. The connection was obvious. What she couldn't fathom was the source. Manji had died under her all-killing ash bone. Reduced to ash. There was absolutely no possibility of resurrection. Where my power comes from doesn't matter, mother. All I want to know is, will you stop what you've been doing? Hagoromo's voice was steady, carrying the faintest edge of a plea. The guy's lips curved into a thin, icy smile, contempt and pity in equal measure. You don't understand. I'm your son. Hagoromo's voice rose sharply, raw with urgency and heartbreak. I refuse to watch you fall any further. The guy's expression didn't waver. She knew no amount of words would shake his determination. Her finger lifted, barely a gesture. Whoosh. The figure materialized from thin air. Hamura. Eyes blank and vacant, stripped of all will, a puppet severed from its strings and reconnected to a new master. The instant he appeared, Hamura launched himself at Hagoromo in a frenzy of mindless violence. Crack, 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 crack. Fists and feet collided in a rapid-fire barrage, dense as drumbeats, fast as lightning. In the span of a heartbeat, the brothers had exchanged dozens of blows. Palm strikes whistled. Kicks carved arcs through the air. Every collision sent shockwaves rippling outward, tables, chairs, and pillars shattering into splinters around them. Hamura. She's controlling you. Hagoromo's pupils contracted violently, his stomach dropping through the floor. Master was right. He was absolutely right. He blocked Hamura's relentless assault with one arm, while desperately trying to reach his brother's buried consciousness, but the attacks only intensified, every strike aimed at a vital point. The battle spiraled out of control. They crashed through the hall, out into the courtyard, trailing a wake of shattered stone and churning dust. The immaculate estate grounds were reduced to rubble in seconds. Under Kagaya's control, Hamura's power had surged far beyond its normal limits, every blow a killing strike. Hagoromo was caught between defending himself and refusing to hurt his brother, and the gap was widening rapidly. He was losing. One more exchange and he'd be finished. Hagoromo's jaw clenched. Pain, pure, searing, soul-deep pain flashed through his eyes. Then resolve. Forgive me, Hamura. Lightning erupted across his palm chakra, condensing into a white-hot fist of concentrated thunder. The air screamed as his arm shot forward and punched straight through Homura's heart. Blood sprayed across Hagoromo's sleeves. Grief hit him like a tidal wave, instant, total, drowning. His vision blurred. His chest constricted as if an invisible hand had seized his heart and was crushing it to pulp. And in that moment of absolute agony and despair. Boom! The deafening resonance shook the world. Hagoromo's three-tomo Sharingan blazed with blinding radiance, the pattern spinning, dissolving, reforming, and in a single cataclysmic instant. They evolved. The Rinnegan. Concentric purple rings pulsed with a power that could move the world. His chakra erupted in a visible shockwave, the sheer magnitude of it warping the air itself. Kagaya's eyes narrowed. She stared at those newly awakened eyes and felt a cold knot form in her stomach. This power was far beyond what she'd anticipated. She had to act now before it was too late. Her own chakra surged, a suffocating godlike pressure radiating outward as the rabbit goddess prepared to strike. Kagaya's gaze fell on the bloodshot rims of Hagoromo's eyes. Her voice carried a thin veneer of calculated compassion. "Do you see now? This is the price of defying me. You killed Homura with your own hands. You're alone now, but if you come back to me, perhaps I can find a way to bring him back. You forced my hand." Hagoromo's voice tore from his throat like a wound ripping open. "You're the one who treats human lives like dirt. You controlled Homura with your jutsu, you killed him. Not me." The pressure radiating from his Rinnegan surged violently. Kagaya's brow twisted, fury sparking in her eyes. She genuinely could not comprehend why her own son would turn against family for the sake of creatures whose lives flickered out in the blink of an eye. You were born above them. Why waste your devotion on these insects? You could live for millennia long enough to watch entire civilizations rise and crumble. 500 years from now, everyone you care about would be dust. What will you have left? Before her last word faded, Kagaya launched herself at Hagoromo like an arrow loosed from a bow. Chakra condensed at her fingertips into a razor-edged blade of pure energy, screaming through the air with world-splitting force. If words won't work, she'd simply reclaim the chakra she gave him. The blade was a heartbeat from Hagoromo's face when. Snap. A sharp crystalline sound split the air. A hand strong, sure, every knuckle defined shot out from nowhere and clamped around Kagaya's wrist. An iron grip. Immovable. Her strike froze mid-flight. "He still has me." Manji's voice was flat, unhurried, his gaze settling calmly on Kagaya's stunned face. Kagaya's pupils contracted to needlepoints. Her chakra destabilized in an instant. She wrenched her eyes upward, and when she recognized the face before her, every drop of color drained from her skin. You're not dead." The words burst from Kagaya Otsutsuki like a struck nerve. The man standing before her was tall and poised. Black and red robes snapping in the wind. Dark hair drifting with the gusts. The same devastatingly handsome features from all those years ago, fair skin, striking eyes though now tempered by a quiet gravity that only centuries of living could carve into a man's face. It was Manji. The man she was certain had been reduced to ash. "Master?" Hagoromo's eyes locked onto the newcomer, and the despair that had been crushing his chest shattered instantly, replaced by blazing, uncontainable relief. His voice shook with emotion. Manji's gaze flicked to the Rinnegan burning in Hagoromo's eyes, those concentric rings, pulsing with earth-shaking power, and he gave a single calm instruction. "Use the talisman. Save Homura. Leave your mother to me. It's time she and I had a rematch." Before Kagaya could react, Manji's wrist flexed, and a torrent of sage chakra roared through his grip and slammed into her arm. "Why aren't you dead? How can you possibly be alive?" Kagaya stammered, staring at Manji as though she were seeing a ghost, because she was. The all-killing ash bone. The infinite Tsukiyomi. How could anyone survive both? Surprised to see me, Kagaya. Time for round 2. Manji's smile was cold as steel. Without waiting for her reply, he pivoted, closed the distance in a blur, and drove his right fist straight at her face, sage chakra howling around his knuckles. Whoosh. Kagaya recoiled, narrowly leaning clear while simultaneously lashing her left palm toward Manji's ribs, the edge of her strike sharp enough to split stone. Boom. Gold green and luminous white chakra collided with a deafening explosion. In the span of a single breath, Manji and Kagaya had already exchanged hundreds of blows. Palm strikes, fist shadows, bursts of technique light wove together into an impossibly dense web of violence. The speed was beyond anything mortal eyes could track. Only the crushing, suffocating pressure of their clash gave any indication of the catastrophe unfolding. Bam bam bam. Crack 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 crack. Their figures dissolved into overlapping afterimages, the percussion of physical combat hammering the air like war drums. Manji style blended Mount Mamboku's fluid precision with the Monkey King clan's devastating raw power, every punch, every kick sheathed in overwhelming sage force. Wherever his palm strikes passed, the ground erupted, stone slabs pulverized to powder, dust clouds rising like geysers. The Gaia wielded the divine tree's power, her physical combat honed to perfection, her fruit-enhanced body virtually unbreakable, and yet under Manji's relentless age art assault, she was being driven back. Within 100 exchanges, her sleeves had been shredded by shockwaves. A thin line of blood trailed from the corner of her mouth. Manji was dominating her. Your strength is more than double what it was back then. Shock and rage warred across Kagaya's face. She dodged a sweeping leg strike and was hurled backward, eyes locked on Manji's advancing figure. Manji said nothing. He flash-stepped forward, fingertips condensing sage chakra into razor-thin blades of light and carved toward every vital point on Kagaya's body. His movements were impossibly fast. The hem of his black and red robe sliced the air, leaving trails of afterimages. Hundreds of exchanges completed between heartbeats, every physical collision detonating with thunderous force. They fought from the ground to the sky, and Manji drove a full-power fist into Kagaya's blocking palm. Sage art multi-layered frog kumite. Manji detonated. The sage energy erupted on contact, and Kagaya was launched backward like a cannonball, crashing through dozens of ancient trees before cratering the earth in a pit several meters deep. Before the dust had even begun to settle, Manji was already at her position. Sage art Kirin. His hand shot skyward. Savage lightning chakra gathered in his palm, storm clouds materialized overhead in an instant, thunder splitting the sky. With a violent sweep of his arm, a massive lightning beast tore free from the clouds and roared down upon Kagaya. Silver-white electricity, carrying annihilating force, opened its jaws wide and bit down. Prakum. The instant the lightning Kirin struck earth, the ground convulsed. Cracks spiderwebbed outward in every direction. Every structure within range was leveled to rubble. Dust and lightning intertwined, forming a hellscape of total destruction. The aftershocks radiated outward like a tsunami, shaking distant mountains to their foundations. And yet, Kagaya burst from the smoke. The sage art had dealt significant damage, no question. But she had consumed the chakra fruit. Her body was beyond extraordinary. Tanking a sage art Kirin head-on. Painful, but survivable. She used a recoil to create distance and stared at Manji's relentlessly advancing silhouette, confusion flooding her eyes. If you were alive all this time, why did you never show yourself? Do you have any idea how I? What are you talking about? Manji cut her off, his voice razor cold. He genuinely could not fathom Kagaya's logic. She was the one who'd broken her word and driven an ash bone through his chest, and now she was asking why he hadn't come to visit. If he had shown up, she would have just tried to kill him again. If I come, you'll be unhappy. If I don't come, you're also unhappy. Make up your mind. Thoughts flickered, but his hands never stopped. Sage chakra solidified beneath his feet into invisible platforms. He closed the distance again, palm strikes trailing apocalyptic force. Enough talk. Take this. Sage art Gale palm. Boom. The two collided again in midair, and the resulting shockwave radiated outward from the impact point with catastrophic force. The estate below was instantly reduced to fine powder. The ground split into a web of chasms, bottomless, smoking while pillars of dust surged skyward, blotting out the sun. On the ground below, Hagoromo cradled Homura's cold body, tilting his head skyward, watching those two impossibly fast figures clash in the sky, or written across every feature. Master's power has already reached this level. He can fight Mother head-on and even suppress her. But with my Rinnegan, I should be able to match her too. Hagoromo clenched his fist. He could feel it, the incredible power now coursing through him. Note. In the original anime, Kagaya became pregnant through the villagers' blessings and gave birth to the brothers. Canon Hagoromo and Homura never used Susanoo or conventional ninjutsu, they fought using truth-seeking orbs and yin-yang release. The same applies to Indra and Asura in later arcs. Indra was the one who created ninjutsu, while Asura fought using truth-seeking orbs, yin-yang release, and what appeared to be a nine-tails chakra mode. This story follows the TV anime continuity. Hagoromo quickly pulled the Toad Sage talisman from his robes. It was warm to the touch, radiating a soft golden glow. Without a second's hesitation, he pressed it against Homura's forehead. HMM. Brilliant golden light erupted outward, enveloping Homura's body completely. The radiance poured through his 7 openings, eyes, ears, nostrils, mouth, flooding into his body. The temperature of his skin began to rise. The gaping wound through his chest sealed itself at visible speed. Color returned to his ashen face. Moments later, the golden light faded and Homura's eyes snapped open. His Byakugan blazed to life. He lurched forward, coughing violently, chest heaving but whole. Golden light shimmering. The talisman's power fulfilled. Cough, cough, I let my guard down, brother. Homura clutched his chest, a bitter smile touching his lips. He'd believed that even if he couldn't defeat their mother, he could at least retreat safely. He never imagined she'd seize control so instantly killed before he even knew what hit him. If Hagoromo hadn't awakened the Rinnegan in time, and if not for Manji's Toad Sage talisman, he'd already be dust. Don't worry, it wasn't your fault. Hagoromo placed a hand on his brother's shoulder. The grief in his eyes had crystallized into unwavering resolve, the purple glow of his Rinnegan deepening with every passing moment. If anything, I should thank Mother for that blow. Without it, I never would have unlocked the Rinnegan this quickly. As his words faded, an ancient ornate staff materialized behind him, hovering in the air. Chakra flowed along its surface in pulsing currents. Surrounding it, several perfectly spherical truth-seeking orbs floated in slow orbit, each one radiating the paradoxical aura of simultaneous creation and annihilation. The six-path staff making its first appearance. Brother? What are those? Amura stared at the truth-seeking orbs in wide-eyed wonder. The brothers stood shoulder to shoulder by Akugan and Rinnegan, reflecting each other's light. Their chakra resonated and intertwined, forming an aura that felt utterly unbreakable. Meanwhile, the battle raging in the sky above had reached its boiling point. Gaia had recovered from her initial shock and shed every last shred of restraint. Her chakra erupted to its absolute peak. Silver-white hair billowed without wind. And on her forehead the Rinnegan slowly opened. Crack. 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 Manji's technique and sage art fusion had given him a temporary advantage enough to suppress her. But he knew the truth. The system's ceiling held firm. He could never truly reach six paths tier. This dominance was temporary. Kagai's chakra was a bottomless ocean, limitless, self-replenishing. In a drawn-out fight, the one who fell would inevitably be him. And the instant Manji felt his stamina beginning to wane, two figures rocketed into the sky carrying world-ending force. Master, we're here to help. Hagoromo and Hamura arrived side by side, truth-seeking orbs blazing with radiant light behind them. Twin attacks forged from yin-yang release, screamed toward Kagai's exposed back. Perfect timing. Manji's eyes flashed with understanding. He disengaged instantly, flash-stepping backward and landing on a distant mountain peak. In canon, these two brothers already possessed the power to seal Kaguya. Now, with the Rinnegan and Byakugan at full maturity, reinforced by the sage art foundation Manji had laid for them, they were more than equipped to handle this. No reason for Manji to burn through his reserves in a battle that destiny had already assigned to someone else. Kaguya sensed the lethal intent closing in from behind, her expression twisted violently as she spun to block. Boom. 3 surges of chakra collided with titanic force. The resulting shockwave shredded the cloud layer and howled across the sky like a hurricane. You think this is enough to challenge me? Kaguya roared and her Rinnegan blazed with overwhelming intensity. Her gaze shot toward the divine tree still towering in the distance. The next instant the divine tree began to shudder violently. Its trunk warped and contracted. Branches fell away. Roots tore free from the earth. The colossal structure collapsed inward, reshaping, compressing until it became a beast the size of a mountain range. The 10 tails. Bryaug. Its roar split the sky. The creature charged toward the battlefield in a frenzy, and everywhere its feet struck, the earth disintegrated. Mountains cracked. Rivers reversed. This is bad. Hagoromo's face darkened. Through his Rinnegan, he could clearly perceive the apocalyptic energy churning inside the 10 tails, enough power to destroy the entire world. He was about to channel his chakra to manifest Susanoo as a shield when. Save your strength. Manji moved. He stepped onto platforms of condensed sage chakra and shot above the 10 tails in the blink of an eye. His voice boomed down from above. Sage Ardman Jinman Gate. No hand signs. Direct activation. The moment the words left his lips, dozens of massive jet black Torii gates materialized from thin air. Every surface was carved with intricate sage art script. They plummeted earthward with the weight of divine judgment, slamming down onto the 10 tails. This was Manji's version of Hashirama Senju's iconic Memjinman reconstructed using the Shikatsu forest sage energy. Slightly less potent than the original, perhaps, but terrifyingly close. Boom. 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 The cascade of earth-shaking impacts echoed across the world. Dozens of gates hammered down onto the 10 tails, pinning its limbs, torso, and skull to the ground like colossal shackles, locking the rampaging beast in place. Bryaug. The 10 tails shrieked with fury, its tails thrashing the earth, desperately trying to break free. The ground fractured and split beneath its struggles. Manji's eyes sharpened. Summoning technique. The next instant, 3 figures materialized at his side. White-browed Toad Ancient now, leaning on a gnarled cane, but his eyes still burned with fierce determination. The White Snake Sage still in the bloom of her youth, radiant and sharp. And the White Monkey King Fur gleaming silver-white, bristling with barely contained power. The Dream Team. I need your help, all 3 of you. Manji bowed to his companions. The White Monkey King gaped at the pinned 10 tails, awe written across his features. What a horrifying creature, this kind of power is absolutely insane. The white snake sage gave a graceful nod, her voice carrying a playful edge. Relax, Manji, leave it to us. White-browed Toad planted his cane firmly, his gaze sweeping across the 10 tails with the gravity of a general surveying a battlefield. Everyone, this fight determines the future of the world. Every life hangs in the balance. Hold nothing back. The instant his declaration fell, Whitebrow struck first. Simultaneously, the white snake sage unleashed the Rikshi Cave's sealing techniques in a coordinated assault. White Monkey King. Manji turned to his oldest ally, eyes flashing with silent instruction. On it. The White Monkey King understood without a word. He threw his head back and roared at the sky. White Monkey King transform. His body shifted, muscles swelling, white fur receding, and in a flash of light, he became an enormous adamantine staff, covered in sage art inscriptions from end to end. The weapon rocketed upward, then came crashing down on the 10-tailed skull with the force of a falling star. Crash! The impact drove the 10-tail's head into the earth, cratering the ground beneath it in a chasm dozens of meters deep. When the dust cleared, the beast's struggles had weakened to almost nothing. Under the combined sealing techniques of the 3 great sage region representatives and the crushing blows of the adamantine staff, the 10 tails was finally, completely subdued, pinned motionless in its crater, barely breathing. Manji descended and landed atop the beast's skull. Arms crossed. Black and red row. Stay down, you overgrown mutt. From the distance, Hagoromo watched the entire spectacle unfold, Rinnegan shimmering with barely contained awe. Master truly is beyond anything I imagined. With the 10 tails neutralized, fighting Mother just became far more manageable. High above. Pagaya stared down at her restrained 10 tails, then at the man standing on its head, and her expression could not have been darker. A storm of emotions churned behind her eyes: rage, disbelief, wounded pride, and beneath it all, a threat of something she couldn't quite name. Something close to confusion. This man, the one she'd personally betrayed, the one who should have been dead and gone, was not only alive, but wielded power that rivaled her own. And he'd united her own sons against her. The battle between Kagaya and her 2 sons raged for what felt like an eternity. In the end, Hagoromo and Homura combined their strength and unleashed the 6 paths Shibaku Tensei. Kagaya Tsutsuki was sealed. In her final moments of despair, Kagaya turned her gaze toward Manji. He met her eyes with cold indifference. Reflect on what you've done. At the very last instant, with the last spark of hope left in her body, Kagaya expelled Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu landed on the ground, staring up at its mother with grief-stricken eyes. But the moment its gaze drifted elsewhere, it locked directly with Manji's. In that split second, a single thought screamed through Black Zetsu's mind. I'm finished. Atop a barren mountain peak. 3 people and 1 toad. Manji. Hagoromo. Homura. Gamamaru. Master, these are sacred tools I forged from the divine tree. Please accept them. And for what my mother did to you all those years ago, allow me to apologize on her behalf. After the battle, Hagoromo presented several artifacts to Manji. The banana palm fan. The amber purifying pot. The 7-star sword. The binding rope of gold. The crimson gourd. The crimson fan. 6 treasures, the very same artifacts that would one day become known as the treasured tools of the Sage of 6 Paths. The 6th is not part of the original canon. The fact that you and your brother were willing to sacrifice personal bonds for the greater good of the world, that's something to be proud of. Manji nodded with quiet approval, then turned his attention to the 6 legendary tools. 3 artifacts. I'd be a fool to refuse. Master, this is a weapon I crafted specifically for you, as thanks for everything you've done. I hope you'll accept it. Hagoromo presented a pitch-black sword with both hands and a respectful bow. Oh? Manji's eyebrow rose. One glance told him this was no ordinary blade. I created 2 weapons. One is the Spear of Heaven. The other is the sword. I noticed you lack yin-yang release, Master, but with this blade, you'll be able to wield it directly. Hagoromo smiled as he explained. An exceptional weapon. Manji gripped the hilt and the connection was instantaneous. Mind and blade perfectly synchronized. He understood its nature immediately. As long as the wielder's conviction was absolute, this sword could cut through anything. Indestructible will mate an indestructible edge. The same principle behind the Spear of Heaven, and the reason why, in a later era, an Obito Uchiha with unwavering resolve was considered terrifyingly powerful. Just as Manji attempted to manifest truth-seeking orbs through the blade. Nothing happened. No matter how hard he tried, the ability wouldn't activate. Manji's brow furrowed. That's strange. Hagoromo was equally puzzled. He clearly remembered. The sword should grant direct access to yin-yang release and truth-seeking orbs. After a few more attempts, Manji smiled faintly. He already knew the reason. The system's sealing. Even with a shortcut, it won't let me break through. Never mind. Does this sword have a name? Manji asked warmly. Hagoromo shook his head. Not yet, I was hoping you'd christen it, master. Manji studied the jet black blade, sleek, elegant, radiating quiet menace, and spoke. Then let's call it the Six-Path Sword. The perfect name. Hagoromo's face brightened with admiration. Amura nodded his agreement. Manji allowed himself a small smile. The name wasn't random. Six-Path Sword because his ambition was to one day breach the Six Paths threshold. The sword would serve as a constant reminder. Master, there's one more thing. A favor I'd like to ask. Hagoromo produced 9 luminous Magatama beads. The 9-tailed beasts. I divided that creature's chakra into 9 separate entities. I'd like to ask you to find them a safe haven, a place where they can learn to understand humans, trust them, and eventually help them. Hagoromo spoke with earnest conviction. Amura peered at the sleeping beasts curled inside the glowing beads, eyes wide with fascination. They're actually kind of adorable when they're like this. Manji gazed at the 9-tailed beasts, and something stirred in his chest. Another milestone in the story he'd once only watched from the outside. The 9-tailed beasts, the creatures that defined the Naruto world. Done. I'll take care of them. He tucked the Magatama into his robes. With Kagaya sealed, his schedule was essentially open training, refining sage arts, and finding homes for these little ones. Not a bad retirement plan. So, Hagoromo, what's next for you? Manji turned to his disciple. Hagoromo surveyed the devastated landscape around them, a world scarred and cratered by their battle, and compassion welled up inside him. I want to bring redemption. I want to spread my philosophy, a belief that people can truly understand one another. Manji nodded. Just like the original story. He turned to the younger brother. And you, Hamura? Hamura smiled softly, lifting his gaze toward the moon hanging in the sky. I want to be with mother. Amamaru immediately couldn't contain himself. You want to get sealed on the moon too? Amura and Hagoromo. Manji. I understand, mother. When all is said and done, I still love her. Deep down, she was always just a woman who'd been hurt too many times. Amura's voice was gentle and resolute. Manji sighed inwardly. With Kagaya sealed, his own grudge had begun to dissipate, fading like smoke in the wind. Another leap forward in inner peace. You're a good man. Manji gave Hamura a respectful nod. And with that the three said their farewells. Master, come visit. I still want to see which one of us lives longer. Hagoromo called out with a grin. Manji chuckled to himself. Outlive me? Kid, I literally can't die even if I wanted to. Hagoromo and Hamura weren't pure-blooded Otsutsuki, but their features and horn development put them remarkably close. Hagoromo could likely live close to 1,000 years. But compared to Manji's infinity? No contest. Note. Hagoromo's exact lifespan is debated in canon. The original series never specifies. For this story, we're using the community consensus. Approximately a millennium for non-pure Otsutsuki, reduced slightly due to diluted bloodline. The Boruto series confirms that Otsutsuki can live for thousands of years. Pure-blooded members who have consumed the chakra fruit like Kagaya are essentially immortal and can only be sealed. Karma resurrection allows theoretically infinite life extension, though without a timely vessel transfer, lifespan drops drastically. Manji waved casually. The next time they'd meet might be a century from now. Maybe 2. See you around, kid. Gamamaru added his own farewell. Then Manji and Gamamaru faded from sight along with the treasured tools. Hagoromo looked out at the battered world around him and resolved to save it. Back on Mount Mamboku. Manji examined the treasures in his hands, turning them over thoughtfully. Most of these tools were, frankly, useless to him. Against opponents stronger than himself, these wouldn't turn the tide. Against weaker ones, he didn't need them in the first place. The only one with real potential is this. Manji studied the pitch-black six-path sword, a quiet smile forming on his lips. If he spent enough time researching it, perhaps, someday, he could use it as a foundation to create his own truth-seeking orbs. Master, what are you gonna do with these little guys? Amamaru peered at the 9 tiny-tailed beasts slumbering inside their Magatama. Manji considered it briefly. They were still too young, nowhere near ready for release. In canon, Hagoromo hadn't set them free until they'd grown to at least 12 meters tall. They'll stay on Mount Mamboku for a few years. Once they've grown enough, we'll send them out into the world. Manji sheathed the six-path sword. Yes sir. Gamamaru nodded without hesitation. No objections from him. Mount Mamboku's true authority was Manji. Whatever Manji said was the law. Well, the world's gone back to being peaceful and boring. Manji rubbed his temples. The next event interesting enough to warrant his attention would be Hagoromo founding Ninshiken, after that, the birth of Indra and Asura. But that was still a long way off. Based on the anime, Hagoromo didn't have his 2 sons until middle age. And right now Hagoromo was barely into his prime. Years slipped by like sand through an hourglass. Nearly several decades had passed since that earth-shattering battle. And in that time the world had changed in more ways than one. The most notable development. Sage Manji had become the world's dominant faith. The reason was simple. Before the final battle, the civilians who survived had done so because they'd heeded Manji's divine decree and evacuated in time. Everything that followed only reinforced their devotion. Those who listened to the sage's warning escaped the cataclysmic aftershocks unscathed. The temple of Manji grew larger, grander, multiplying across every corner of the globe. With the collapse of both divine tree worship and goddess Kagaya's faith, Manji's following naturally rose to fill the void. An entire religion formed around his name. And Hagoromo deserved no small share of the credit. Over the years, Hagoromo had traveled the world demonstrating miraculous abilities, preaching a philosophy of mutual understanding and compassion. And he always introduced himself as the direct disciple of Sage Manji. Which, of course, poured even more fuel onto the fire of Manji's legend. Old gods die. New ones take their place. Kagaya vanished and Manji stepped into the light. You stinking fox. You think you can mock my sand and get away with it? I'll flatten you. Just because you have more tails doesn't mean you're the strongest. I'm one tail and I'm not afraid of you. Shukaku the one tail erupted in a storm of sand, sculpting a fist dozens of meters tall and slamming it toward Kurama's head. HMPH I'm just stating facts. Look at that sand of yours rough as Gamamaru's foot calluses. Meanwhile, my 9 tails. Luxuriously fluffy. Premium grade fur. There's simply no comparison. Kurama sidestepped the blow with effortless grace. You're dead. I'll show you what the great Lord Shukaku is really capable of. Shukaku's sand manipulation went haywire. The ground erupted into towering walls of sand that encircled Kurama, bristling with razor-sharp spikes. Kurama let out a contemptuous snort. Chakra surged across his body as one swipe of his paw shattered the entire formation. That's the best you've got. I'll turn your pathetic sandbox into dust. Stop fighting, you two. Lord Manji is going to be furious. Giki the 8 tails came barreling over, octopus tentacles flailing as he tried to separate them. A stray sand spike from Shukaku nicked one of his tentacles, and he yelped in pain. Ow. Hey, keep your lover's quarrel away from the bystanders. Giki rolled to safety. Matatabi the 2 tails lounged on a nearby tree branch, lazily flicking her flaming tail while providing commentary. Shukaku's hand manipulation is getting slower. And Kurama's claws are sluggish today. Boring. Sungok the 4 tails sat with a sake gourd cradled in his arms, shaking his head between sips. We're all tailed beasts here. Why waste energy fighting when you could spend it drinking and philosophizing? Akam, Seiken, Chmei, and Asobu formed a loose circle off to the side watching the spectacle like an audience at a theater, with Asobu occasionally slapping his fins together in applause, sending water splashing everywhere. The outcome was predictable. Shukaku couldn't beat Kurama. Kurama, you're finished. I'm telling Lord Manji. With that, Shukaku bolted toward Manji's quarters at full speed. Shukaku, you sore loser. Kurama's expression shifted instantly. He scrambled to intercept. Oh, now who's scared? Shukaku taunted over his shoulder with a devious grin, already at Manji's door. Just as the two were about to collide again. Amamaru emerged from Manji's room. Enough. Instant silence. Amamaru swept a slow, menacing gaze across every tailed beast present, then jabbed a thumb over his shoulder toward Manji's door. The boss is taking his afternoon nap in there. So which one of you suicidal little beasts wants to take one more step? The effect was immediate. Every single tailed beast went still as stone. Their feelings toward Manji were a unique blend of deep respect and genuine terror. They thought they were powerful, but in Manji's hands, they were no more dangerous than newborn kittens. Then, the door swung open. Manji, freshly roused, draped in a simple blue-green robe, strolled out with the unhurried air of a man who had all the time in the world. He raised his gaze and found 9 tailed beasts staring back at him. Over the past few years, he'd been personally tutoring these creatures, naming them just as in the original story, teaching them, mentoring them. Mount Mamboku is turning into a zoo. We've got every species under the sun at this point. Manji cast a sweeping glance across his charges. A tanuki. A 9-tailed fox. An octopus bull hybrid. A turtle. An insect. An ape. Good grief, he could open the Mount Mamboku wildlife exhibit. Lord Manji. The instant he appeared, Kurama and Shukaku shouted in perfect unison, then immediately launched into simultaneous complaints. Lord Manji, this stinking fox started it. He said my sand was ugly and called me a glorified dirt clod. Shukaku got there first, his voice trembling with theatrical indignation. That's a lie. I did no such thing. Kurama fired back. I made one honest observation about the coarseness of his sand, and he went berserk, launched his entire sand arsenal at my face. That was self-defense. You insulted me, of course, I retaliated. Shukaku puffed up stubbornly. You're so thin-skinned. Kurama matched his energy. One factual comment and you explode like a powder keg filled with beach sand. Your tails look like mops, don't you dare talk about me. A walking sandcastle like you has no right to critique my tails. They were back at each other's throats, again verbal shrapnel flying everywhere while the other tailed beasts hastily retreated to a safe distance. Manji listened to the entire exchange and felt his temples throb. It was only because he'd lived long enough to develop near superhuman patience that he didn't lose his composure. Were these two hard-coded to antagonize each other? They were like this in canon, and apparently nothing has changed. Amamaru sidled up next to Manji, hunkered down, and started cracking sunflower seeds. Master, look at these two. Decades together and still the same routine. Like a couple of kids who never grew up. Manji rubbed his brow and looked at the squabbling pair. Alright, one at a time. What happened? Shukaku drooped, his ears hanging low. Lord Manji, I was just trying to reshape my sand into something nice today. Then this fox strolled past and called it ugly. I got mad and tried to talk it out and he escalated, so I had no choice but to defend myself. I did not escalate. Kurama protested. I casually mentioned that the sand wasn't great and he immediately went full sandstorm on me. What was I supposed to do, stand there and take it? Your tone was mocking. It was not. It was. Was not. The bickering resumed at double volume. Manji's frown deepened as he studied their sizes considerably larger now than when they'd first arrived. He did some quick mental math. Come to think of it, isn't it about time to send them out into the world? Manji counted the years on his fingers. Yeah, it was just about time. Alright, that's enough out of both of you. Manji raised one hand, barely a gesture. Kurama and Shukaku fell silent instantly. Manji ambled over to his wooden chair and settled into it with unhurried ease, blue-green robes shifting with emotion. His gaze drifted across the 9 wildly different creatures arrayed before him. After decades of growth, each tailed beast had swelled to roughly the same size as Mount Mamboku's largest odes. The stern edge in Manji's expression gradually softened. His voice came out level, almost contemplative. How long have you all been with me? The question landed like a stone dropped into still water. The raucous clearing went dead silent. 9 tailed beasts fell into simultaneous deep thought, tilting heads, counting on claws, tentacles, and tails. Shukaku traced circles in the dirt. Kurama flicked through his tails like an abacus. Isobu sank beneath the water and blew contemplative bubbles. The scene was equal parts absurd and endearing. After a moment, Matatabi the two tails flicked her flaming tail and spoke first. 26 years exactly, master. Manji smiled at that. 26 years. Time really does fly. He paused. So in all that time, what have you learned? Oh. Me. Ikki surged forward, tentacles waving. So much, master. You taught us to read and write. You taught us right from wrong. You showed us that having power doesn't mean you get to throw it around, that restraint and respect matter more than strength. Same here. Kurama nodded vigorously beside him, all 9 tails curled neatly in front of his body, every trace of his usual proud defiance gone. His eyes held nothing but unguarded respect. He didn't say much, but that look said everything. And cooking. Sanga clutched his sake gourd with a beaming grin. That grilled meat recipe you taught me. I can make it better than Gamamara now. You also taught me precise water control. Isobu's gravelly voice rumbled from the pond. I don't accidentally flood half of Mount Mamboku every time I get excited anymore. You taught us how to master our own power. Tmei chimed in. Before, we'd lose control the second we got angry. Now even at our most furious we can hold the line. Seiken and Kakum nodded fervently, eyes brimming with gratitude. Manji listened in silence, nodding slowly. He let a thoughtful pause settle, then shifted tone. His eyes turned serious, each word landing with deliberate weight. You've all earned well. And you've grown. Which means it's time for you to leave. What? The words hit like a thunderbolt. 9 faces crumbled simultaneously, joy and pride evaporating, replaced by raw shock and bewilderment. Shukaku and Kurama locked eyes and for once, shared the exact same expression of panic. Convinced the earlier fight had pushed their master over the edge, they scrambled over each other to grovel at Manji's feet. Master, I'm sorry. Shukaku's entire body deflated, sand drooping pathetically as he pressed against the leg of Manji's chair. I shouldn't have fought Kurama. I'll never do it again. Please don't send us away. Kurama for one swallowed every ounce of pride. His tails knotted together anxiously and his voice betrayed a crack he'd never normally show. It was my fault, master. I shouldn't have mocked Shukaku or escalated things. We'll stop fighting, just please don't make us leave. The others swarmed forward, tripping over each other with desperate pleas. Ikki flailed his tentacles. Master, we can't bear to lose you. Mount Mamboku is our home. Son Gok tossed his gourd aside, practically pulling his own ears in distress. We still have so much to learn from you. Hakam's eyes glistened, on the verge of tears. All of you Manji regarded their frantic faces and shook his head gently. Calm down. This isn't about the fight. He paused, his mind drifting back to the promise he'd made to Hagoromo decades ago. His voice settled into something quieter. I made an agreement with someone long ago. You were all born from a single chakra, divided into 9. The person who separated you, he hoped you'd leave this mountain someday. Go out into the world. Learn to understand humans. Live alongside them. And if you're willing, help them. The 9-tailed beasts gradually fell silent, their eyes clouding with confusion and reluctant understanding. Manji had mentioned this to them years ago, back when they were still tiny, fluffy balls of chakra. The memory had faded with time. Hearing it again now stirred a bittersweet cocktail of emotions none of them could quite name. Of course. Manji's tone gentled further. I won't force any of you. The choice is yours. You don't have to help humans if you don't want to. But whatever you do, don't use your power to harm the weak. A heavy sadness settled over the clearing. 9 heads drooped. No one spoke. Master, will we ever see you again? Hakam, always the most sensitive, inched toward Manji, voice small and trembling. Of course you will. Manji stood, reaching out to rest his hand on Hakam's head. The warmth of his touch drew an instinctive nuzzle. He looked across all of them, his voice steady and kind. You're all excellent students. Every single one of you. Mount Mamboku is a fine home, but the world out there is vast and full of wonders you've never imagined. You deserve to see it for yourselves. As for helping humans, don't put pressure on yourselves. Follow your hearts. The grief in the air only deepened. Kurama turned his face away. He'd never been good with words, but the emotions surging through him right now were overwhelming. Before he knew it, his eyes were burning, tears threatening to spill. Hey Kurama. Are you crying? Shukaku caught it immediately. Shut up. Kurama whipped around, hackles raised. Who's crying? Your crappy sand blew into my eyes, that's what happened. The outburst shattered the somber atmosphere like a rock through glass. The other tailed beasts tried to stifle their laughter, but tears were already streaming down every face. Son Gok swiped at his eyes, forcing his voice steady. Damn it Shukaku, it's definitely your sand. Got in all our eyes. Exactly. I can barely see. Seiken wailed through open sobs, clearly devastated by the farewell, but stubbornly blaming Shukaku anyway. Shukaku looked around in utter bewilderment, glanced down at his own sandy body, then back at his openly weeping companions and stomped in protest. That's ridiculous. My sand doesn't have that kind of range. You're all just crying because you want to. Even as he said it, his own eyes were turning red. Manji watched the scene unfold, crying, laughing, blaming, bickering, and felt a quiet ache stir in his own chest. 26 years of living together. These little creatures had become something like his own children. Sending them out into the world, how could he not feel it? Amamaru sat off to one side, discreetly dabbing at the corner of his eye, before puffing out his chest with exaggerated bravado. Listen up, all of you. If anyone out there gives you trouble, just drop my name. Gamamaru. Nobody would dare touch you. Sob Gamamaru. Asobu blubbered from the pond. The last time I used your name on Mount Mamboku, the senior toads beat me up even harder. Amamaru. His face froze mid-pose. He scratched his head, then doubled down with neck-stiffening conviction. That was the old days. Give it a few hundred years, once all those veterans retire, I'll be running this mountain. Then my name will be worth something, I promise. Laughter broke through the tears, lightening the heaviness just enough. Manji watched the man let out a soft, quiet sigh before allowing himself a genuine smile. Alright. No banquet lasts forever. But we will meet again. When you're out there on your own, take care of yourselves. Why, master? We'll definitely repay you for raising us. Madatabi declared through her tears, eyes shining with fierce resolve. Manji's expression flickered, something complex passing across his features. He knew these tailed beasts better than anyone. Every single one had an iron sense of justice and zero tolerance for cruelty. But human society was a labyrinth of gray, never the clean black and white they expected. With temperaments like theirs, they'd inevitably intervene whenever they witnessed injustice, and that would drag them into one chaotic entanglement after another. Don't talk about repaying debts. Just promise me this: if you cause trouble out there, don't mention my name. His voice carried a weight that made every beast listen. Then, to keep the mood from collapsing entirely, he added with a wry half-smile. I'm worried that if you do name drop me, nobody will dare come after you, and you'll never learn anything. Huh? The tailed beasts blinked, then burst into sputtering, teary laughter, sobs and giggles tangled together on every face. Manji's smile warmed. I spend most of my time here on Mount Mamboku. But if you ever run into something you truly can't handle, you can also seek out my other disciple. His name is Hagoromo. He's the one who divided you into 9 in the first place. He'll help. All 9-tailed beasts snapped to attention, tears drying, expressions turning solemn, and nodded with grave sincerity. Manji taught them the tailed beast ball technique for self-defense, then escorted each one, personally, to a different corner of the world to begin their new lives. What caught him off guard was the state of the world itself. Everywhere he went his own faith had taken root. Temples bearing his name. Prayers offered in his honor. An entire civilization organized around the worship of Sage Manji. He genuinely hadn't anticipated this. That single act of compassion, evacuating the civilians before the final battle, had snowballed into a movement of unimaginable scale. His humble little shrine had somehow become the world's dominant religion. Credit where it was due. Kagaya had built the original temple. And Hagoromo had spent decades traveling the world, spreading his philosophy, always identifying himself as the direct disciple of Sage Manji. Between the two of them, they'd turned Manji into a living god. Alas, at this rate, the Sage of Six Paths won't be Hagoromo. It'll be me. Manji shook his head with a rueful chuckle. I walked past the mountains, and the mountains said Nothing. I walked past the sea, and the sea said Nothing. People say I hid on Mount Mamboku because I was afraid of Kagaya. But the truth is I just fell in love with Mamboku's clouds and sunsets. They reminded me of the fireworks that filled the sky the day I arrived in this world, back when I was still 16. Wind swept across the open plains, through valleys, over rivers, and came to rest against Manji's face, lifting the hem of his white robes like a gentle hand. He walked alone through the rice paddies, tall and unhurried, the six-path sword strapped across his back. A figure of quiet, timeless grace moving between rows of swaying grain. 50 years had passed since he'd sent the tailed beasts into the world. Half a century gone like a hell breath released. He'd spent those decades drifting through the human world, wandering its roads and villages, living among the smoke and warmth of ordinary life. Now he paused, lifting his gaze toward the horizon, and a faint, wistful sigh escaped him. In the far distance, Hagoromo Otsutsuki walked at the head of a column of several hundred followers, moving with the steady, purposeful stride of a man who had found his calling. Hundreds of devoted believers trailed behind him. In just a few decades, what had begun as a handful of curious seekers had swelled into a movement 100 strong. Hagoromo's personal magnetism was genuinely extraordinary. Manji stood with the sword at his back, watching from afar, but made no move to approach. A distant glance was enough. No need to interrupt. Since their parting after the battle with Kagaya, nearly 80 years had slipped by without a single meeting. In that time, Manji had tasted every flavor of being unrivaled and savored every drop of the loneliness that came with it. Below Six Paths tier, no one on the planet could challenge him. He stood alone at the peak. But Manji had never meddled excessively in human affairs. An occasional act of justice striking down the truly wicked, and nothing more. He watched the column of followers shrink to a speck and vanish over the horizon. Then he lowered his gaze, turned into the wind, and walked away in silence. Time to go home. His voice was soft, almost to himself. His eyes dropped to the letter in his hand. White Brow Toad's letter, written in a shaky, aged hand, was still tucked against his chest. My time draws near. I hope you return. There are matters I must entrust to you. White Brow. Manji returned to Mount Mamboku. The clouds were exactly as he remembered, rolling and unfurling in shades of amber and rose, identical to the day he'd first arrived over a century ago. Traces of the tailed beast's old roughhousing still marked the mountainside here and there, scuffed boulders, flattened clearings, a pond that was slightly larger than it should have been. At the mist-shrouded entrance to the inner cave, Gamomaru was already waiting. Master. The Grand Sage He's. Gamomaru had grown considerably, no longer the tiny toad from decades past. I know. Manji raised a hand gently, then walked inside. The cave was bathed in pale, tranquil light. White Brow Toad lay propped against a cloud's soft divan, his once powerful frame diminished by the weight of centuries. At the sound of footsteps, he turned his head slowly, carefully, and when he saw Manji standing at his bedside, the deep furrow that had creased his brow for days finally relaxed. Manji, you came. Heh. His voice was thin, carried on labored breath, yet warm as ever. That reckless boy who climbed this mountain all those years ago, half dead and desperate for power, look at him now. A sage who saved the world, standing on his own 2 feet. The words reached into Manji's chest and pulled, dragging him backward through a century of memories. He looked at the ancient toad on the divan, and for a disorienting moment, the present dissolved. He was that boy again. The stranger in a strange world, carrying nothing but confusion and stubborn courage, who had crossed mountains and fought through poisonous fog just to find this place hidden beyond the edge of the world. Whether it was fate or blind luck, he'd never been entirely sure. But White Brow, stern-faced, cane-wielding, endlessly patient, had taken him in. Guided him. Believed in him when he was nothing but a frightened teenager chanting endurance means keeping your head clear and your spine straight to stop himself from breaking. Manji wasn't that boy anymore. Time had carved him into something else entirely. He brought his gaze back to the present, back to White Brow. The old toad was approaching 1,000 years of age. Even for his kind, that was an extraordinary life. Grandpa White Brow. Manji stepped closer, his expression layered reverence, reluctance to let go, and the quiet ache of watching someone who'd shaped your entire existence approach the final horizon. White Brow lifted a trembling front leg. Manji understood. He leaned in. A wrinkled, weathered palm settled gently over the back of Manji's hand. The touch was cool but carried the gravity of an unbreakable oath. Manji, I don't have much time left. White Brow's gaze was deep, ancient pools that had seen a millennium of dawns. Mount Mamboku, I leave it to you. From this day forward, you are the Grand Sage of Mount Mamboku. No one will contest it. Manji had felt this coming for years. The way White Brow had gradually entrusted him with the mountain's core techniques. The subtle shifts in authority. The quiet, deliberate passing of the torch one ember at a time. He met White Brow's eyes, those eyes full of trust and finality, and said nothing. Only nodded. Slow. Steady. The way a man nods who has walked 80 years and understands the weight of what he's accepting. White Brow watched that calm, grounded composure and let out a long, gentle sigh. Not of regret. Of release. 1,000 years, that's enough for any life. I'm grateful. Truly grateful that heaven finally saw fit to draw the curtain. He paused. His gaze drifted to the young man beside him, and something deeper, something almost fatherly entered his voice. Living too long, seeing too many eras rise and fall, too many hearts change, it's easy to lose yourself. Manji, remember this. No matter how many centuries pass, no matter how vast your power becomes, hold on to who you are. Don't let eternity steal the person you were meant to be. Manji stiffened just barely. Then his expression grew solemn. White Brow knew he'd figured it out, or at least sensed the truth. Deal with your heart. Don't chase power for its own sake. What's meant to come will come. Don't let it become an obsession. And please take care, take care. The final words hung in the air like the last note of a song. White Brow drew one deep, slow breath, his chest rising gently then settling flat. The eyes that had witnessed 1,000 years of wonder and sorrow gradually dimmed. The sage energy that had defined his existence for 10 centuries ebbed away like a retreating tide, flowing back into the mountain itself, returning to the earth that had given it form. The cave fell so silent that Manji could hear his own heartbeat. He held White Brow's hand, growing colder by the second, and did not move for a very long time. Outside, Mount Mamboku's clouds continued their eternal, unhurried dance. The sunset painted the sky in the same breathtaking colors it always had. But the Toad Sage who had guarded this sacred place for a millennium was gone. Master, the Grand Sage is he. Amamaru's voice came from outside the entrance, halting mid-sentence. Manji raised his hand, a single quiet gesture. Amamaru understood. The tears came immediately. Manji looked at White Brow's still form and felt every emotion he possessed collide at once. Without this old toad, he might have perished on the road to Mount Mamboku before ever reaching its gates. He'd always told himself he was lucky that somehow, impossibly, a mere mortal had stumbled upon the hidden sage region. Now knowing what he knew, the truth was humbling enough to ache. He'd long since mastered Mount Mamboku's barrier system. He understood perfectly well that no ordinary human could find this place. The truth was simpler and infinitely more painful. All those years ago, White Brow had seen a desperate, half-dead boy struggling toward his mountain and had opened the barrier out of pure compassion. Manji stood there for a long time. Then, at last, a quiet sigh. He looked down at the old sage who had given him everything and spoke in a voice barely louder than breath. Good night, Grandpa White Brow. Manji laid White Brow's remains to rest along the riverbank, letting a millennium of sage bones merge with the mountain's water and stone. In the human world, burying someone near a river was considered ill-omened. But this was a toad, and for toads, a riverside resting place was the most auspicious end-off possible. Amamaru stood watch at the perimeter, eyes red and swollen. Manji remained before the grave, gazing in silence. Mountain wind threaded through the pines, carrying needles and amber light, draping itself across Manji's white robes, gentle as the brush of White Brow's hand from 100 years ago. He stood there, watching the clouds drift and reshape above the peaks. His fingertips absently traced the hilt of the six-path sword. White Brow's final words lingered in the air around him like incense that refused to fade. Hold on to who you are. Don't let eternity steal the person you were meant to be. Meanwhile, on a distant plain. The scars from the Kugaya War had long since been reclaimed by grass and wildflowers. Only the uneven terrain, craters and ridges half buried beneath new growth hinted that this land had once trembled under a battle of gods. Everyone together. Let's build our home. Hagoromo Otsutsuki had his sleeves rolled up, a thin sheen of sweat across his brow, working side by side with his followers to pack earth and lay stone. His chakra alone could have raised a palace in seconds. But he chose to labor alongside them. The foundation of Ninja is in power. It's unity. Hagoromo wiped his forehead with the back of his hand, his voice warm and steady. If Sage Manji had never guided me, I wouldn't be standing here today and neither would any of you. The followers threw themselves into the work with renewed spirit. Days blurred past. The hall rose from the barren plain, simple in construction but dignified in bearing, its beams still radiating the warmth of collective effort. On the day of completion, Hagoromo personally carried a painted scroll to the central platform of the Great Hall. The portrait depicted a young man in black and red robes, a sword strapped across his back, standing tall against a backdrop of Mount Mamboku sweeping clouds and golden sunsets. The brushwork captured an air of quiet authority and otherworldly grace. Manji, exactly as Hagoromo remembered him from a century ago. He had painted it himself, shortly after the battle with Kaguya. It couldn't fully capture the man's presence but every stroke was layered with reverence. Hagoromo hung the portrait at the center of the hall with meticulous care. Today Ninja is born. I, Hagoromo, pledge my life to carrying forward the sage's teachings and protecting the peace of this world. And the source of Ninja, the one who lit the path for all of us, is my master. Sage Manji. From this day forward, he is the founding patriarch of Ninja, to be honored and revered by every generation that follows. Hagoromo turned to face the 1,000+ followers gathered below, his voice ringing like steel on stone. A thunderous chorus of affirmation rose from the crowd. But then, an elderly man stepped forward, his expression troubled. He bowed deeply. Lord Hagoromo, you've always spoken of being Sage Manji's disciple, and we believe you without question. But the patriarch's personal name is Manji. For common people like us to speak it aloud, isn't that disrespectful? The concern rippled through the assembly like a wave. He's right, the founding patriarch's authority is absolute. We can't just say his name. We should bestow a proper honorific, something befitting his stature. The murmuring swelled. Hagoromo nodded slowly, rubbing his chin in thought. A fair point. His gaze drifted unconsciously to the portrait, specifically to the sword on the young man's back. The weapon's name surfaced in his mind immediately. The Six-Path Sword. When Manji had named that blade, the word Six Paths had struck Hagoromo as particularly resonant. Why not take those two words and build the title from there? Change Sage Manji to Sage of Six Paths. Six Paths. Hagoromo murmured the words and his eyes lit up. Sage Manji wielded the Six-Path Sword to bring peace to the world and protect all living things. Let us honor him as the Sage of Six Paths. The moment the title left his lips, the crowd erupted, first in startled silence, then in a roar of passionate approval. The Sage of Six Paths. A magnificent name. It carries divine authority and avoids speaking his true name perfect. Hagoromo watched a fervor sweep through his people, though a flicker of hesitation crossed his heart. He hadn't asked his master's permission. Was it presumptuous to assign such a title unilaterally? But then, his master had vanished into seclusion years ago. Ninja was just beginning, and it needed a name powerful enough to unite hearts. If the sage disapproved, it could always be changed later. Listen well. Hagoromo raised his hand, silencing the crowd. His voice carried the weight of decree. From this day forward, the personal name of Sage Manji is forbidden. The world shall know him only as the Sage of Six Paths. This is his sacred title. Anyone who speaks his true name will be charged with disrespect. He paused, eyes settling on the old man who had raised the concern. Dispatch envoys to every temple of Manji across the land. Replace every inscription with a new title. Let every soul on earth know the revered name, the Sage of Six Paths. At once. The elder bowed and hurried away. Hagoromo turned back to the portrait at the heart of the hall, straightened his robes, and lowered himself into a deep reverent bow. Behind him over 1,000 followers dropped to their knees in unison, pressing their foreheads to the earth. We pay our respects to the Sage of Six Paths. The declaration echoed through the hall, across the plain, and carried on the wind to the farthest reaches of the world. From that day forward, Sage Manji was officially known as the Sage of Six Paths. Another century passed. For those 100 years, Manji devoted himself entirely to governing Mount Mamboku. He established a council of elders. Stripped away the bloated, outdated practices that had accumulated over millennia. Refocused the mountain's culture not around raw power, but around philosophy. Manji transplanted the wisdom of his previous life, wholesale ethics, governance, logic, the great philosophical traditions, adapting them for toad consumption. But the single greatest undertaking of that century was writing history. Back when he'd watched Naruto, the thing that always frustrated him was how laughably incomplete the Shinobi world's historical records were. Virtually nothing was documented. So Manji decided, under Mount Mamboku's authority, to compile a comprehensive world history. Scrupulously fair. Exhaustively detailed. No narrative spin. No taking sides. A purely neutral, objective account. With one small exception regarding Kagaya's chapter. Inside the Grand Sage Hall. Manji sat enthroned on the elevated platform. "I'll dictate. You record." He looked down at the small, reverential toad below. "Grand Sage, one moment, if you please. In our historical records, we wouldn't dare write your name directly. How should we refer to you?" The little toad asked with utmost deference. Manji considered briefly. In his past life's history, court historians always avoided using the reigning emperor's personal name. "The Grand Sage will do. Let's begin at the very start. Two aliens descended from the sky. They sought to dominate the world. But the Grand Sage fought valiantly against them. Though the first attempt ended in defeat, the Grand Sage trained relentlessly and eventually triumphed." Manji edited judiciously, reshaping his story into a narrative of a native hero resisting foreign invasion. He excised his initial collaboration with Kagaya, the scheme to steal the chakra fruit, the morally grey alliance. The darker chapters were quietly retired. The complex reality of the divine tree and its fruit was simplified. The aliens came to conquer Earth. Full stop. And his own mysterious origins. Erased entirely. The official world history began with the arrival of Kagaya and a seeking nothing before. He dictated the chronicle all the way to the present day before finally exhaling. "That's as far as I can take it. I haven't visited the human world in quite some time. Send word to Mount Mamboku's intelligence division, have them gather information from the outside world. Cross-reference everything. Keep it objective. And when the draft is complete, bring it to me for review." Manji waved his hand in gentle dismissal. The small toad completed its bow and withdrew. "I should go see how things are in the human world. Wonder if Hagoromo's established ninja yet and what's become of my temples." Manji mused aloud as he prepared to leave. Not that he particularly cared about the temples. He'd never intended for a casual act of goodwill to snowball into the world's largest religion. But whatever. It didn't bother him. Manji stepped through the thin morning mist and crossed Mount Mamboku's barrier. The ground beneath his feet gradually shifted from sacred stone to hard-packed mortal road. The air carried the mingled scent of cooking smoke and turned earth. He stood at the edge of a mountain cliff, the six-path sword resting against his side. 100 years. He gazed across the landscape and let the weight of it settle. A century, enough time for mortals to cycle through entire generations. For him. A snap of the fingers. Manji made his way to a small village. "Hey there, little one, where's the nearest temple of Manji?" His voice was gentle as a spring breeze. The child he'd addressed was about 7 or 8, mud-speckled cheeks, bright curious eyes. The boy turned to look, and the instant he registered Manji's face, his jaw dropped. The mud ball in his hands hit the dirt with a wet splat. "Whoa. You look exactly like the Sage of Six Paths. Just like him. You're identical to the statue in our Six Paths temple." The boy practically shrieked with excitement. "Six Paths temple? Sage of Six Paths?" Manji's brow creased. His thumb paused mid-stroke on the sword hilt. Had Hagoromo already spread the title Sage of Six Paths this widely? But wait, that didn't make sense. He remembered Hagoromo's appearance perfectly. The Otsutsuki horns, the sharp ethereal features of his alien bloodline. Nothing like Manji's own face. This kid's eyesight had to be terrible if he was confusing the two of them. "Hey Tora. Watch your mouth." Rapid footsteps and a weathered old man came rushing over, hope balanced on his shoulder. "The Sage of Six Paths is our divine savior. You can't just toss his name around like that. Disrespecting the gods brings down curses, boy." The old man's face was red with indignation as he scolded the child. "It's fine, sir. Children speak freely, no harm done." Manji offered a calming word. "But grandpa, I'm telling you, he really does look like him." The boy refused to back down. "Quite, you. Sorry about that, young man. Kids, you know. Don't take it to heart. You ah." The old man turned to apologize, and the moment his eyes found Manji's face, every word died in his throat. You. His pupils shrank to pinpricks. The anger evaporated, replaced by a tidal wave of shock so severe he swayed on his feet. The hoe slipped from nerveless fingers and hit the ground with a dull clang. "The Sage of Six Paths." The old man's voice cracked. His body folded, knees buckling until his forehead nearly touched the dirt. This humble peasant greets the Sage of Six Paths. I had no idea the Divine One had descended. Forgive my disrespect, please, have mercy." He grabbed his grandson and dragged the boy down beside him. Now it was Manji's turn to be completely blindsided. He stared down at the prostrate old man, then at the wide-eyed child kneeling beside him, bewilderment mounting with every passing second. Hagoromo and he looked nothing alike. So why was this old man also identifying him as the Sage of Six Paths? Had Hagoromo's appearance changed over the century? Or had something gone very, very sideways? Passers-by began converging from every direction. And every single person who caught a clear look at Manji's face went through the same violent reaction, color draining, knees hitting the ground, foreheads pressing into the dust. The cry of Sage of Six Paths echoed from every throat. Oh my god, it's him. The Sage of Six Paths. We welcome the Divine One. The voices grew louder, the crowd thicker. Within moments, Manji was completely surrounded. He had no desire to be mobbed. A flick of his fingers and pale mist surged around him, swallowing his figure whole. Sage Art mist body flicker. When the fog dispersed, the spot where he'd stood was empty. The street full of kneeling worshippers continued bowing to thin air. Manji materialized in a forest outside the town. What is going on? He closed his eyes and extended his perception. His sensory range had long since expanded to cover hundreds of miles. He swept the entire region and found not a single trace of a temple of Manji. Every last one had been replaced. Dozens of locations now radiated the unmistakable incense-heavy aura of Six Paths temples. Something's wrong. When I was delivering the tailed beasts, temples bearing my name were everywhere. How did they all vanish in a single century, replaced entirely by Six Paths temples? Manji muttered to himself. Logically, as civilization advanced and people grew more rational, religious institutions should gradually decline. But they wouldn't be swept away this completely, this fast. Questions piling up, Manji wasted no more time. He became a streak of blue-green light and shot toward the nearest Six Paths temple. The temple sat on a mountainside, red walls, dark tiled roof, incense smoke curling from the entrance. Manji walked through the gates at an unhurried pace. Inside, monks were polishing the altar while devotees knelt in prayer. The moment someone glanced up and registered his face, all movement ceased. WH. The sound cut off mid-syllable. Every person in the hall, monk and layperson alike, stared at Manji with expressions of absolute paralyzing shock. Then, as one, they collapsed to the floor, faces white as paper, barely breathing, and the chanting began. We greet the Sage of Six Paths. We greet the Sage of Six Paths. The overlapping voices shook dust from the ceiling beams. Manji said nothing. He walked through the crowd, expression unreadable. Sage Art invisibility. His form vanished. Unseen, he continued straight to the center of the main hall, and, when his eyes found the portrait enshrined above the altar, Manji froze. Every question, every confusion, answered in a single glance. So that's what happened. The portrait showed a young man in black and red robes. A sword strapped across his back. Deep, composed eyes. Strikingly handsome features. Behind him the sweeping clouds and golden sunsets of Mount Mamboku. It was him. His own face from 100 years ago. Beneath the portrait, a gilded plaque blazed with 4 words. Sage of Six Paths. The censer before the shrine was packed with incense. The offering table overflowed with fresh fruit and tributes. So that's how it is. Manji stared at his own painted face and let out a short, incredulous laugh. But a question lingered. He'd been Sage Manji. When had the name changed to Sage of Six Paths? I need to find Hagoromo. He's the only one with the influence to pull something like this off. Manji immediately expanded his perception, searching for the ninja headquarters. He knew from canon where it would be, built on the ruins of Kagaya's domain. Ninja headquarters. Hagoromo sat on a tatami mat, methodically organizing scrolls. And then a voice from behind him. Looks like you've been doing well for yourself, Hagoromo. The voice both achingly familiar and strangely distant. Hagoromo startled, then turned. And there, standing in his chamber, was the one person he'd longed to see for a century. Manji. Cherry blossom petals drifted on the breeze through the ninja headquarters courtyard, slipping through the open paper doors and settling softly on the tatami. Master. Hagoromo's hand froze mid-air, scrolls still clutched between his fingers, as he turned toward the voice behind him. It was Manji. Hagoromo stared at the figure before him, blue-green robes, sword strapped to his back, standing with effortless poise. The same face from 100 years ago. Time hadn't left so much as a fingerprint. Only the aura surrounding him had deepened, quieter, vaster, more unfathomable than before. Master. Hagoromo was on his feet before he realized it, bowing with the same instinctive reverence he'd shown as a student on Mount Mamboku. He was a genuine powerhouse now. Chakra vast as the ocean. Sensory range spanning enormous distances. And yet Manji had appeared directly behind him without triggering even a flicker of awareness. That ghost-like concealment technique remained light years beyond his reach. Manji gave an approving nod as he regarded his disciple. Hagoromo hadn't let power go to his head. Even now, with strength that had long since surpassed Manji's own, he remained humble. A faint smile touched Manji's lips. He raised a hand. No need for formalities. He crossed the room and settled onto the opposite tatami, robes shifting quietly with emotion, the six-path sword resting at his side. I came to ask about the Sage of Six Paths business. Having every temple of Manji in the world swap its signboard and rebrand me as the Sage of Six Paths, there's only one person alive with the reach to pull that off. Manji cut straight to the point. Hagoromo straightened, genuine remorse surfacing on his weathered features. His hands rested formally on his knees, posture growing even more deferential. Master, that was entirely my doing. I acted without your permission, and I ask your forgiveness. Your true name is Manji. When Ninjk was first founded, my followers and I agreed that addressing the founding patriarch by his personal name felt deeply disrespectful. We wanted to bestow a proper title. The word Six Paths, I remembered them from the day you named your sword. They stayed with me ever since. Hagoromo lifted his gaze, nostalgia softening his eyes. He paused, voice earnest. I searched for you for years, master, but could never find a trace. I didn't dare disturb your seclusion. With no way to seek your approval, I went ahead and proclaimed the title to the world. I'd always planned to explain and apologize in person when you finally appeared, but I never imagined 100 years would pass before that happened. He bowed again, guilt written plainly across his face. I meant no offense. I only wanted the world to remember what you did for all of us and to use your name as a beacon to unite hearts and carry Ninjk's mission forward. If the title displeases you, I'll issue the order immediately to restore Sage Manji. So that's what happened. Manji listened in silence, fingertips absently tracing the edge of the tatami, caught between exasperation and reluctant amusement. He'd never imagined that a name he'd chosen on a whim for his sword would a century later become his own title, known across the entire world. Even less had he imagined that he'd accidentally replaced the Sage of Six Paths in history. The absurdity of it hit him all at once. Incredible. He'd named the sword Six Paths because he wanted to break through to Six Paths tier. And instead the title Sage of Six Paths had landed squarely on his head. So the Sage of Six Paths was me all along. Technically reached Six Paths but not actually Six Paths tier. The mental image of a beyond cage level fighter walking around with the title Sage of Six Paths was almost too much to bear. Wait, hold on. An idea struck him like lightning. A brilliant idea. The system had declared, you will never reach Six Paths tier. But what if he simply renamed beyond cage tier as Six Paths tier? Wouldn't that technically mean he'd achieved Six Paths? Manji looked up at Hagoromo, still bowing respectfully, head lowered in deference, and gave a slow, measured shake of his head. Forget it. It's been 100 years. The world has already accepted Sage of Six Paths. No sense changing it now. As you wish, master. Hagoromo smiled and nodded with obvious relief. He personally poured Manji a cup of hot tea. The two settled in and began catching up on a century's worth of living. Hagoromo spoke with infectious enthusiasm, laying out his vision for the future, how he planned to continue improving the human world, building it into something better with each passing year. He was a man utterly consumed by his dream of salvation, convinced that through sheer will and effort, he could reshape the world into his ideal. Good, good. Manji smiled and said nothing more. All he could think was Hagoromo is still so young. Did he really believe human society could be transformed that easily? Besides, Hagoromo would die someday. The dream would outlast the dreamer. Hagoromo, when are you planning to take a wife? Manji asked with an easy grin. Hagoromo blinked, then scratched his head with obvious embarrassment. I haven't really thought about that yet. He wasn't made of wood. His feelings for Haori had proven he was capable of deep emotion. The timing just hadn't arrived. Master, just how long can you actually live? You haven't changed at all. Looking at you is like looking at yesterday, it really does feel like just yesterday. Hagoromo studied Manji's face, unable to contain his curiosity. Manji only smiled. No answer. Hagoromo, centuries of social experience having sharpened his emotional intelligence considerably, read the room and dropped the subject. Besides, he was quietly confident he'd outlive his master. Manji was, after all, a native of this planet. Sage arts or not, that didn't guarantee a lifespan exceeding an Otsutsuki's. For all Hagoromo knew, his master might pass away before Hagoromo even reached middle age. And 100 years in, Hagoromo himself still felt practically unchanged. Well, time for me to go. Manji drained the last of his tea, shouldered the six-path sword, and rose to leave. Master, won't you meet the Ninjk members? Even briefly? Hagoromo asked. After all, Ninjk had been founded under Manji's name. As the founding patriarch, a single appearance would mean the world to them. No need. Your Ninjk is impressive, I hope it continues to flourish. Manji was already on his feet. The entire world worshipped him as a god, but Manji himself remained thoroughly indifferent to fame and status. Empty titles, nothing more. He cultivated sage arts, not faith-powered divinity. Just then, one of Hagoromo's followers entered the room. Reporting, Lord Hagoromo, today we successfully assisted in, oh my god. The founding patriarch. The follower's routine report dissolved into a strangled shriek the instant he noticed the figure standing beside Hagoromo. This humble ninja disciple greets the founding patriarch. The man dropped to his knees, practically vibrating with disbelief. The founding patriarch in the flesh. Alive. It was the equivalent of devoutly worshipping a deity for your entire life and then having that deity casually stroll into your living room. Rise. No need for all that. Manji offered an easy smile, still privately amused by the memory of every face in that temple, dropping to the floor the moment they'd seen him. Hagoromo gave a sheepish laugh. I'm off. No need to see me out. Manji raised his hand, sage energy swirled and, accompanied by a veil of soft mist, he vanished. After leaving Ninsk, Manji wandered the human world for a while longer. He checked in on the tailed beasts along the way. They were doing well, living comfortably, unbothered. The era of large-scale shinobi hadn't begun yet. Everyone with real power was affiliated with Ninsk. Powerless civilians wouldn't dare go near the Nine Tails. And with political structures still primitive, no established nations, no military organizations, the tailed beasts roamed freely and peacefully. Manji had once again set out to wander the human world. This time, however, he wasn't aimlessly observing the masses. He was hunting for power. Specifically, he wanted to investigate the other forces that existed within the Naruto universe. In the original series, the Shinigami from the Reaper Death Seal, Heiden's faith-based immortality, the Pure Land canon, had introduced all of these concepts without ever offering a proper explanation for any of them. Now, with his formidable strength, he intended to dig into every last one. It wouldn't be easy, of course. He had no leads. Hand-sign ninjutsu hadn't even been invented yet, let alone the more esoteric techniques. Poof. The small monkey materialized beside Manji in a puff of smoke. His eyebrow rose. One of the White Monkey King's messenger monkeys. Don't tell me the White Monkey King's time has come too. The sinking feeling crept through his chest. White Brow had passed just a century ago and now the White Monkey King was finished as well. The White Snake Sage, at least, he didn't need to worry about. She'd survived all the way to the Burrito era. But the White Monkey King. Life and death follow their own schedule. Manji sighed softly and opened the letter. But what greeted him wasn't an obituary. It was a single, short message. Manji, get over here ASAP. Found a mystery dungeon. Sexy white-furred monkey. The sky. Manji's composure cracked. The White Monkey King was still acting like an overgrown child. As for why the old ape was fluent in internet slang, that was entirely Manji's fault. Back in his early days in this world, he'd unconsciously peppered his speech with memes and references from his past life. The White Monkey King had absorbed every last one and had been running them into the ground for centuries without getting tired of a single joke. But Manji wasn't the same person he used to be. The teenager who used to psych himself up by chanting endurance means keeping your head clear and your spine straight had long since matured into a steady, composed sage. The Monkey King clan's domain. Manji navigated the familiar route with practiced ease. The place looked exactly the same as it had over 100 years ago. The moment he stepped inside, there was the White Monkey King, bouncing around like an overgrown kid. Whoa Manji. It's really you? The White Monkey King vaulted forward and landed squarely in front of him. Manji's smile was equal parts warmth and exasperation. White Monkey King, you're older than I am. How are you still this hyperactive? Hey, you wouldn't understand, Manji. The White Monkey King scratched his head. When I see an old friend, I automatically reset to the age we were when we first met. We all keep a piece of ourselves stored inside our oldest friendships. The whole point of seeing an old friend is this. When you're beaten down and world-weary, I still remember the version of you that was on fire. To me, you're not some calm, legendary sage of 6 paths. You're the bold, ambitious kid who had the guts to pick a fight with aliens. The White Monkey King's voice carried a wistful tenderness. Something flickered behind Manji's eyes, a genuine touch of emotion. He nodded slowly. Well said. He settled onto a stone bench. So, what did you call me here for? Hey, it's been so long, I missed you. Sometimes I dream about the old days fighting side by side against a sickie. The White Monkey King grinned sheepishly. Manji smiled at that. Speaking of a sickie, the alien was almost certainly gone for good. There had been no passing monk to save him, and the 10 tails had chewed him up quite thoroughly. The two old friends caught up on lost time. Then the White Monkey King got to the point. Here's the thing, I was in the human world a few days ago and spotted a huge flock of crows. But that's not the important part. The important part is I sensed an unfamiliar power on those crows. Something similar to sage energy. Manji paused. Sage energy? Were there other sage art traditions in this world beyond the 3 great sage regions and the Monkey King clan? Interesting. show me. One flash of movement later. They stood in the heart of a desolate valley. Not a blade of grass in sight. The ground was cracked and barren, littered with the husks of long dead trees. The instant they landed, a faint but unmistakable wave of genjutsu rippled outward thin as gauze, wrapping itself around the entire valley. Genjutsu. Manji, wielding multiple sage art systems with chakra reserves vast as an ocean, registered the illusion as little more than a gentle breeze. It couldn't even graze the surface of his consciousness. Yeah, I got caught by it several times. Whatever's generating this has seriously terrifying genjutsu capabilities. The White Monkey King frowned slightly as the illusion brushed against his mind, but one glance at Manji's utterly unperturbed aura was all it took to banish any worry. Right here, Manji. Those weird crows are hiding somewhere in there. The whole place felt wrong. I didn't dare go in alone. The White Monkey King pointed toward the dead forest at the valley's heart, his voice dropping. Oh? Manji narrowed his eyes. Pale blue sage chakra seeped from his body like a rising tide, his perception sweeping outward to blanket the entire forest. The next instant his fingertip touched his chin, and genuine surprise flickered through his gaze. Well. The dead forest was saturated with an energy unmistakably related to the three great sage regions: rich, distinct, and ancient. Fascinating. Manji murmured. Could there really be an unknown sage art lineage hidden in this world? It couldn't have come at a better time. He was already scouring the Naruto world for obscure overlooked powers, and here was one walking right up to his doorstep. Crows. The first thing that came to mind was Itachi Uchiha. Anan had never explained how Itachi formed his contract with the crows or how he obtained the sword of Totsuka and the Yada mirror. White Monkey King, wait here. I'm going in. Be careful. The energy in there feels off. It's got shades of the Rikishi Cave's darkness, but it's not quite the same. There's more to this place than meets the eye. Noted. Manji gave a brief nod and his figure shot into the dead forest like a phantom. At his current level, the number of beings in this world that could genuinely threaten his life could be counted on one hand. And even in the worst case scenario he'd just die and come back. What was there to fear? From the White Monkey King's perspective, the instant Manji crossed the tree line, he simply dissolved into nothing. Inside the dead forest. Manji observed the sudden shift in his surroundings and nodded with quiet understanding. A barrier similar to Mount Mamboku's. Essentially its own pocket dimension. He'd taken barely 2 steps when an ancient stone monument appeared before him, 4 weathered words carved deep into its face. Land of the Atagarasu. Manji studied the inscription, brow creasing almost imperceptibly. And then a dense wave of sage chakra surged from deeper within, its volume considerable. Caw. Harsh rasping crow calls erupted from every direction. Black feathers churned through the air as a streak of dark light shot from the depths of the forest and alighted on a gnarled branch before him. A 3-legged crow. Feathers black as spilled ink. Eyes burning crimson. A thin but unmistakable halo of sage chakra wreathing its body. A human, finally, a human wanders in. Ah. Wait, you. The 3-legged crow recognized Manji's face and nearly fell off its perch, crimson eyes contracting sharply. You know me? Manji looked up, his gaze calm and level. The crow hastily composed itself, fluttering its wings with an ingratiating laugh. Of course I do. You're the legendary sage of 6 paths. I never imagined you'd grace my humble abode with a personal visit. To what do I owe the honor? Manji saw no reason to dance around it. This land of the Atagarasu, it holds a sage art lineage, doesn't it? I'm interested. Tell me everything. The crow's expression froze. With all due respect, great sage, the Atagarasu sage art tradition is passed only to those deemed worthy. It isn't something we hand out on request. I would humbly ask the sage not to press the matter. Doing so could tarnish your illustrious reputation or worse, cost you your life within this sacred ground. Please, great sage, don't force this. Don't invite suffering upon yourself. The crow shook its head slowly, its tone carrying an unmistakable edge of warning. And if I insist? Manji's voice remained perfectly even, but beneath the calm ran a current of absolute irresistible authority. With his current power, taking the Atagarasu sage arts by force would be trivial. He was simply extending the courtesy of asking first. Besides, no one in this world dared threaten him. Not even Hagoromo. The 3-legged crow let out a strange cackling laugh. Its crimson eyes blazed with arrogant confidence. Great sage, the first requirement for learning our Atagarasu sage arts is to completely dismantle your own defenses. Willingly. Voluntarily open yourself to our genjutsu. And if the mighty sage of 6 paths were to drop every last barrier and stop resisting, well, I'm afraid today would be the day you die inside my Atagarasu Illusion. The smugness practically dripped from every syllable. This crow held absolute unshakable faith in its genjutsu, confident enough to believe it could kill the sage of 6 paths. Manji listened and a quiet laugh escaped him. What genjutsu in this world was stronger than the infinite Tsukiyomi? And even in the absolute worst case he'd die. Then he'd resurrect and try again. He chuckled softly and in a single instant pulled back every trace of sage chakra, every layer of defense, every protective barrier around his consciousness. He stood completely open, utterly vulnerable and let the dense, suffocating wave of genjutsu wash over him without resistance. The next second, Manji's awareness was swallowed whole, plunging into a vast boundless ocean of illusion. The three-legged crow dropped its cackling grin. Its crimson eyes darkened, fixed intently on Manji as the genjutsu waves engulfed him. The Yatagarasu's illusion was unlike any conventional technique, formless, uncontrollable. Even its caster couldn't peer into the victim's mindscape. The genjutsu simply reached into the deepest recesses of the target psyche, found whatever they feared most, and built from there. Shame I can't see what's happening inside. I'd love to know what the invincible sage of six paths is actually afraid of. The crow murmured, curiosity and unease mingling in its voice, its wingbeat slowing. Inside the ocean of illusion. Doesn't seem like much, honestly. The words had barely left Manji's mouth when the world around him shattered and reformed. His eyes snapped open and he was standing in that bamboo forest. The bamboo forest. The one where he and Kagaya had taken down Isiki all those centuries ago. The crushing pressure clamped around his throat. Ezekiel Tsutsuki's cold laughter brushed against his ear, those merciless eyes inches from his face. Ahaha, pathetic human. You walked straight into an Tsutsuki grade genjutsu and didn't even notice. Manji's peripheral vision swept the scene. Kagaya, pinned to the earth with black rods. The White Monkey King, collapsed and lifeless. Genjutsu? When did I? Manji's pupils contracted. A wave of genuine shock rippled through him. Isiki's grip tightened. The laughter grew colder. The horrifying thought detonated in Manji's mind. What if the past several centuries were all fake? What if there was no resurrection? No victory over Isiki? No sealing of Kagaya? No teaching Hagoromo and Himura? No title of Sage of Six Paths? What if the real Manji had been trapped in genjutsu since the moment of that first battle against Isiki and everything since had been nothing but a beautiful illusion? Was it possible? It was absolutely possible. His life had gone suspiciously well. Almost too perfectly, like something straight out of the infinite Tsukiyomi. The ripple of doubt had barely formed before centuries of trained composure crushed it flat. Everything might be fake, but the discipline forged over hundreds of years is real. Illusions could conjure any nightmare they pleased. They couldn't touch a mind that had been tempered by actual centuries. Almost simultaneously, the scene shattered like dropped glass. Outside, in the barrier of the land of the Yatagarasu. The three-legged crow stared at Manji, crimson eyes blown wide with shock. It could clearly sense the genjutsu still wrapped around him and yet his expression hadn't shifted once. His aura remained calm as a windless lake. Not a trace of madness. Not a flicker of doubt. Any normal person would have been devoured by their deepest fears the instant the Yatagarasu illusion made contact, screaming, thrashing, losing their minds entirely. There had been one human who'd stumbled in before. The poor soul had spent his final lucid moments repeating I did it over and over, then gone permanently insane. But the Sage of Six Paths hadn't moved a muscle. Back inside Manji's consciousness. He stood on the edge of a sea cliff. Sheer rock at his back. Roaring, towering waves crashing before him. Wind and spray lashing his body, biting cold. Manji's expression didn't change. Storms? He'd weathered more than he could count. This genjutsu was nothing more than a gauntlet of psychological pressure, layer after layer, designed to destabilize his mind and block him from learning the Yatagarasu sage arts. And more importantly, his killing intent perception had been dead silent the entire time. Not a single ping. When Kagaya had actually betrayed him, his danger sense had screamed right now. The world around him felt utterly peaceful. No real threat existed. That was all the confirmation he needed. Manji closed his eyes. Dismissed the crashing waves entirely. And began actively drawing in the sage energy of the land of the Yatagarasu. Threads of black sage chakra, dark as crow feathers, flowed into his meridians like coiling serpents. Using the genjutsu's own pressure as a whetstone, he started training the Yatagarasu sage arts on the spot. The next instant, the cliff and the ocean vanished. In their place. A vast, endless army of shinobi, stretching to every horizon. Hundreds of all-killing ash bones rained down like arrows in a monsoon. Countless tailed beast bombs condensed overhead, apocalyptic energy screaming earthward. Ninjutsu of every element wove together into an inescapable net of death, converging on Manji from every direction. He didn't move. Didn't open his eyes. Didn't flinch. He knew all of it was illusion. And sure enough, the instant those lethal attacks made contact, they burst into a cascade of cherry blossom petals. Pink and soft, drifting down to rest on his shoulders. Outside, the three-legged crow was in full-blown panic. It could feel it unmistakably, irrefutably, a dense, potent concentration of Yatagarasu sage chakra rising from Manji's body. And on his face black sage markings were materializing. Dark lines spreading from the corners of his eyes, tracing along his cheekbones in patterns that resembled crow feathers, radiating an aura of absolute crushing authority. The energy was purer than the crow's own. The Sage of Six Paths had essentially mastered the Yatagarasu sage arts. The Sage of Six Paths is this powerful. The crow's voice trembled, its crimson eyes swimming with disbelief. This is impossible. No matter how gifted someone is, there is no way to learn the Yatagarasu sage arts in a single hour. What the crow couldn't know was that Manji had lived for centuries. He'd already mastered the sage arts of Mount Mamboku, the Rikishi Cave, the Shikatsu Forest, and the Monkey King clan. His understanding of sage energy had been refined to a level beyond anything this world had ever seen. The Yatagarasu tradition was unique, certainly, but it still operated within the fundamental framework of sage arts. For Manji, it was like picking up a new dialect of a language he'd spoken fluently for centuries. And above all else, Manji was never afraid of learning sage arts. Hit me with the next one. I've never been afraid. A violent surge of indignation swept through the three-legged crow. It stared at Manji seated in meditation, sage energy growing thicker by the second, and a thought so reckless it bordered on insanity seized its mind. What if while he's still mid-training I catch him off guard and kill him? If I slay the Sage of Six Paths I become the strongest being in existence. Thought became action. A vicious gleam ignited in the crow's eyes. One powerful wing beat and a sword materialized in its talons. The blade was dark crimson black, its hilt shaped like a gourd, radiating ancient terrible power. The sword of Totsuka. The crow suppressed every trace of its presence, glided silently toward Manji. And aimed the blade directly between his eyes. At that precise moment, Manji's eyes opened. Their gazes collided. What do you think you're doing? Manji's brow furrowed. Oh, shit. The crow's internal alarm blared at maximum volume. But its brain was already spinning at full speed, and in a fraction of a second, it made the only rational decision available. It dropped to its knees. Then executed a textbook kneeling slide straight to Manji's feet. Great Sage of Six Paths. Congratulations on mastering the sage arts. This humble one, unworthy as I am, wishes to present the two greatest treasures of the Yatagarasu. The sword of Totsuka and the Yadamir. As gifts for the sage. I was coming to offer you the sword. That's what I was doing. The sword. A gift. For you. As it spoke, the three-legged crow thrust both the sword of Totsuka and the Yadamir forward, with its talons offering them up like sacred tributes. Oh? Manji's eyebrow arched. The corner of his mouth curved upward. Good. Good. The sage is most pleased indeed. Manji accepted the sword of Totsuka and turned it over in his hands, studying every detail. The realization struck him instantly. So this is where Itachi Uchiha got the Totsuka blade in the future. Itachi's summoning contract with crows. The crow's significance in Japanese mythology. Everything clicked together like the final piece of a puzzle. As long as the sage is happy. The three-legged crow's smile was strained to its breaking point. Magnificent, truly magnificent, what a fine blade. But then Manji's eyes went cold. Whoosh. In a movement faster than thought, Manji drove the sword of Totsuka straight through the three-legged crow. GHK. Sage. The crow never saw it coming. It stared down at the blade piercing its body, then back up at Manji, crimson eyes bulging with disbelief. Manji's gaze was frost incarnate. Did this bird seriously think I didn't notice? His killing intent perception had been screaming, and this feathered fool thought it could play him for an idiot. Attempting to assassinate him? That was a one-way ticket to oblivion. You sealed your own fate. Manji had originally planned to learn the sage art and leave no interference, no conflict. But the crow had tried to kill him. So, no mercy. Better you than me. Manji might seem easygoing on the surface, but when it came time to take a life, there was zero hesitation. He'd survived this long for two reasons. Knowing when to let things go and knowing when to eliminate a threat before it could grow. No. The crow let out one final anguished shriek. And its body was sucked into the sword of Totsuka. Permanently sealed. So it's the real deal. Manji examined the sword with a satisfied nod. Manji emerged from the land of the Yatagarasu at a leisurely pace. Manji, how'd it go in there? The White Monkey King hurried over, concern etched across his features. Manji's expression was measured, a hint of gravity lingering between his brows. The place was deeply corrupted. The threat has been eliminated. To prevent anyone from stumbling in and losing their life, I intend to raze it to the ground. Any objections? None. I was thinking the same thing. The White Monkey King agreed without a second's hesitation. If ordinary humans wandered into a place like that, they'd be dead before they knew what hit them. Total destruction was the safest course. Good. As the word left his lips, violent lightning was already churning in Manji's palm, purple electricity writhing like serpents, tearing the air apart around his hand. Sage Art Lightning Release Kirin. A single thunderous command shook the heavens and a colossal beast of pure blinding lightning plummeted from the sky. Ooh. In one cataclysmic flash, the land of the Itagarasu was wiped from existence. Not a single stone remained, only scorched blackened earth and the lingering tang of ozone. White Monkey King, this is where I take my leave. Manji withdrew his sage energy and offered the old ape a respectful bow. Wait, Manji. When we meet again, how long will it be? The White Monkey King stepped forward, something complicated and reluctant flickering behind his eyes. Manji paused, considering. Perhaps not for another century. I'll be staying on Mount Mamboku from here on, training in seclusion. The human world's affairs are no longer my concern. Hagoromo was out there keeping things in order. There was no need for Manji to meddle. His next appearance would likely coincide with the birth of Indra or Asura, the two figures whose rivalry formed the hidden throughline of the entire Naruto saga. Manji already had a plan. He would dedicate the coming centuries to Mount Mamboku, pursuing the ultimate goal. Fusing all 5 sage art traditions, Mount Mamboku, the Richi Cave, the Shikatsu Forest, the Monkey King clan, and the Itagarasu into a single unified system. If he could achieve that synthesis, perhaps he could finally breach the 6 paths threshold and shatter the system's shackles once and for all. Being permanently capped at Beyond Cage was manageable against most opponents. But if an Otsutsuki ever appeared, things would get ugly fast. Being stuck at Beyond Cage forever felt like being held right at the edge, eternally on the verge. Well, I suppose that's how it goes. The White Monkey King sighed, watching Manji's figure with wistful eyes. Time moved so fast. One goodbye, and the next meeting was an eternity away. Farewell. Sage Art mist body flicker. The veil of pale fog and Manji was gone. Back on Mount Mamboku. Manji materialized directly inside the Grand Sage Hall. The moment he arrived, something felt off. A subtle wrongness in the air. He turned and headed for the side chamber. The Sage Art Archive, the hall where he stored every technique he'd ever created or recorded. Mount Mamboku arts, Shikatsu forest techniques, Richi cave methods, and a collection of seal-free ninjutsu he'd developed himself. His sage chakra immediately detected faint life signatures emanating from within, accompanied by hushed whispers that grew clearer with every step. Young toad voices, laced with nervous excitement and the thrill of getting away with something. Are you sure this is okay? If the Grand Sage, no, if the founding patriarch catches us, we're absolutely done. The timid male toad voice, trembling with anxiety. Relax. We're just looking. Sneaking a peek at 1 or 2 basic sage art scrolls, that's all. The founding patriarch has always been lenient. Worst case, he makes us copy the Mount Mamboku code of conduct a few times. He's not going to throw the book at us. The bolder female toad voice, reassuring yet carrying its own undercurrent of guilt. Manji pushed the door open without a sound. The scene inside unfolded before him. Towering scroll shelves stacked to the ceiling, row upon row of meticulously organized techniques. And there, tucked into the bottom corner of the lowest shelf, 2 palm-sized baby toads were huddled together, their little heads bent over an unfurled sage art scroll, stubby front legs, tracing the patterns on the parchment with absolute oblivious concentration. And what exactly are you two looking for? Manji's calm voice echoed gently through the cavernous hall. Both toads went rigid as if hit by a paralysis jutsu, then slowly, agonizingly slowly, turned their heads. Their perfectly round toad eyes were as wide as dinner plates, faces frozen in pure terror. Ah. The founding patriarch. The Grand Sage, sir, we're sorry. We're so sorry. They practically launched themselves away from the scroll, crashing to their knees on the stone floor, tiny heads pressed as low as physically possible, too terrified to breathe. Sneaking into the archive to read forbidden scrolls. I see. Manji glanced at the unrolled parchment, and the situation was immediately clear. 2 young toads had infiltrated the Sage Art Archive and attempted to teach themselves advanced techniques without authorization. Founding Patriarch, we were wrong. Please forgive us. Both toads pleaded in trembling unison, voices cracking with barely suppressed sobs. Manji wasn't angry. Young toads craving sage knowledge was the most natural thing in the world. Sneaking into the archive was a violation, sure, but hardly a capital offense. They'd called it right, actually. He was lenient. A few hundred repetitions of the Mount Mamboku Code of Conduct would suffice. What are your names? I'm Fukasaku. The male toad stammered out his name. I'm Shima. The female toad followed immediately, her voice barely above a whisper. Manji's eyebrow rose, a flicker of genuine surprise crossing his features. Fukasaku and Shima, the future 2 great sage toads of Mount Mamboku. And here they were, still tiny, sneaking around the archives like mischievous children. Considering the timeline, their birth at this point made perfect sense. Manji's gaze dropped back to the scroll they'd been studying. The cover read. Sage Art Gomen. You two have been staring at this for a while. Learned anything? The question was casual, almost offhand. Fukasaku and Shima exchanged a helpless glance each, finding only blank confusion in the other's eyes. Both shook their heads in unison. Founding Patriarch, we studied it for ages, but the patterns are completely incomprehensible. We can't make any sense of the chakra circulation, let alone actually perform it. Manji suppressed a smile. Of course they couldn't. If they could learn it just from reading, they'd be prodigies of the highest order. At this point in history, the hand sign system hadn't been invented yet. All sage arts and ninjutsu were performed through raw chakra manipulation and mental focus. With their current level of understanding, a technique as complex as Sage Art Gomen was completely beyond their reach. Hand signs would change everything. You haven't learned hand signs yet, naturally you can't activate something this advanced. Manji explained simply. Hand signs. Fukasaku looked up, face scrunched in total bewilderment. Founding Patriarch, what are hand signs? Shima blinked beside him, equally lost. The term was clearly foreign to both of them. Manji didn't elaborate. He simply waved his hand. That's a lesson for another day. For now, go find Gamamaru. Collect 2 copies of the Mount Mamboku Code of Conduct. Each of you will write it out 300 times. Until you're finished, neither of you sets foot in this archive. His tone was mild but final. The moment they heard their punishment was only copying, not scrubbing the entire mountain or being sentenced to hard labor. Both toads practically melted with relief. Thank you for your mercy, Founding Patriarch. They bowed with impeccable form, then turned and bounced out of the archive as fast as their little legs could carry them. Manji stood alone in the vast scroll-lined hall. Hand signs. His fingertip traced his chin as he sank into deep thought. Indra hadn't been born yet, which meant the hand sign system he would eventually create didn't exist. So why not beat him to it? Creating hand signs wasn't particularly difficult for someone of Manji's caliber. And once the system was implemented on Mount Mamboku, the toads would be able to master sage arts and ninjutsu, far more efficiently propelling the mountain's collective strength to even greater heights, cementing its position at the forefront of the shinobi world. Mount Mamboku now operated on a dual-track system, martial and scholarly. The martial toads were the combat specialists, similar to future generations like Gamabunta, Gamma Hero, and Gamakan, fighting with brute strength, blades, and physical prowess. There were technique users too, but they relied on toad chanting, toad oil, and fire-based attacks. If I create hand signs, it could elevate Mount Mamboku's capabilities to an entirely new level. Manji's mind was made up. He reached back into his memories of his previous life and began reconstructing the system. He was familiar enough with it: rat, ox, tiger, hare, dragon, snake, horse, ram, monkey, rooster, dog, boar. Another century passed. Manji created the hand sign system and implemented it across Mount Mamboku, though he kept it strictly internal. No dissemination to the human world. Small-scale deployment only. Grand Sage, the past century's records have been completed. Your commitment to documenting the world's history is truly a monumental contribution. The toad assigned to the historical chronicle bowed with genuine admiration, then respectfully presented a scroll. Manji accepted it, reviewed the contents carefully, and nodded. Well done. You're new? Yes, Grand Sage, I inherited this responsibility from my grandfather. He was the first toad to record history at your side. The young toad nodded eagerly. A flicker of surprise passed through Manji. He remembered that toad clearly, the meticulous little scribe who'd sat before him so reverently all those years ago. Already? And your grandfather, is he? He passed away some time ago, Grand Sage. The toad's expression dimmed with quiet grief. I see. Something shifted behind Manji's eyes. He held the scroll a moment longer, a sigh forming deep in his chest. Thank you. You may go. He waved the toad away gently. Time really is a blade. He looked down at the scroll in his hands, a mere 100 years of shinobi history. To him, it genuinely was just 100 years. To most mortals, it was an entire lifetime. Countless lifetimes. Manji sat alone in the Grand Sage Hall for a long while. Then, in a flash, he vanished. Time to check on Hagoromo. 100 years later, and he stood on familiar ground once more. The exact spot where he'd asked a muddy-faced child for directions all those years ago. Nothing had changed about the place itself. Only the people were different, generation after generation, cycling through like leaves in autumn. Manji paused, about to activate his mist body flicker and depart, when a trembling, aged voice called out from behind him. Sage, is it truly you? Manji turned slowly. An ancient man, hair and beard snow white, spine curved under the weight of years, shuffled toward him on a cane worn smooth by decades of use. Each step was precarious, uncertain. But those roomy old eyes, fixed on Manji's face, burned with a joy so fierce it bordered on disbelief. Manji suppressed a quiet internal sigh. His face, unchanged across centuries, had become the most recognizable image in the world. There was nowhere he could go without being identified. The entire planet knows what I look like. He blamed Hagoromo's artistic talent. If the man had painted him in the style of an abstract ink-wash deity instead of a photorealistic portrait, this wouldn't be a problem. Sage. It really is you. The old man finally reached him, cane striking the ground hard enough to keep his wobbling frame upright. His voice shook with overwhelming emotion. Do you remember me? I'm the child from back then. The little boy playing in the mud at the village entrance, the one you asked for directions. Manji's pupils contracted. He'd met this person before. The memory surfaced instantly 100 years ago, his first visit to this village. A mud-speckled child, barely 7 years old, squatting on a dirt mound. Manji. Hey, kid, where's the nearest temple of Manji? Child. Whoa. You look exactly like the sage of six paths. And now that bright-eyed child had become a stooped, withered old man standing at death's door. A smile, warm but tinged with something deeper, touched Manji's lips. That little boy covered in mud at the village entrance, look at you now. The old man bowed immediately, his body trembling with the effort. Ever since my grandfather brought me to see you that day, I've dreamed of meeting you again. For the past 100 years, every single morning before dawn, I've come to this village entrance and waited. Rain or shine. Never missed a day. All in the hope that you'd pass through again. I never imagined, never dared believe that at 108 years old, my wish would finally come true. His voice cracked. Cloudy tears carved wet trails down his deeply lined face. Manji's heart clenched. 100 years for him, barely a pause between breaths on his path of training. For this man, it was everything from a gap-toothed toddler to a centenarian at the edge of the grave. 108 years old. That's a remarkable life by any measure. Manji smiled gently. All thanks to the sage's blessing. The old man bowed again, voice thick with devotion. Seeing your divine countenance as a child, absorbing even a trace of your sacred graces, the only reason this old fool survived this long. A century gone, and the sage hasn't aged a single day. Exactly as I remember you, well, I've become nothing but old bones waiting for the grave. Manji nodded, studying this man who had faithfully waited for him across an entire century. Something stirred and he spoke. For us to meet again after 100 years, that's a rare kind of fate. Tell me, is there anything your heart desires? With Manji's abilities, casually altering one person's destiny in the Naruto world was child's play. Before the words had fully settled, the old man dropped to his knees with a heavy thud. His weathered forehead pressed firmly against the cold earth, his voice steady and unwavering. The sage already granted me a century of life, that alone is a gift beyond measure. This old fool has nothing left to wish for. To see the sage one more time before I die, that is the greatest fortune of my entire existence. It is enough. More than enough. Manji let out a quiet, admiring laugh. 108 years of living had stripped this man of every trace of greed and delusion. He'd genuinely arrived at peace. Grandpa. Something terrible happened. The big yellow cow, the monster on the mountain, ate it. The child came sprinting down the village road, pigtails flying, face streaked with tears, voice raw with panic. The old man pulled himself up immediately. Forgetting the cow entirely, he seized the child by the arm. Never mind the cow, come here. Quick, pay your respects to the sage. The child was dragged before Manji, blinking owlishly up at him with wide, bewildered eyes. After a moment of staring, the child tilted his head. Huh? Aren't you the Six Paths big brother from the painting in our shrine? How'd you get out of the picture? Watch your mouth. The old man nearly had a heart attack. He swatted the boy's backside. Show respect to the sage of Six Paths. Apologize this instant. It's fine, children speak their minds. No harm done. Manji waved it away with a gentle smile. Your grandson. He's the spitting image of you at that age, same blunt honesty. Reminds me of when your grandfather came stomping in from the fields with his hoe to scold you. The old man's eyes misted over with 100 years' worth of memories. That had been him once, tactless and fearless, getting an earful from his grandfather. It felt like another life. Because it was. Now then, tell me what happened. How did a cow end up eaten by a monster? What kind of monster are we talking about? Manji turned his attention to the sniffling child, his voice measured and patient. The old man wanted nothing for himself, so Manji would repay the century-spanning bond by eliminating whatever threat had taken root near the village. The child rubbed his nose, wiped his eyes, and spoke in a quavering voice. It was a big fox monster. Really big. With a whole bunch of tails. It grabbed the cow in one bite and ran off. Children get confused easily, allow me to explain properly, sage. The old man stepped forward, bowed deeply, and began his account. This trouble started about 7 years ago. A great beast appeared on the mountain behind our village, a fox-like creature with 9 enormous bushy tails. Terrifying to behold. It doesn't eat people, thankfully, but it regularly comes down and takes our cattle and sheep. The villagers are too frightened to graze their herds or even gather firewood on the mountain anymore. Life has gotten harder every year. When the old man finished, Manji's brow furrowed. 9 tails. The instant he heard fox with 9 tails, the obvious candidate came to mind, the 9 tails he'd personally released into the wild years ago. But this village was thousands of miles from where he'd set Kurama free. Completely different territory. Why would the fox be here? Closing his eyes, Manji extended his sage perception in a massive wave washing over the entire mountain range and blanketing hundreds of miles of surrounding terrain. In the next instant, a familiar chakra signature pulsed from deep within the mountain's interior. Manji opened his eyes. A knowing look settled across his features. So it is you little rascal. 9 tails. Deep in the mountain forest behind the village, Kurama lay sprawled across a massive ledge halfway up the peak, his 9 crimson tails swishing lazily each sweep, snapping branches and scattering debris across the slope. His chin rested between his front paws, eyes locked on several trembling draft oxen huddled before him. He was about to dig into his freshly acquired meal. And then. 9 tails. Don't you dare eat those. My grandpa called in an expert to deal with you. A shrill, defiant voice cut through the forest from just up the slope. It was the child from the village, small frame, clenched fists, eyes fixed on the mountainous fox demon without blinking. His legs shook visibly, but he hadn't taken a single step back. Kurama lifted one eyelid, glanced at the pint-sized human, and flicked his tails with casual disdain. Eat it, kid, you're embarrassing yourself. You? Calling in experts? Even if you dragged every last one of those ninja amateurs up here, they'd be nothing but a light snack. Don't make your 9 tails big bro laugh. Kurama ran his tongue across his fangs, utterly unbothered. Unless you can get the Sage of 6 Paths himself to show up, but that's pure fantasy. You think a legend like him has time for your missing cow? His voice dipped with something almost wistful. Besides, even I haven't seen the old man in ages. Dismissing the child entirely, Kurama lowered his head and opened his jaws wide, aiming for the fattest ox. Oh? Kurama, is it? The voice, quiet, measured, carrying the weight of absolute authority, materialized from thin air. Every breath of wind in the forest stopped. Huh? Kurama froze mid-bite. Jaw still open. Brain short-circuiting. He raised his head with agonizing slowness, crimson eyes locking onto the source of the voice, pupils shrinking to pinpricks, face contorting into an expression of pure, undiluted horror. Because they're stepping out from behind the child. A figure in black and red robes. Tall. Poised. The 6 Path sword at his side. You have got to be kidding me, they actually brought Master here. Kurama's mind went completely blank. What kind of connections does this brat have? He actually got the Sage of 6 Paths to make a house call. If you had this kind of pull, why didn't you use it sooner? In the very next instant, Kurama's enormous body hit the ground with a resounding thud. All 9 tails pressed flat against his back. His head buried itself between his paws. Every trace of swagger and arrogance had evaporated, replaced by the demeanor of a puppy caught shredding the furniture. Master, I. Kurama's voice came out in broken fragments. Manji stood with his arms folded across his chest, gaze resting on the prostrate fox with calm, measured patience. I specifically told you no terrorizing humans. No disrupting their livelihoods. And this is what I find after 100 years. My words meant nothing to you. Kurama wanted to cry. He wanted to sink into the earth and disappear. In all honesty, this was genuinely the first time he'd done anything like this. For 100 years, humans had hunted him, tried to capture him, attempted to harness his power for war. He'd followed his master's instructions to the letter, never fighting back, always fleeing. But the resentment had piled up until he'd finally snapped and stolen a few cows to blow off steam. And of course, the one time he acted out, his master materialized out of thin air to catch him red-handed. After a century of perfect behavior. Master, please hear my defense. This is genuinely the first time I've done anything wrong. For 100 years I was a model citizen, never caused a single problem. The one time I slip up and you just happen to show up. Kurama's voice cracked with desperate injustice. Is that so? Manji raised an eyebrow. A sweep of sage perception confirmed that Kurama carried barely a trace of violent history. The fox was telling the truth. No pattern of malice whatsoever. Fine. Return the livestock. Now. These people depend on those animals for their fields and their food. You take their cattle, you destroy their livelihood. Manji gestured toward the terrified oxen. Yes, master. Kurama complied instantly, his massive paw reaching out with exaggerated delicacy, nudging the cattle toward the child, as if they were made of glass. Then he shot the boy a withering glare, muttering under his breath. You little punk actually bringing my master here. But I guess I owe you one. I haven't seen the old man in a century. Manji turned to the shell-shocked child with a warm smile. Take the cattle home. I'll handle things here. That fox won't bother your village again. The boy snapped back to reality, grabbed a lead rope, then dropped to his knees and pressed his forehead to the dirt. Thank you, Sage of Six Paths. The sage is merciful. Manji watched the child bounce away through the trees, ox in tow, before turning his attention back to the massive fox still prostrate on the ground. Kurama immediately pressed close, his enormous snout nuzzling against the hem of Manji's robes like an oversized, guilt-ridden puppy, desperate to explain everything that had happened. Master, I really was staying exactly where you placed me. Everything was fine for years. But then humans built a nation nearby, discovered me, and decided they wanted to capture me, use my power for their wars. I listened to you, I didn't fight back. I just ran. But no matter where I went, humans screamed the moment they saw me. They came at me with weapons. After a while, I got angry. Stealing a few cows felt like the least I could do. His tails drooped lower and lower with every word. Master, you lied to me. You said growing up would let me see the wonderful world out there. But the world isn't wonderful at all. Humans are terrified of me. They want to use me. There's nothing fun about any of it. Growing up isn't fun. The outside world is terrible. Manji looked at this creature, outwardly fearsome, inwardly just a child drowning in grievance, and felt something tighten in his chest. Human history and its endless cycle of conflict, there was nothing he could do about that. He reached out and gently placed his hand on Kurama's furry head. That was my oversight. Manji spoke softly, then paused in quiet thought. This continent is sliding toward war. Human ambition is growing unchecked. It's not the right place for you anymore. I'll find you somewhere better. Kurama's head shot up, eyes bright, tails perking, nodding frantically. Yes. Whatever master says. Manji personally guided Kurama to a new, safer territory. And before they parted, he added one more instruction. If someone comes at you with the intent to kill you, have every right to fight back. No more restraint. If they force your hand, end them. Manji spoke directly, leaving no room for ambiguity. Kurama's eyes blazed with fierce gratitude. Master always understands me. And if you cross paths with the other tailed beasts, pass the message along. If humans insist on trying to kill you, you are all permitted to defend yourselves. When endurance reaches its limit, there is no longer any need to endure. Kurama nodded with solemn fervor. Master was absolutely right. If they come for blood, give them blood. Every word you've spoken, Master, all 9 of us will carry it in our hearts. Always. Manji prepared to leave the village, but first, he wanted to say goodbye to the old man and leave him a parting gift as a token of their century-spanning connection. But the moment he arrived at the old man's doorstep, he froze. What happened? He's gone. Manji's perception never lied. The old man had died. He walked quickly inside. The child from earlier was clutching his ox and sobbing uncontrollably. The old man lay on his bed, peaceful, serene, clearly departed only moments ago. Wasage, my grandpa is dead, sob. The child wept through his words. One glance told Manji everything. This wasn't foul play, it was simply the end of a very long life. A natural passing, free of pain. And in that instant, he understood. The old man had been running on borrowed time for years, clinging to life with nothing but willpower, sustained by a single wish. To see Manji one more time. Now that wish had been fulfilled. The thread holding him to this world had gently snapped. Or perhaps the sheer excitement of the reunion had been too much for a body that old. Either way, he'd left this world with a smile. Sigh. Manji exhaled softly and placed a hand on the child's trembling back. Little one, where's your father? I don't have a father. Grandpa said bandits killed him years ago. And my mother, she died giving birth to me. The child choked the words out between sobs. Manji said nothing for a moment. He glanced around the bare, crumbling walls of the house, and the situation was immediately clear. This child couldn't survive on his own. Your grandfather and I share a bond that spans a century. The least I can do is set you on a path forward. He was already planning to visit Hagoromo's ninja. Why not bring the boy along? It was the safest, most stable environment in the world right now, food, shelter, education, and a future guaranteed. And the career prospects aren't bad either. The descendants of ninja would eventually establish the great Shinobi clans, becoming the warlords and power players of the turbulent eras to come. With Manji as the boy's personal sponsor, even if the child had zero talent, Hagoromo would accept him without question. Manji buried the old man with his own hands. Then with the boy at his side, he set out for ninja. This time, Manji made no effort to conceal his presence. Hagoromo detected him immediately and came rushing out to greet him. Seeing Hagoromo again after all this time, the man had entered his middle to late years. He looked strikingly similar to the elderly Hagoromo depicted in the Shippuden-era flashbacks. Hagoromo stared at Manji and for one visible instant, something like disbelief flickered across his features. He had clearly aged. But Manji looked exactly the same as the day they'd met. Master still as magnificent as ever. Hagoromo bowed, the words tinged with quiet wonder. Manji nodded, then gestured to the child beside him. This boy is the grandson of an old acquaintance. He has no one left. I'd like him to stay with Ninshk. Hagoromo agreed without hesitation. Master, you don't even need to ask. You're my teacher and the founding patriarch of Ninshk. Whoever you want to stay, stays. Then Hagoromo turned to the boy with a warm, gentle expression. What's your name? My name's Monkey. Hagoromo's brow creased slightly. Commoners naming their children this way was standard, most had no formal education. The fact that the kid wasn't named Dog, Egg or Mudball was already a minor victory. Monkey doesn't quite suit you. How about I give you a proper name? From now on you'll be called Sarutobi. Hagoromo personally christened the child with a warm smile. Sarutobi, Sarutobi, I like it. Sounds great. The boy repeated it several times, grinning through his tear-stained face. Beside them, Manji heard the name and something stirred deep behind his eyes. Sarutobi. The ancestor of the Sarutobi clan. At this point in history, family names didn't exist. Even Hagoromo's own sons were simply Indra and Asura, not Utsutsuki Indra or Utsutsuki Asura. Right now, Sarutobi was just a given name. But someday, it would evolve into the surname of an entire clan. Manji marveled quietly at the invisible hand of destiny. Fate really is something, isn't it? One casual gesture. One small act of kindness. And he'd just planted the seed that would grow into one of Konoha's most legendary shinobi families. Hagoromo sent attendants to help young Sarutobi settle into Ninshk life. Leaving just the two of them alone. Master, you truly haven't changed at all. I have to ask, how long can you actually live? Hagoromo couldn't restrain the question any longer. In earlier years, he'd always assumed Manji would die before him, a mortal native of this world, sage arts or not. But now middle-aged himself, with visible signs of aging, and knowing Manji had been contemporaries with Kagaya. The math was deeply unsettling. Why do you ask? Manji's gaze carried layers of meaning. I can feel myself growing old. And Ninshk hasn't turned out the way I hoped. Hagoromo gave a weary, rueful smile. In recent years, a creeping sense of futility had settled over him. He finally understood saving the world was far more complicated than he'd imagined. Because of what his mother had done, Hagoromo could never bring himself to turn Ninshk into a military machine that ruled through force. He wanted to change hearts through teaching, not domination. Note. Hagoromo's philosophy was fundamentally pacifist. He created Ninshk to connect people's hearts, not to wage war. This is precisely why he chose Asura as his successor. In the Anim's test, Indra solved a village's crisis through overwhelming force, while Asura rallied everyone together to dig a well cooperatively. Indra believed in absolute power, Hagoromo believed in collective understanding. It's also why a man of his strength never attempted to conquer the world. Ninshk has been around for years now, and honestly we haven't accomplished much. We've established branches worldwide, but there's no clear successor in sight. Hagoromo sighed with a self-deprecating chuckle. Note. Canon explicitly states that early Ninshk contained no martial elements. Combat techniques were only introduced later, after Indra invented the hand sign system. Manji glanced through the window at the crowd gathered around a bonfire outside, singing, dancing, laughing in the firelight, and offered a mild observation. Looks fine to me. At least it's lively. Hagoromo. Ahem, I forgot to mention, Master. I have sons now. 2 of them. The elder is Indra. The younger is Asura. Hagoromo brightened, pride warming his voice. Is that so? Congratulations. I'm afraid I didn't bring a gift. Manji replied casually. Hagoromo grinned. He had absolutely no idea what bringing a gift meant in this context. The two talked at length, catching up on centuries of living. Finally, unable to hold back any longer, Hagoromo circled back to his burning question. Master, forgive my boldness, but how old are you, exactly? Manji smiled. Why this sudden fascination with my age? Hagoromo rose and bowed formally. Forgive me, Master, but there's so much I can't understand. You possess extraordinary power, and yet you seem to want nothing from the world. Do you truly have no dreams? No ambitions? If you're genuinely content with nothing, then why did you fight my mother for the chakra fruit all those years ago? And now, your lifespan remains a mystery. I can't help but wonder. The questions tumbled out in a rush, years of accumulated bewilderment finally given voice. He genuinely couldn't figure out what his master wanted. He'd once hoped Manji would help him govern Ninshk. Instead, he'd discovered that Manji had absolutely zero interest in human affairs. But if Manji truly desired nothing, why had he risked everything for the chakra fruit? If he wanted the fruit, he wanted power. And if he wanted power, what for? World domination? Or power purely for its own sake? Sigh. The quiet exhale carried the weight of centuries. Time had changed so much. The Manji of today was barely recognizable compared to the Manji of back then. And I really tell you, Hagoromo, that I was young and reckless. The truth was, young Manji had been a textbook transmigrator. Fearless to the point of stupidity. Bolstered by sage arts and the system. Hot-blooded enough to charge at a sickie for the sake of reaching 6th past tier. Looking back now. Absolutely terrifying in hindsight. Manji probably hadn't even been at a solid beyond cage level at the time. If Isiki had ignored Kagaya and focused entirely on hunting Manji down, it would have been over in seconds. But what could he say? He'd been barely 30 years old. He could fight God himself and win energy. At that age, for a shot at 6th past tier, he would have charged headfirst into the gates of hell and asked for directions. When the time is right, I'll tell you everything. Manji sipped his tea, voice perfectly even. Hagoromo read the room and dropped the subject. After living this many centuries, his emotional intelligence was more than sufficient. Besides, Manji was his master. He could hardly chase after him demanding, "Master, how come you're not dead yet?" That would be rude. I should be going. Manji arose. Hagoromo immediately offered a respectful bow. "I'll see you off, master." Manji nodded, then his form dissolved into mist, vanishing through his signature technique. After Manji departed, Hagoromo stood alone, eyes deep with thought. That man is truly impossible to figure out. He stroked his chin, murmuring to himself. Meanwhile, both Indra and Asura have been born. Which means Hagoromo is going to age rapidly from here on out. He doesn't have many years left. Manji reflected quietly as he traveled. According to canon, by the time Indra and Asura were in their 30s or 40s, Hagoromo would already be on his deathbed. And it wasn't just knowledge from the original story, Manji could feel it. Hagoromo's vitality had noticeably diminished compared to their previous meeting. Hagoromo's Rinnegan. Manji's brow creased. We share a bond as master and student, but if those eyes are simply wasted when he dies, that would be an unforgivable loss. In canon, Asura cremated Hagoromo's body. The Rinnegan burned with it. An absolute tragedy of waste. Rather than let them turn to ash, I should claim them. The decision crystallized. The moment Hagoromo died, Manji would secure the Rinnegan. Cheep cheep. A small monkey materialized beside him. Another messenger from the White Monkey King. Manji accepted the letter. Unfolded it. And his expression shifted. "I'm almost done." 4 words. And they hit like a hammer. Manji stood motionless for a heartbeat, then immediately changed course, racing toward the Monkey King clan's domain. Inside the White Monkey Cavern. The White Monkey King lay on his stone bed. Manji's heart sank the instant he saw him, eyes heavy with a complicated tangle of emotions as he approached. The friend who'd once been invincible now withered, fragile shadow. "Manji, you came." The White Monkey King turned his head, and there it was, that same grin. The one from centuries ago. "How bad is it?" "I could extend your life 10 more years, easily." Manji spoke gently. "Nah, don't bother. Several hundred years is plenty. I've lived enough." The White Monkey King laughed it off. Manji sighed quietly. He knew this old ape spirit too proud and at peace to cling to borrowed time. "Have you chosen a successor for the Monkey King clan?" "Done. Name's Black Monkey King. He doesn't have my diamond body or my sage arts, but he's decent enough." The White Monkey King gave a rueful shrug. "What can you do? The next generation didn't inherit the good stuff." Manji nodded. The next Monkey King to possess the diamond body wouldn't appear until here's in Sarutobi's era Enma. Suddenly, the White Monkey King's eyes flew wide. His mouth opened, straining. Manji's pulse spiked. The old ape had something to say. "Tell me whatever it is. I'll do my best to make it happen." Manji." The White Monkey King gasped, gripping Manji's hand with trembling fingers. "Mon," he wheezed. "The Monkey Clan? What about them?" Manji leaned closer, brow furrowed, assuming it was clan business. Monte Cristo is peak fiction." The White Monkey King got the words out, then closed his eyes. His breathing stopped. "You?" Manji's eyes went wide. Pupils dilated. "Your dying words and you pull this?" "White Monkey King, you absolute legend." Manji couldn't hold it together, his face was an impossible collision of grief and barely suppressed laughter. "Why the hell did I teach him all those references? In your next life, please stop with the memes. Especially at moments like this. I genuinely cannot keep a straight face right now." He stared at the still form, heart aching, lips twitching. Then without warning, the White Monkey King's eyes snapped open. "Gotcha, you're already crying." He delivered the final line. Then his legs went stiff. And this time, he was truly gone. "Manji." The The White Monkey King had departed. Manji stood in silence for a long time. Eventually, a voice spoke from behind him. Sage Lord White Monkey King has passed. Manji turned slowly. A medium-built monkey with jet black fur stood behind him, head bowed deeply. You're the successor? Yes, Lord Sage of Six Paths. White Monkey King appointed me personally. I grew up hearing stories about you. If you need me, I'd be honored to sign a contract. The Black Monkey King's deference was absolute. No need, I don't require summoning beasts anymore. Manji sighed and shook his head. At his current level, summons were unnecessary. And one glance told him everything about the Black Monkey King's capabilities. Respectable, but nothing extraordinary. Give him a proper send-off. His diamond body has faded, with his passing cremation will do. Manji gestured toward the still form. The Black Monkey King nodded solemnly. Manji didn't linger. Another old friend gone. White Brow Toad and the White Monkey King, the two who stood beside me at the very beginning. Both of them are gone now. Perhaps this is the price of immortality. The quiet lament, and then he departed. Though if I'm counting companions who can match my lifespan, there is one. Black Zetsu. Mount Mamboku, the Toad Cemetery. This was the mountain's great necropolis, where generations of departed toads were laid to rest. Manji arrived to find a familiar figure sweeping between the graves. Black Zetsu spotted him and scrambled over immediately. Sage, you're finally here. I've been tending this graveyard for centuries. I'm not asking to be set free, but could you at least transfer me to a different department? Black Zetsu looked utterly cosmically miserable. Manji raised an eyebrow. After capturing Black Zetsu all those years ago, he'd dumped the creature on Mount Mamboku. The mountain's barrier made escape impossible, so Manji had simply given Black Zetsu a job. He'd also placed a seal on the creature, Manji's chakra embedded within. One activation and Black Zetsu would be instantly immobilized. Looking at this thoroughly defeated, hollowed-out entity, Manji smiled. Black Zetsu, how have the years been treating you? I never restricted your freedom. You're welcome to chat with the toads, enjoy the scenery. Black Zetsu's expression somehow became even more despairing. Sage, please stop teasing me. He clutched his broom in resignation. Manji chuckled. Truthfully, Black Zetsu posed zero threat to him. As an immortal with overwhelming power, Manji could ensure that no matter what, Kagaya would never be revived. Black Zetsu was essentially neutralized by Manji's mere existence. Do you miss your mother? Manji gestured for Black Zetsu to sit beside him. Black Zetsu obeyed, settling down meekly. No. The lie was transparent. Liar. Of course you miss her. Manji's tone brooked no argument. Black Zetsu had nothing. It's fine to admit it. That's just human nature. Manji rested his hand on the six-path sword, studying Black Zetsu with patient, unhurried eyes. Black Zetsu stared back helplessly. This man knew everything, that he was the manifestation of Kagaya's will, that he didn't need food, that he possessed no real power. Against Manji, he was completely, utterly countered. Black Zetsu, are you still planning anything? Still got fight left in you? Manji's gaze was piercing. Black Zetsu dropped to his knees instantly. Lord Sage, absolutely not. I wouldn't dare. I will never attempt to revive my mother again. Your mother's sealing was the inevitable tide of history. The wheel of progress cannot be turned backward. Stop dreaming of reversal. Black Zetsu nodded frantically, bowing his head to the ground. Regarding your transfer request. Write me a 10,000-word self-reflection essay. If it's good enough, I'll move you to the Historical Records Division. Plenty of books there. Studying history isn't a bad way to pass the time. Manji stood and prepared to leave. Thank you, Sage. All praise to you. Black Zetsu's face lit up with genuine joy as he dropped to his knees in gratitude. The Historical Records Division might be dry, but at least he'd have books to read, history to study, and the occasional opportunity to slack off with the working toads. A proper office job. Anything beat being a cemetery security guard. This life, I'll take it. Manji nodded. Black Zetsu seemed to be adapting well to his reformation. Of course, there was always the chance that Black Zetsu was simply imitating Manji, mimicking his philosophy of patience and acceptance. But that was fine too. Once Black Zetsu truly accepted that reviving his mother was impossible, he'd naturally begin integrating into Mount Mamboku life for real. Several years passed. Morning mist still hung low. Sunlight slanted through the latticed windows, falling across the bamboo scrolls laid before Hagoromo. He sat upright, teaching two small children beside him, each no older than 4 or 5. To his left, Indra. Sharp, refined features that seemed impossibly composed for a child his age. His slender fingers traced the characters on the bamboo scroll with quiet focus. To his right, Asura. Rounder-faced, more animated, radiating childlike energy. His eyes kept sneaking toward the birds darting past the window. Clearly not cut out for sitting still. Father. Why don't we have power like you? Indra looked up suddenly, gaze clear and direct. Hagoromo's hand paused on the scroll. He met his eldest son's eyes, his voice measured and warm. I believe all you need is a sound mind and a healthy body. Power is unnecessary. I see. Indra's brow furrowed a flash of confusion but he didn't press further. His gaze drifted slowly to the wall behind the lectern where a painted portrait hung. A young man in black and red robes, eyes calm and distant, the founding patriarch of Ninshk, the sage of six paths. Father, is that our founding patriarch? The sage of six paths? Indra asked softly. Asura looked too. Hagoromo followed their gaze and nodded slowly. That's right. He's my master and the very root of our Ninshk. And your power, you learned it from the sage of six paths. Indra's voice sharpened with barely contained urgency. I did. Then could I go find him and learn from him? Indra straightened bolt upright, eyes blazing with longing. Hagoromo's eyebrow rose, his tone gaining an edge of sternness. Indra, why are you so fixated on power today? Indra lowered his lashes, frustration coloring his voice. Yesterday, Asura and I went to gather herbs. We ran into a wild wolf. If one of the senior students hadn't arrived in time we would have been hurt. I thought if I had power, I could protect myself. And protect Asura. Yeah. Asura nodded furiously, hands over his chest. That wolf's eyes were so scary my legs totally gave out. Hagoromo fell silent for a long moment. Then he stood, his gaze resting on both children with a weight of deep conviction. You don't need power. True strength is the resilience and kindness within your hearts, knowing how to connect with others, to rely on each other. He had never considered passing on chakra techniques to his sons. Even though they carried his bloodline, they hadn't yet grasped what power truly meant. Hagoromo turned and walked out of the lecture hall with steady steps, leaving two bewildered boys staring at each other. Indra watched his father's retreating back. He pressed his lips together but didn't push further. He was perceptive for his age, old enough to read the room. If his father wouldn't teach him, he wouldn't beg. But the desire inside him didn't disappear. It merely sank deeper, a seed that had quietly sprouted roots. YAAAAWN. Asura stretched with an enormous yawn, rubbing his eyes. Brother, it's getting late. Let's go to sleep. He flopped onto the tatami, pulled a blanket over himself, and within moments was breathing softly and evenly. Indra wasn't tired. His gaze remained fixed on Manji's portrait, fingers slowly curling into fists. If his father wouldn't teach him, then he'd find his father's master. The sage of six paths himself. The text said the sage was closely connected to the talking toads of Mount Mamboku. If he could find one of those toads, perhaps it could lead him to the sage. Once the idea took hold, it was impossible to uproot. Indra closed his eyes, his plan already forming. Over the following days, Indra's small figure could be spotted darting through the forest surrounding the Ninshk compound. He avoided everyone, searching every corner meticulously, streams, tree hollows, rock piles from dawn to dusk, hunting for a talking toad. He found nothing. As the sun set, painting the bamboo grove in gold, Indra collapsed onto a boulder exhausted and stared at the dying light, letting out a long sigh. Days of searching, is this really something you can only stumble upon by fate? His voice carried a thread of disappointment but not a trace of surrender. Behind those young eyes, the flame of longing still burned. Mount Mamboku Grand Sage Hall. Manji sat on his stone throne, examining a scroll spread open before him, densely packed with handwritten characters. It was Black Zetsu's 10,000-word self-reflection, produced after several sleepless nights of frantic writing. Black Zetsu lurked in the corner of the hall, stealing nervous glances at Manji's expression, terrified the sage would find fault and pile on more assignments. Excellent, truly excellent, Black Zetsu. This self-reflection is wonderfully done. The commitment to kindness. The genuine insight into Kagaya's mistakes. Manji nodded approvingly. Black Zetsu broke into a beaming smile. You're too kind, sage. At that moment Fukasaku Toad came hurrying in on short, rapid legs. Grand Sage, word from the Ninshk branch. Lord Hagoromo's eldest son, Indra, has been searching the forests near the compound for several days. He appears to be looking for talking toads, most likely trying to find you. Fukasaku bowed respectfully. Oh? Manji's fingers paused on the scroll. He looked up at Fukasaku, a flicker of genuine surprise crossing his features. Indra is looking for me? He hadn't expected Hagoromo's firstborn to come seeking him out. Well, Black Zetsu, the very power source you'd need to revive Kagaya just came knocking on my door. Manji glanced at Black Zetsu with an amused grin. Ah, sage, you jest. I'm completely loyal to you now. Black Zetsu has been a Mount Mamboku man for ages. Black Zetsu laughed nervously. Manji chuckled. Haha. Grand Sage, shall I dispatch toads to divert the boy with ninjutsu? Or simply turn him away? Fukasaku asked for instructions. Mount Mumboku traditionally avoided interfering in ninja affairs, especially concerning Hagoromo's own children. Manji waved the suggestion away, setting the scroll aside. No need. Fukasaku, take Black Zetsu to the Historical Records Division and get him settled. He gestured toward Black Zetsu. Before anyone could respond, Manji's figure dissolved from the hall, leaving behind nothing but a fading trace of sage chakra. Black Zetsu's face brightened with unbridled delight. He hurried over to Fukasaku with exaggerated courtesy. "Sage Fukasaku, I'm in your care." Fukasaku gave a measured nod. In the bamboo grove near the ninja compound, the last traces of sunset were fading to gray. Indra sat slumped on his boulder, staring at the darkening sky with hollow eyes. Days of searching and he hadn't found so much as a toad's shadow. Was meeting the Sage of Six Paths truly nothing more than a pipe dream? Just as despair was settling in, a shadow fell across his face. A figure materialized from thin air directly before him, blocking the final sliver of twilight. "I hear you've been looking for me." The voice, carrying the weight of ages, drifted down from above. Indra's head snapped up. His pupils shrank to pinpricks. His entire body went rigid. The man before him wore black and red robes that rippled without wind, wreathed in a faint haze of mist. An ancient elegant sword hovered at his side, unmistakably the six-path sword from every painting he'd ever studied. And that face, strikingly handsome, eyes carrying the same cool detachment as the portrait, identical in every detail to the Sage of Six Paths. It's him. The founding patriarch, Manji. Indra's heart hammered against his ribs. His whole body trembled, not with fear, but with the force of something he'd wanted so desperately it hurt. He slid off the boulder and hit the ground on both knees. Indra greets the founding patriarch. His forehead pressed flat against the earth. Manji floated in midair, gazing down at the kneeling boy. Indra's features were sharp and refined, still young, still soft around the edges, but already hinting at the striking figure he'd become. Right now, though, his face was pure child excitement, nervousness, and barely contained awe, all fighting for dominance. "You've been searching for me for days. What do you want?" Manji's voice betrayed nothing. Indra raised his head instantly, eyes blazing with conviction. "Founding Patriarch, I have one request. Please teach me to fight." He pressed his forehead to the ground once more, driven by a hunger for power that burned to his core. "Power, is it? The way is not given lightly. Tell me, what would you do with it?" Manji's eyebrow arched slightly. This child craves strength at such a young age. He really is a prototype Uchiha through and through. "I want to protect my family. I want to protect my little brother Asura. The other day we were attacked by a wolf. If our senior hadn't arrived in time, we could have been hurt. I never want Asura to be in danger again. And I never want to depend on someone else to save us." The words poured out without a second's hesitation. Young as the voice was, the resolve behind it was ironclad. Manji studied him, mind working quietly behind calm eyes. In the original timeline, Indra would have developed the hand sign system entirely on his own through solitary struggle and experimentation. But Manji's existence had bent the trajectory. With a founding patriarch readily available, Indra had naturally gravitated toward the shortcut. And it made sense. Without Manji in the picture, Indra would have had no choice but to forge his own path. But with a living legend offering guidance. Of course he'd ask. "Sage, please." Indra pressed his palms together, eyes wide and pleading, every trace of his usual composure stripped away. Manji's decision crystallized. Humans still hadn't learned to harness chakra properly. Hand signs were the key to unlocking that potential. Why not use Indra as the vessel to spread this knowledge, letting the technique flow naturally into the world? Manji raised his hand and a thread of pale gold chakra condensed at his fingertip, tracing several simple patterns in the air. "You want power? Then I'll teach you a method called hand signs. Chakra lives within your body. Form the signs with your hands and you can channel that chakra to perform techniques. This is the foundation of all power." Indra watched the glowing patterns, mesmerized, confused, electrified, and began to mimic them with clumsy fingers. The moment he formed the first seal, he felt something stir inside him. Chakra responding. He threw himself into learning with a ferocity that bordered on obsession. He didn't stop until deep into the night, when he suddenly jolted, realizing how late it had gotten. He turned and found Manji still floating in the same spot, patient as stone. A wave of gratitude surged through the boy. The founding patriarch had waited for him this entire time. "Founding patriarch, will you come again tomorrow?" Indra asked, barely daring to hope. Manji's expression remained neutral as calculations ran beneath the surface. His original intent had been simple: deliver hand signs to Indra and let the shinobi world's evolution proceed naturally. He had no desire to meddle in ninja's affairs and certainly no interest in taking sides in the Indra vs Asura conflict. But looking at Indra now, another possibility formed. Once Hagoromo died, Manji would have no agents in the human world. What if he trained Indra as his proxy? a chess piece connecting him to the outside. The decision locked in. Manji looked down at the boy. "I'll return. But what passes between us stays between us." Then he vanished. "Thank you, founding patriarch." Indra's heart soared. He pressed his forehead to the earth in a deep, grateful bow. From that day forward, the quiet bamboo grove became Indra's daily pilgrimage. Rain or snow. Bitter cold or blistering heat. Indra appeared without fail, bowing to Manji with perfect formality before settling into focused, breathless training. Manji's instruction was stripped of every unnecessary word. Each hand position, each chakra flow pattern was broken down with surgical precision, from the most basic foundations to increasingly sophisticated chakra manipulation to seal combinations that had never before existed in this world. Indra devoured it all, eyes burning brighter with each passing day, his reverence for Manji carved so deep it had become part of his bones. One morning, fog still clinging to the bamboo, Indra was already practicing a new chakra compression technique. His hands flew through seal after seal, faster and faster, sweat beading on his temples and soaking through his collar. Chakra reserves nearly drained. Limbs heavy with exhaustion. Finally, the last seal completed. Indra let out a long, shuddering breath. His body swayed and he leaned sideways, his head coming to rest against Manji's shoulder. Manji had been watching the bamboo shadows on the ground when the sudden weight registered. He glanced to the side. The boy's eyes were closed. Long lashes trembling faintly. Breathing gradually slowing into the even rhythm of deep sleep. Indra had simply passed out against him. Manji's eyebrow rose. He studied the young face. Still carrying traces of softness, but the sharp lines of the man he'd become were already taking shape. In sleep, the intense focus and relentless drive that defined his waking hours had melted away, leaving behind something unexpectedly gentle. Manji let his gaze linger for a moment and felt something unfamiliar stir. Looking back, Gamamaru had only needed a few words of guidance before finding his own way on Mount Mamboku. Hagoromo had been the same. Manji taught the fundamentals, and his disciple did the rest. Master and student had always meant opening the door. Nothing more. He had never sat with a disciple like this day after day, sunrise to midnight, hand guiding every detail of their growth. Indra was the first. That realization sent a small, almost imperceptible ripple through his chest. But a ripple was all it was. Manji gathered himself quickly. The detachment returned to his eyes like a curtain falling. The fated clash between Indra and Asura was Ninja's tribulation and the Shinobi world's destiny. He had no business interfering. And he certainly wouldn't let a momentary flicker of sentiment derail his plans. Whatever path Indra walked, he would eventually found what would become the Uchiha clan. That trajectory was already set. All Manji needed to do was wait. Wait for Hagoromo's final breath and then claim the Rinnegan. Indra was a chess piece. Nothing more. The evening wind whispered through the bamboo, leaves rustling in soft chorus. Manji remained perfectly still, letting the boy sleep against his shoulder as night deepened around them. The courtyard before Ninja's grand hall was packed shoulder to shoulder. Every disciple had crowded into a dense ring, their eyes riveted on the figure standing at its center, Indra. Hagoromo stood at the front of the gathering, hands clasped behind his back. Asura had wriggled his way to the front row, clinging to an older disciple's shoulder, his round face alive with curiosity. In the center of the ring, Indra drew himself to his full height. One deep breath and his fingers exploded into motion. The hand signs were intricate yet fluid, a cascade of precise gestures completed in the span of a single heartbeat. Ha! A roaring tongue of flame erupted from his palm, vivid orange, fierce and hungry, illuminating the boy's face with dancing light and plunging the entire courtyard into stunned silence. Then, the silence shattered. Fire? He conjured fire from nothing. That's impossible. No one besides Lord Hagoromo can manipulate power like that. What were those hand movements? They looked impossibly complex, yet there was a pattern, a structure to them. The crowd erupted. Wide eyes. Gasped breaths. Bodies pressing forward, then shrinking back. A dozen voices clashing at once, every face stamped with the same expression of absolute bewildered shock. Hagoromo's pupils contracted sharply. Internally, a tidal wave crashed through him. He recognized what he was seeing: chakra, channeled through the body and released in a specific elemental form. A technique. But his own bloodline was unique. He'd never needed hand signs to invoke his power, it simply was. The notion that someone could bridge that gap through formalized gestures, creating a replicable system accessible to anyone. It had never once crossed his mind. Brother. Asura couldn't contain himself a second longer. He burst through the crowd, seized Indra's wrist, and shoved his face toward the lingering flame in his brother's palm, half terrified, half mesmerized. What did you do? Where did the fire come from? Indra raised his hand gently, and the flame obediently winked out. He looked at his little brother's excitement with patient calm. I discovered that the chakra inside our bodies can be guided through different hand positions. Form the right combination of signs, and you can release different kinds of power. This fire is just one example. He turned and offered Hagoromo a respectful bow. Father, this is the result of my recent training. Hagoromo studied his son, this child not yet 10 years old, and felt his astonishment deepen with every passing second. He'd noticed Indra's daily trips to the bamboo grove. He'd even extended his sensory field to check but detected no second presence. He'd assumed the boy was simply seeking solitude for meditation. Now he understood. The child had been developing something revolutionary. I see. Hagoromo nodded, his lingering questions dissolving into pure unbridled admiration for his son's genius. Brother, you're amazing. Teach me too, please. Asura shook Indra's arm with both hands, eyes sparkling with desperate enthusiasm. Around them, every ninja disciple leaned in, necks craning, eyes burning with that unmistakable universal hunger for power. Indra frowned slightly and glanced toward Hagoromo. He understood the hierarchy. Every decision in ninja flowed through his father. Even if he'd created this technique, whether it could be shared with others was his father's call alone. Unless the founding patriarch himself spoke, no one could override Hagoromo's authority. Hagoromo swept his gaze across the sea of eager, desperate faces and fell into deep contemplation. Spreading power would inevitably breed conflict. But the world was changing. Nations were forming. Borders were hardening. If ninja refused to evolve, how could it protect the people who depended on it? History's wheel rolled forward regardless, just as humanity had progressed from scattered tribes to organized city-states. War accompanied that progress, yes, but the march itself could not be stopped. He couldn't freeze ninja in amber simply because he feared what change might bring. Could he really keep everyone trapped in the tribal age just because he was afraid of what the future held? His gaze drifted to a young man standing nearby, features composed beyond his years, bearing the steady confidence of someone who'd been forged by discipline and purpose. It was the boy Manji had entrusted to him years ago, the one Hagoromo had named Sarutobi. Sarutobi, what's your assessment? Sarutobi stepped forward and bowed with crisp precision. Lord Hagoromo, I believe the benefits outweigh the risks. First, if our disciples learn these techniques, they gain the ability to defend themselves against bandits, wild beasts, and the growing chaos of this era. Second, chakra can be applied to agriculture and construction. Our productivity would increase dramatically. Third, with real strength behind us, ninja can fulfill its founding purpose, protecting the innocent and upholding peace not just in words, but in action. Hagoromo nodded slowly. Sarutobi had articulated exactly what he'd been thinking. The risks were real. But the net outcome tilted toward progress. And if things went wrong, he was still here to course correct. Hagoromo raised his eyes to the crowd and in a voice that carried across the entire compound, made his declaration. From this day forward, every member of ninja shall study the art of hand signs and the application of chakra. The courtyard erupted. Disciples threw their fists skyward, faces flushed with excitement and hunger for something they'd never possessed. Even those who prided themselves on spiritual discipline couldn't mask the fire in their eyes. Our real, tangible, world-altering power was being offered to them. Who could resist? Hagoromo absorbed every expression, every shout, and the smile on his face gradually faded. A quiet sigh formed deep in his chest. Had he made the right choice? Would this propel ninja toward greatness or plant the seeds of its own destruction? He couldn't know. Not yet. All he could do was let the river of history carry them forward and hope the current led somewhere worth reaching. Because the alternative, refusing, carried its own catastrophic risks. If he hoarded power for himself, how would his followers see him? As a leader who monopolized strength. A tyrant afraid to share. That path led to resentment, fracture, and the very collapse he was trying to prevent. Indra watched his father from across the courtyard, a subtle curve forming at the corner of his lips. He'd known all along how his father would choose. Green bamboo cast layered shadows across the forest floor. Wind rustled through the canopy, filling the grove with the soft percussion of falling leaves. Manji reclined against a moss-covered boulder, idly flicking the edge of the six-path sword, one eyebrow cocked in mild disbelief. That kid Indra, he hasn't fallen for me, has he? He actually shows up here every single day. He'd originally made a casual offer, drop by the grove now and then, and Manji would spare some time for guidance. He never expected the boy to take it as a sacred covenant. 365 days a year. Rain, snow, hail, Indra appeared like clockwork. Every arrival accompanied by those eyes bright as twin stars, locked onto Manji with an intensity that blurred the line between devotion and obsession. Every departure marked by lingering backward glances, as though leaving physically hurt. It was almost enough to make Manji uncomfortable. To think of it, Indra still hasn't awakened his Sharingan. Maybe I should give him a good scare and see what happens. A glint of mischief passed through Manji's eyes. Under normal circumstances, Black Zetsu would have orchestrated a wild boar ambush to trigger the emotional shock needed for awakening. But with Black Zetsu safely filing paperwork on Mount Mamboku, might as well handle it personally. Manji's chakra pulsed and an invisible net of genjutsu descended over the entire bamboo grove. Before long, a bright, eager voice rang out from beyond the bamboo grove, carrying the same barely contained excitement as always. Founding Patriarch. Founding Patriarch. I'm here. Indra hiked up his robes and hurried into the grove. On any normal day, Manji would already be waiting by the boulder, but today, the familiar figure was nowhere to be seen. The bamboo leaves seemed quieter than usual. Too quiet. Even the insects had gone silent. A creeping chill climbed Indra's spine without invitation. Where's the Patriarch? His brow furrowed. His footsteps slowed instinctively, each one lighter than the last. 2 more cautious steps forward. And his pupils collapsed. His heart seized as though an invisible fist had clenched around it mid-beat. There, on the clearing beside the boulder, Manji lay crumpled on the ground, drenched in blood. His robes were soaked through crimson so vivid it burned the eyes. No breath. No movement. No chakra. A founding Patriarch. Indra's voice shattered into fragments. His legs turned to stone. He dropped to a trembling crouch and reached out to check for breath, but his fingertips found only ice. Not a trace of warmth. The founding Patriarch is dead. He's dead. Indra staggered backward 2 lurching steps, eyes wide with a horror that swallowed everything else. His mind went blank. The world itself seemed to crack and tilt. The man who had always been there, patient, warm, guiding him through every technique with that quietly amused expression, was just gone. Grief hit like a flood wall. Indra threw himself forward, wrapping his arms around Manji's cold body, tears crashing down in an uncontrollable torrent, each one leaving a dark stain on the blood-soaked robes. Founding Patriarch. Founding Patriarch. How can you be dead? Please, don't leave me. His voice tore apart, shredded by sobs. Worse than losing a parent. Worse than anything he'd ever felt. His arms tightened around Manji's body as though he could hold the man's soul in place through sheer desperation. The composed, preternaturally calm boy of every other day had dissolved completely, replaced by a child drowning in grief. And in the deepest pit of that agony, something erupted. The savage churning force surged from behind Indra's eyes, crashing through every barrier like a dam breaking. Flash. Crimson eyes blazed to life. 3 jet black tomo materialized in each eye, spinning slowly, hypnotically, radiating a cold and terrible beauty. The 3 tomo Sharingan fully awakened. Indra's head snapped up. Those newborn crimson eyes blazed with volcanic fury and seething hatred. Chakra boiled off his body in visible waves. Founding Patriarch, I'll avenge you. Whoever did this, I'll drown them in their own blood. His fists clenched until the knuckles cracked. The vow ripped from his throat like a war cry. And then, a voice materialized from thin air, cutting through the grief-soaked silence with absurd casualness. Type 1 to resurrect the founding Patriarch. Indra froze. Every muscle locked. His tear-blurred eyes darted wildly in every direction, half convinced his own grief had driven him to hallucination. 1. I type 1. Bring him back. He screamed it to the sky, to the earth, to anything that would listen. The instant the words left his mouth, warm, gentle laughter rose from directly behind him. Indra whipped around. And there stood Manji, perfectly composed, robes immaculate, not a speck of blood anywhere, smiling at him with quiet amusement. Founding Patriarch. Shock. Joy. Disbelief. Indra's face cycled through all 3 in the span of a heartbeat, tears still streaking his cheeks, even as a brilliant, uncontrollable grin split across his face. He launched himself forward and wrapped his arms around Manji's waist, burying his face in the man's robes, his whole body shaking. His voice came out thick and nasal from crying. You're okay. Thank God you're okay. That voice was real, you actually came back. Manji felt the boy trembling against him, felt the hot tears soaking through the fabric, and sighed with a mixture of helpless amusement and something warmer than he'd expected. He reached down and patted Indra's back gently. Stronger than I anticipated, jumping straight to 3 tomo on the first awakening. His fingertip rose and lightly tapped the center of Indra's forehead. Indra blinked, looking up through damp lashes. Founding Patriarch, what do you mean? Manji smiled, formed a quick seal, and a disk of crystalline water materialized in the air, a perfect mirror. Reflected in its surface was Indra's face and those eyes. Crimson eyes. 3 slowly spinning tomo in each, dark as obsidian, sharp as blades. This is. Indra stared, unconsciously blinking several times before realizing his entire field of vision had transformed. Everything was impossibly sharp, the veins on every bamboo leaf, the invisible currents of the wind, the finest details of the world laid bare in stunning clarity. Manji watched the boy's stunned expression and began to explain the origin of the Sharingan, its nature, its power. He also revealed that everything Indra had just witnessed was nothing more than a genjutsu he'd crafted. By the time Manji finished, Indra's face had gone scarlet, embarrassment and indignation fighting for dominance. He scrubbed furiously at the tear tracks on his cheeks, his voice carrying a rare edge of genuine anger. "Founding Patriarch, please don't ever do that again. I'd rather never have this power than see something happen to you." Manji studied those reddened ears and reached out once more, tapping Indra's forehead with a single finger, his eyes carrying a gentle warmth. "But wasn't the whole reason you sought me out because of power?" Indra froze. He's right. He pursued strength and that pursuit had led him to the founding patriarch. But if the patriarch had truly died, then all the power in the world would mean nothing against the void it left behind. So remember, on the road to gaining strength, you will always lose something along the way. Manji spoke lightly, a quiet smile on his lips. Indra stared at him, half understanding, half lost, looking down at his own hands, then back up at Manji's face. "How is your father's health lately?" Manji asked, shifting the subject with practiced ease. "Father is aging quickly." Something dimmed in Indra's eyes. Manji felt the familiar weight settle in his chest. The child he'd once taught was becoming an old man. Soon he would watch another friend depart. "Indra, don't come here anymore. I won't be returning." The words fell gently, but with finality. "Why, master? Did I do something wrong?" Indra's voice cracked with confusion. Manji chuckled softly. "You've been an excellent student. There's simply nothing left for me to teach you." He'd passed on the hand sign system. Everything else Indra would forge on his own. The only reason Manji had invested this much time was to cultivate a successor to Hagoromo, a bridge connecting him to the human world. Indra straightened immediately and bowed with deep formal reverence. "I will carry the founding patriarch's teachings for the rest of my life. And when the day comes that I lead Ninshk, I will honor your name above all else." Manji's eyebrow rose. This boy is already certain he'll inherit Ninshk. "Oh? You seem quite confident about becoming its leader." Indra's smile was sharp with self-assurance. "Of course. Thanks to the founding patriarch's hand sign system, I'm the one who gave everyone real power. My standing in Ninshk couldn't be higher. Father will only pass the succession to his bloodline. And Asura is too naive, too soft. Only I have the vision to carry Ninshk forward. So the old man will choose me. There's no other option." His conviction was absolute, unshakable. In his own eyes, the math was simple. Hagoromo had given people philosophy. He had given them power. Between ideals and results won every time. And Asura? Too innocent, too trusting, utterly incapable of leading. Thanks for watching, Shinobi Squad. If you enjoyed this what if, hit that like button, subscribe, and ring the bell so you never miss the next twist. Drop your theories in the comments, I'm always reading. Want more Naruto heat? Check out the other videos on the channel. Stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember, even shadow clones need love. Peace out, Shinobi.